founders, and leaders from across India. This conference fosters the exchange of ideas, business insights, and the best practices, with a focus on growth strategies, leadership evaluation, and the future of independent creativity. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bhavna Bhatia, in the industry for over 15 plus years. It's indeed my honor to be your host for today. But before we get the ball rolling, we always feel that the conversations can go beyond this room, and the hashtag for today is hashtag E4M iDac as one word. So we'd request you or your teams to continue with that hashtag from the key moments of today or key learnings from today. So do keep tweeting, or as we say, gramming, using the hashtag. Also, the theme for this edition of the E4M iDac is Human, Creative, Independent, the heart of digital in the age of AI algorithms. So that's going to be a very interesting theme and a very relevant theme to tap onto in this edition. And I'd also like to express gratitude on behalf of Exchange for Media for the co-presenting partner, Lemma, an omni-channel platform for emerging media. We request the team now to play in the partner presentation for all of us to know better about the brand.
Lemma, a new symbol for a new era of omnichannel excellence. Reach audiences seamlessly through multiple touchpoints. Provide a unified brand experience through consistent messaging with our omnichannel platform. Eliminate the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary. Let's create Le Magic together.
Well, let's give them an encouraging round of applause to our co-presenting partner, Lemma. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for us to bring on for the welcome address a visionary leading it from the front. Let's get to hear from none other than the co-founder of Exchange for Media. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Naval Ahuja.
Good morning. Thank you, Bhavna, and welcome to this third edition of the E4M Independent Digital Agency Connect 2025. This is a relatively newer initiative for us, as we all in this room know and understand. Digital advertising, independent digital advertising agencies have really come into their own in the last decade or so, especially post-COVID era has been one of significant near vertical rise of digital advertising, technology-based tools being used by marketers to reach out to customers, to engage with customers. And independent digital agencies have played a very significant, large part in the rise of many of legacy brands as well as new age D2C brands. While in the speaker lounge we were talking about how many brands continue to work still with large agency networks, but increasingly more and more are choosing to work with multiple digital agencies, trying to assimilate and utilize their knowledge, their expertise, their acumen, their experience that has been built over the last few years. And now increasingly you see a brand working with multiple digital agencies, Atul. So it's an era of polygamy, so to say, not the era of monogamy. And brands today are looking at independent digital agencies to learn, to grow, to increase their business. So today's sessions are really about what independent agencies can teach us. Many have achieved the scale. We have Mr. Hegde here, Atul Hegde, the founder of Yap, who are soon launching an IPO. We have many other agencies who are expanding internationally. Like Yap, recently they announced acquisition of another agency called Gozoop. Many agencies like LS Digital have announced acquisitions in the past. So really, this is this is many of these companies are not small scale anymore. They're working with large brands. They're achieving scale on their own. So today's sessions are really about learning from all of these independent agencies, what they have to teach us, why it is important for brands who are working with them, and also the ones who are not yet fully working with them, to look at them more seriously. Their nimble-footedness, their ear to the ground, the fact that many of these independent agencies are run by young entrepreneurs who are really hungry, ambitious, so much value they bring to the table for brands. So these sessions will talk about, what brands can, while these agencies work for brands, but what can brands learn from, these agencies, how, making of independent networks in this country is important. How independent digital agencies will contribute to the next decade of digital. We have sessions from, as I said, to start with Mr. Atul Hegde from YAP, then we have Harshil Karia of Shebang. We also have Mr. Ratnakar Patnaik, the MD of LIC, LIC being one of the largest advertisers in this country. He will talk about how to reimagine legacy brands in the age of digital. And to contextualize this all, we do an award show for all the independent digital agencies in the evening called Mavericks, which is again also in its third year. Mavericks is a property for us that has really grown in the last few years with the growth of digital. I think for this event, the team reaches out to 1,000 plus agencies based across the country, and that's a huge number. I remember when legacy media was the predominant advertising medium, a lot of data used to say print has 6 lakh advertisers. Today digital hasn't got there, but if you combine all platforms, the Googles and the Facebooks of the world, the MSMEs, the long tail, digital has touched roughly 1 lakh of advertisers, and that's a huge jump from, say, where TV was, 15,000 advertisers few years back. So digital has also really taken root in tier 1, tier 2 cities, and that's also where a lot of growth for a lot of independent digital agencies has taken place. And Mavericks is our way of recognizing all the good work these independent digital agencies are doing. The jury this year was led by Mr. Sudhanshu Vats, who is now the MD of Pidilite, and he had many marketers on board. I'm hoping Mr. Vats will be here tonight to celebrate the winners with us. So thank you to all of you for joining us. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to a day of learning. I look forward to a day of insightful sessions with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahuja, for setting the context. And of course, as he rightly said, we have the third edition of Mavericks as well in the evening, where we are going to be celebrating the excellence in the space of independent agencies. But there's one golden rule I always feel when I communicate and talk on stage, is that the audience needs to reflect the similar energy which I am giving, which is when we say a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, come on, let's be much more enthusiastic with that. And please continue with this energy, because I feel that the more you share across from yourself, the day you're going to be joining us on stage, everybody's going to be clapping for you. So let's continue to encourage each other. After all, we've been independent as agencies, so why don't we encourage each other and build the ecosystem together? With that being said, as Mr. Ahuja rightly said, we are now heading towards the lead talk for today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're thrilled to kick off the day with our very first session with someone who has been in the industry for over 25 plus years in media and advertising. He's somebody who's witnessed the industry undergo an incredible transformation, with he himself transitioning from traditional advertising to pioneering groundbreaking strategies, and has shaped the digital ecosystem and projected a great growth. He's someone who has batted for independent agencies, and particularly for his venture, YAP, a leading digital marketing agency which he founded in 2016. And over the past 3 years, YAP has achieved 50% year-on-year growth. So congratulations to him on that. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. His other venture, Rainmaker Ventures, a $50 million venture capital firm focused on nurturing the tech startups. So it's indeed an honor to have him join us for the first very session, ladies and gentlemen. Owning the next decade of digital, titled his session. Let's give it up to none other than Mr. Atul Hegde, founder, YAP. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that kind introduction. Good morning to everybody. When Naval actually slotted me as the first speaker, I thought I'm going to speak to an empty hall. But amazing to see that Naval himself had to look for a new seat after he finished his talk. So, so great that everybody is here. Before I start off with my presentation, I really want to take time out to thank you Exchange for Media, both Naval and Anurag, to actually have a forum for independent agencies. You know, Exchange for Media, as we know, is really the voice of our industry. And hats off them for focusing on this category. I know how tough it is. This must be one of the very, very, very rare events that Exchange for Media does, which has hardly any sponsors. Right? And in spite of that, to go ahead, do it at a scale, have the awards happening, just tells us their commitment towards this category. And I'm really, really thankful, as somebody who's part of an independent agency, that we have a forum like this. I'm looking forward to a great session, to a great awards session again in the evening. I see a lot of familiar founders whom I've been interacting over a period of time. So a big thank you and a round of applause for Naval, Anurag, and for the E4M group for actually bringing us together on this. Great, so let's start off with my session where I'm really going to talk about why I feel that the next 10 years is really going to be a game changer for independent digital agencies and overall even for independent agencies. Right? One thing that I want everybody to remember, this category itself is very young. Right? When you talk about digital marketing itself, I don't think it's more than 20, 25 years old. So literally it's come on its own from the 2000 onwards. Right? And there's something very peculiar about the Indian advertising category. We talk about 100,000 crore market. I think this must be the only category in India where we are still dominated by foreign players. And when I say dominated, I'm talking about 90% plus market share. But what is unique is when you look at digital as a category, every large network has built their digital prowess. And when I say everyone, by acquiring independent companies in the last 2 decades. None of them had the capabilities to do it in-house or to nurture it. The only way they could enter, and rightly so, there's absolutely nothing wrong in acquiring, but everyone has built it on the back of Indian entrepreneurs who were first off the block, who took the risk of forming an independent digital company, who wanted to get into digital. I mean, it was like when I started digital, everybody was like, why are you leaving the offline dollars for digital pennies? Right? And it's taken almost 20, 22 years for digital today in India to be the #1 spending category. Right? We're talking about 50, 51, 52% spend depending on who's giving out the figures. But yeah, so that's at the core of it, right? There is so much innovation happening on ground. And today, startups is a very nice word. It's, buzzword. We've heard about it. We read about it. Every day you get up, you read Economic Times. Somebody has become a unicorn. Somebody has raised money. I mean, today it's the norm, right? But to reach here has been a huge journey, and it would have only happened because there were smart individual entrepreneurs who bet on digital, especially in advertising, and have built those companies, right? Why do I think that it will change in the next 10 years? Let's just move. Can we move to the next slide? Suraj, you might have to help them with the, right? So the world has changed, right? And ultimately so must the agencies. I speak to so many brand heads, who work with large network agencies, and one of the things that we keep hearing is that, we need them to adapt much faster. We need them to change much faster. We need them to keep up with the times. And that's now happening at the speed of light, right? Now everybody is talking about AI, and I'm sure there will be lots of sessions on AI. I'm not going to talk on AI. But the fact that, change is coming so fast, especially in the digital category, is a huge advantage for every independent agency out there, because ultimately the power of the entrepreneur to change course, to change the direction of their organization, to look at new technology, to look at a new service line, right? Influencer marketing came out of the blue during COVID. Before that, none of us had heard of it. Okay, today we are talking about a 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 crore category built in the last 4-5 years, right? Again, here, if you see, it was the independent agencies that started off with this service much earlier than before the big boys even realized. Now with change happening so fast, clients and brands have realized that, and they want to work with independent agencies who can deliver that change, or at least experiment with it, right? Nobody's going to get AI right for the next 2-3 years. But the fact that somewhere somebody is going to make a start and start working on it, and that's how everything has evolved. The same is going to be with agencies, right? And that's again an advantage why I feel that you will suddenly see a lot of activity happening led by independent agencies, because of the sheer fact that it is so hectic and we are changing so fast. Oh, okay. I still remember walking into a pitch many years back, and it was 5-6 agencies, most of them network agencies, and all credentials start, and I was part of a network agency for a long time. That's how I began my career. It starts by saying, "Mera baap kaun hai?" Right? It starts by saying, "I belong to this lineage. This is what they have done across the globe. This is what we've done." Right? Today, those conversations don't matter. It doesn't matter where you come from or what your legacy is. What matters is what have you done? What is your work? Let's see your work. Have you category knowledge? Have you done some innovations in this? Today, brands and large brands today are ready to accept that. No longer is the conversation that, I'm headquartered in New York and this is what I did, with an American brand or with a Japanese brand or with a French brand. It is about what have you done in my category, or what is the great work that you've done in our country. So that again is a huge shift, right? And again, the biggest benefactor here is going to be about how agile you are, how quickly can you change and showcase your work. And some of the best work in digital is coming from independent agencies. And it's reflecting all across, whether it is FEs, whether it's Abbeys, whether it's CAN. You'll see, of course, the traditional agencies are still winning, but the newer ones are really coming from independent companies. So, so there's this huge shift from hierarchy saying that, okay, this is what my lineage was, to the actual hustle that you've done on ground. And what is it that you have to prove? Also, advertising is changing, right? We no longer like to see ads which preaches to us, right? And brands are always trying to balance this, right? How do I get my message to be more authentic, right? How does it not look like advertising? Today, no brand wants to come and do advertising, right? They want authentic messages. Consumers are much smarter. Today, when we see an influencer reel, we know this is paid for and hence this is what's happening. So more and more authenticity becoming important, which means your messages will have to be rooted to the ground, which means that your messages will have to have reality in what's happening. You need a team which is much more rooted, whether it's local nuances, local culture, but at the core of it, be authentic to what you do. This again has, really opened the playing field to a lot of newcomers. Multiple agency founders are going to be speaking today. Some of them are not here, but just look at the amount of talent that we have across these companies, right? And most of them would be founded in the last 5, 7, 8, 10 years. So if in the last 10 years we've had such a sea change, just imagine how it will get propelled in the next 10 years. And we all know this, homegrown creativity is going global. This is not just advertising, it's across. We are seeing our films are doing better, we are seeing our technicians are doing better. And again, from our own example, I can see that today it's much easier for us as an Indian independent agency to go and launch in a new country, right? Whether you want to launch in Africa, whether you want to launch in the Middle East, whether you want to launch in Southeast Asia, you know, it's much easier for us because there is respect for the Indian professional. There is respect for the creativity that we have done and we have shown for the last so many decades. So it's a great point today where you walk in as an Indian professional into any country beyond your borders and go and talk to a brand manager across the globe, right? Also, the dynamics are changing, right? The emerging markets are now closer to us. 25, 30 years, you still wanted to go to the West. You still wanted something, you know, you felt very proud saying, oh, I now have a London office or a New York office. No longer today. Today, look at Middle East and Africa. I mean, the MENA region is something that's exploding. They are at least 5 to 7 years behind India when it comes to digital. But if you look at the entire combined market, it's almost a $8 to $10 billion market on digital spends. So it's a huge opportunity for Indian entrepreneurs, for Indian digital agencies to actually go and take their creativity global. And again, by global, I mean the new definition of global, not those traditional markets, most of them saturated, overcrowded, fatigue, but really the new frontiers. And of course, you know, there's AI, there's creators, there's commerce. Now, all of this is going to take that one big thing about, you know, large agencies saying, okay, you know, we've built this for 100 years, we built this 50 years, it's all going to get broken, right? I mean, AI is going to democratize things the way digital did 20 years back. How fast it will do, how it will evolve, we still don't know, right? But it's going to happen. So somebody who's a 10 people unit trying and using AI versus a 100, 200,000 people unit, the output is really going to depend on that particular individual, on how they're really going to use AI to create for brands what they want to create. So that again is going to take away those barriers, you know, where you go and stand up in front of large brands and say that this is what we've done for it. And there are enough case studies today, even in our country, where large brands have worked with independent agencies, have used AI, you know, whether it's a simple output for a commercial, beyond that, for packaging, it's happening, right? And it will evolve. The same thing happens with creators. I mean, we are talking today, we have about 10 million creators in this country and it's only growing. I mean, everybody's a creator. I'm sure half the people in this room are creators. I mean, we don't eat without clicking first. I mean, it's really become that, right? And that again is going to change, right? Brands, remember the authenticity I spoke about, brands want to work with creators, but not the same set of creators, right? And we're going to see the long tail of creators emerge. We're going to see more and more people, and these are accessible to everybody. So it's no longer that if I am part of a large network, only then I can bring the best of creators for the brands. No, so today a creator is aligned to work with anybody. So the entire ecosystem slowly but surely has changed in the last decade, and all of this is adding up for independent agencies to actually take stock of what's happening, see how can they leverage this, and then go to large brands and really leverage, either win against big brands, win against big agencies, or just create memorable work. Collaboration over competition. You know, I remember when 20 years back, early days of digital, my job for almost 2 years was actually to go to the large networks and tell them, let's start a digital agency on our own. We will help you start it, right? And everybody was like, why are you creating competition? Why do you want more people to do that? And the only reason to do that was if only the large networks at that point of time spoke about digital to clients, would the category grow? And we were successful, you know. We had a partnership with Dentsu as an independent agencies. We partnered with Yahoo and got them into India. I mean, those early days of digital collaborations really work. Today, look at the advantage as independent entrepreneurs we have, right? Naval spoke about how, we've now happy that Gozup is soon going to be part of our family. Independent agencies have the advantage of collaboration. A WPP cannot go and collaborate tomorrow with a Dentsu or with a Publicis or with somebody else, right? I mean, they just cannot. But can you imagine, right, two good independent agencies with diverse sets coming together to collaborate for a brand? It's a win-win all along. It's great for the brand because they have access to something that is very, very specific to those two companies coming together. Nothing stops the companies from collaborating. And I have personally seen this, right? I mean, this is something I feel is really our superpower, right? You can collaborate, and collaboration has to be much deeper. It's not just about saying, let's merge our creds and then go in front of a client. No, you need to have skin in the game. You need to have some commonality with the founder, right? You need to have a common ethos, but you can then absolutely go and win. There's no reason why we cannot go and win large mandates, right? Today, all large brands work with independent agencies, right? But we could still be your fifth agency, sixth agency, eighth agency. But imagine the power of collaboration. Somebody is extremely good with creative. Somebody is extremely good with tech. Somebody is extremely good with influencer marketing. Somebody is extremely good with media. I mean, all of this can come together. You go as a force. So this is something that whenever I meet founders, and today I'll be meeting a lot of them, this is to really go and tell them that this is really our superpower. Your networks cannot do this. And it's not just about networks, right? It's really about building something that will work for us. Please understand, 10 years from now, if we get all this success, the independent agencies might turn into a network and hopefully will not repeat the mistakes of the networks. Right? But the opportunity on collaboration is immense. The good news is founders today are mature. Some of the top independent digital agencies in the country are now almost reaching a decade, right? That's a good period to, understand business mechanisms, go through multiple business cycles, understand, so there's a maturity that's coming in from the founders as well as the companies that they have founded. So this is a great opportunity for us to collaborate. We at YAP have been doing it with multiple, some of them actually then become larger, like Gozu, which started from a collaboration and then went into becoming part of the family. But I'm sure the more we do it and across, right? I mean, today as an independent agency, I cannot have 20 offices across India. But if I collaborate with the right partners, I can give the same advantage to the clients, to the brands, saying that, okay, as a network of collaborators who've come together, we can give you that same reach. So collaborations, again, extremely, in my book, this is the real superpower that we have, and we should leverage it much more than we currently do. The entrepreneur mindset, recently there was, the world's largest fintech festival that happens in Bombay, the Global Fintech Fest, and you had Vijay Shekhar of Paytm. I don't know how many of you will see that reel went viral, where he talks about what defines an entrepreneur, right? And it's really about that, you just can't keep an entrepreneur down. Whatever happens, they will find a way to bounce back. This is killer, right? This, as brands become more and more hands-on, as brands move towards authenticity, as brands move towards agility, as brands want to move towards experimentation, the entrepreneur mindset, you cannot, a large network run by professionals, beyond a point, we will not be able to match the entrepreneur mindset of the founders, right? It's not about saying that entrepreneurs are better than professionals, absolutely not. Right? Professionals are the backbone of any industry, and so will it be for independent agency. But that entrepreneur mindset really gives you that edge, right? We just need to keep reminding ourselves that have that courage when we go. There's no reason why some of the largest brands today should not be working with independent digital agencies for much larger mandates. Everybody has made a start, right? And I think this is something, again, that you cannot engineer. This is, again, very unique. This is your DNA. So we should not lose that. Keep reminding ourselves how important the entrepreneur mindset is. Capital, this is something that I keep talking to every founder. that while everybody has a lot of focus on the creative product, on getting the best technology for their organization, I keep telling every founder that your biggest partner in building a large, successful organization is your CFO, right? You need to have a very, very, very strong financial discipline in the organization if you have to scale. You need a very, very, very astute CFO as part of your team, right? And I'm using the term CFO, it could be anybody, it could be a co-founder who understands finance, who knows how to raise capital, who knows what is the best way to have access to capital. Most independent agencies are extremely good at what they do, but they struggle because of cash flows. You know, if two clients default or they delay payments, the struggle is real, right? So this is something that needs a lot more education. Most of the reason why we have been able to scale is because, you know, have a very, very, very able finance team that understands finance, that understands capital. And today the Indian markets allow you to do that, right? Access of capital is much, much, much more. With this kind of access to capital, I see more and more less agencies, entrepreneurs wanting to exit to an international network, right? It's really going to be about how am I going to become built. And today there are lots of founders who are speaking after me who have done that successfully, who built large independent companies, right? Again, capital is something extremely, extremely important. Today it's available, right? Capital is chasing entrepreneurs. It's not just across categories, it's also happening in our category. And we should ensure that we leverage this for the best. And again, I spoke about this. I mean, this is, you know, my teams really put this. This is more a plug for YAP. But it's really saying that, you know, ensure that you really, really built and have the right services, which is relevant now, which is also relevant for the next 10 years. I'm sure most of good organizations do this. It's something that's extremely important today. Culturally, it's become relevant. But again, something, it's a must if you really want to own the next decade. So yeah, so that's really my time. The timer shows that it's time up. If I have to really sum up, you know, let's be bold. It's an era for collaborations. You know, I don't think the entrepreneur today is going to be excited about selling out to a network anymore. There's opportunity to build large organizations. There's opportunity to raise capital from the market. Collaborations, you know, whether it's M&A, whether it's alliances, whether it's partnerships, whether it's JV, I'm sure you'll see a lot more of this. And clients today are the most open than they've ever been, right, to work with independents. It's really for the independent community to come together and leverage that individually for their organizations and collectively as a fraternity, as a sector. Thank you so much for your time.
Sure. Thank you so much. May I request our speaker to please stay back with us on stage. Can we have a big, big round of applause for Mr. Hegre, everyone? May we request you to please join us on the center stage, and may I urge Mr. Tejas Apte to please join us and help us in the felicitation of our speaker, the General Manager Media DMC of HUL. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause as well, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are appreciating and recognizing Mr. Hegre, and as I said, the golden rule of today is to give a bigger round of applause. Come on, Mumbai. Thank you so much. So, well, with that, what a fantastic session it was, and we couldn't have had a better start than Mr. Hegre's session at the third edition of iDac. So thank you so much for bringing in your expertise in the spotlight today for us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now moving on to our spotlight session, we have our next speaker. Somebody who's a dynamic entrepreneur and a visionary leader who has founded Shebang in December 2014. He also played an instrumental role in building Foxy Moron from the ground as the co-founder. His vision for the future involves not only advancing the digital marketing strategies, but also building a community that contributes positively to the society. And I also must add here that he has co-founded Level Supermind, an app that helps reduce your stress levels, anxiety, and with curated activities for your daily routine. So there's always a pause when he's going to be joining us, thanks to his aura. Ladies and gentlemen, talking on his insights on winning and keeping, how independent agencies can thrive amid big shark pressure. Let's call upon none other than Mr. Harshal Karya, founder, Shebang. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, much more bigger round of applause as we welcome him.
Morning, everyone. I think I decided to get a bag today which says, I dream in India. And I think that's what the next decade or two really is going to be about for all of us. It's going to be about all of us dreaming in India. Thank you, Naval, for giving me the opportunity of this stage. And what I understand here within the audience is exciting people who are building their own agencies or looking to get into the agency business. So I have tried to tailor make this presentation for you. I actually had to reflect over the last 24 to 36 months. The topic was apt because I faced a lot of the shark pressure. Really, it is difficult being an independent agency because you're facing a lot of challengers who are much, much larger than you. And how do you differentiate in that? So I've just tried to put together a short presentation of some of the things that I've done, which hopefully could be useful to you. I remember that around this time last year, E4M invited me to speak at the same conference. So I had done a version of this talk, and this is, second round 2 of it. Basically, for me also it was nice because I had to look back at the 1 year of progress saying, have things actually moved? So the perception of independence is that it could be seen as a disadvantage because you are smaller, you are constantly under threat, and because you are hungrier, people can negotiate with you better, etc. That's the perception that you might have in the marketplace. And really, if you just go to look at it, this paradox is exactly our strength. So our strength is that we are smaller, so we can move faster. Our strength is that we are hungrier, so we can innovate harder. And our strength is that we are threatened, so threat always builds better systems. And actually what I've tried to focus on in this presentation is a lot less about the mindset, because I know a lot of speakers will cover mindset, and I believe that a lot of the people in this room come with that mindset. The reason you're sitting in this room today is because you have the mindset to grow. You're already hungry, you're already nimble, so you've decided to walk into this room. So I don't want to focus so much on the psychological, I want to focus more on the structural. And I think the third point is very important, because if you are threatened, you will build systems faster. And there are 3 or 4 core systems that I believe can make an independent agency much more differentiated than any large network in today's age. So the 4 things, if we just actually go back to basic level principles, our business, I read a quote in one of my client's office. It was by Henry Ford. It says that the Ford company only pays the salary. The money comes from the customer. So in our business, the money comes from the client. And client satisfaction is one of the most important things that we need to really focus on. So one of the challenges that I had, we had a diversified client portfolio of about 300 clients, 1,200 people dealing with 300 clients. I had no idea which client is satisfied, which client is not satisfied. So we went back to the first principle saying that let's build a system that can get you client satisfaction at a 45-day level. So I'll talk to you a little bit about that. That's one. Really focusing on the clients and really focusing on the client satisfaction is the first level, and you have to measure it on multiple parameters. It's not like are you satisfied or not. So I'll talk a little bit about that. The second is joint goals with clients. So, one of the things I love about Google and Meta is they use the word, they might probably be using it with some of you, they use the word joint business plan. When the client is signing on with us, they are also effectively signing on a joint business plan with us, because they're saying that, look, together with you, I will achieve my business goals. And I think most of us, once we sign the contract, the biggest mistake that we are making is that we are not signing a joint goal with the client, and we are not measuring against that single joint goal consistently. So that's the second thing, what I call the North Star metric. The third thing is, in my organization, I had a lot of attrition because people were leaving saying that organization is not transparent. Organization is not, I don't know what my own goal is, and how does that lead to my growth versus my peers' growth versus my colleagues' growth, so on and so forth, versus my subordinates' growth. So there's no transparent system which makes a meritocratic, transparent company, which is the third thing which we focused on, calling the shebang people box. And the fourth thing today, one of the quotes I read in Meta is that they said that, if they had the ability to capture the intelligence sitting in the corridors of the conversations of that company and codify it, then that could be a fantastic leverage for that company, for Meta. So what we basically went and did is we went and built out a version of the second brain for shebang, because we believe that every client of ours needs to have a second brain. So every meeting that we did with them, every minutes of the meeting that we had with them, all their structures, all of that got together into an AI second brain. So I'll talk about these four things. These are four initiatives that turn independence into a moat and let you win against the big sharks. They're fairly easy to do, fairly cheap to do, but it works at first principle level. So the first thing is, as I spoke about, is CSAT loops. So we measure CSAT. It's exactly 30 seconds it takes to get a CSAT from a client, 30 to 45 seconds. It's all built on a WhatsApp bot. So we measure against 10 metrics: responsiveness, brand understanding, quality of the idea, quality of the design and video, the proactivity displayed by the team, the execution of the strategy, the data effectiveness, the meeting of the business goals, the North Star metrics, and very importantly, senior leadership importance. Because involvement of senior leadership makes clients really want to work with you and build the relationship. So what we do is we do this CSAT every 45 days. We do it across all clients, across all categories. They're kind of tweaks. So SEO client will have slightly different, a generative engine optimization client will have slightly different, media client will have slightly different, creative client has slightly different, but effectively we're tweaking each of these 10 parameters across a 45-second day CSAT pulse once every 45 days. If I open up my dashboard and show it to you, I get to know across every department, across every team manager, what are the CSAT scores that they are having. What that then does is that it puts everybody on an even field. It creates a competition between people, saying who is going to really work harder to serve the CSAT higher. So that's number one, which surfaces early signals before they become an issue. Because the biggest moat an agency can have is if you sign clients and you keep clients. One of the things I've learned the hard way is that signing clients and you lose them in 1.5, 2 years is the worst thing you can do for your company. So tracking the CSAT is the best way to do that, because you stay on top of it. The client also knows that you're watching and you're listening, and not that there are issues everywhere. There could be issues on some part. For example, your quality of output might be good, but your data effectiveness may be low. So the client is saying, "Arey, maza nahi aa raha," but now specifically you're able to pinpoint, so you can enrich each team with the right kind of support. So that's one. So it turns client expectations into actionable priorities. It builds confidence among teams and it builds confidence among clients. So that's the first step, which can be the moat of the independent agency: better feedback, better, more responsiveness on the client, which the large agencies won't be doing. So that could be one of the moats that you could build in the room. That's number one. The second moat that you could build is, you could build a moat around the North Star metrics. So if I break down what is effectively a North Star metric, typically it's one metric, but I would say for the agency business, we need to have roughly 3 to 4 metrics, which we constantly track with the client. Most of us do this. When the report goes to the client, the report will have 15, 16 metrics. The report will have lots, because we are sitting all in a Meta world, a Google world, YouTube world. The report will have tens of things on that client. So the client is like, okay, things are going fine. But what are the 3 things that really matter to the client? So if you've got a marketing automation retainer, what really matters is the open rate. If you've got a performance retainer, what really matters is the click-through rate and the cost per install going down over time. If you've got a social retainer, What really matters is the organic reel views. So depending on what the nature of the relationship is with the client, that's the first thing that we are now sitting and doing. And it's not like we've done all, but we're now sitting and in the midst of doing that, we are agreeing on joint goals with the client, saying that these are the 3 things we will measure every month. So take CSAT, number 1, where you get the quality of the service. Take the North Star metric, where you get the quality of the outcome. And suddenly the client is in a much more secure place, because the client is then saying that, look, actually come, and it also fortifies you, because if the client says I have a problem, you can say that I'm only 4% behind my North Star metric agreement with you. My CSAT is consistently good. What's the challenge? So it gives you a lot more leverage in the room. It also gets your payments out faster. Atul spoke about cash flow. Typically, the best way to get cash out is numbers. You can say that I've sent you 10 invoices, but the client doesn't care that they've got 10 invoices in their inbox. Ultimately, if you know that you're a more valuable partner, it's very simple. All of us pay money to one another. You hold the money of somebody who you don't think is important for you. So let that sink in for a bit, because that is where we all, and including myself, where we all fail, which is that the money comes late because the client thinks you are not important. The moment you have joint goals, the moment you have strong measurement of satisfaction, you suddenly start becoming an important partner. And then the discussions start getting elevated. So that's the second thing, the North Star metric. The third thing is you tie that back to your own people, because now you've got the client satisfaction, now you got the North Star metric. You can have other metrics like, commercial target. You can have another. So for your own people, you can track the North Star metric of the clients that they are tagged to, the CSAT that they are tagged to. In addition, you can have some more metrics, like how many awards did they apply for and how much did it get converted. What's the finance target that they have. So, what's the goal that they've set versus the goal achieved. The budget that you gave them versus the budget utilized. So typically for us, it is 4 parameters. One is client success. Second is financial achievement. Third is visibility in the press and awards. And the fourth is so finance, visibility, client success, and campaigns. So we are only tracking them on how many campaigns, and we've basically broken down the campaigns by what we call a sprint campaign and a major campaign. So inspired by Formula 1, I love watching Formula 1. So in Formula 1, you have a sprint race. So sprint campaign is a small campaign where it's not a large budget campaign. It's something interesting that you've done for the client. And a major campaign is that. But you can have your own variation of it. So all of that put together gives every person a real-time scorecard once every 30 days where they can see, hey, and a lot of it is, back-ending work, like pulling in the data across all the APIs into a single dashboard, pulling in the CSAT into a single dashboard. All of that, it automatically comes. Think of yourself going to school and you get a report card once every 6 months. This is for every member of your team, a report card once every month. So even if the HR person is talking to them, they're saying that, okay, actually you're a little bit behind on this, a little bit forward on this. It makes the discussions a little bit more meaningful, less redundant, less about, hey, this one said this to me, hey, this one said that to me. We've all been in the room, we all run agencies, so we know that most of the time the discussions are around what people think and what people did. And the discussions are not around outcomes. So this makes the whole organization wired around outcomes. So that's the third thing in terms of a process. And the fourth thing is, and then there's a lot of AI work that we're doing, but basically this is codifying every brand into a second brain for the client. So let's say I've got a client, bank client. I've got the last 2 years of minutes of the meeting of that bank client. I've got the last 2 years of the performance data of that bank client. I've got the, the way the meta ads run. I've got the reports. I feed all of that into what I call let's call that client AU Small Finance Bank, AU Small Finance Bank's second brain. So now if I'm going for the meeting and I allow my teams to keep updating that second brain. So if I'm going for a meeting with a client, I say, hey, what happened in the last 2 months? But comes a reply, which is that these were all the campaigns that we did. These were the things that worked well. These were the things that didn't work well, metrics, etc. And clients also love this because they really, this is all the clients, all the questions that the clients ask, right? They want to ask, what did we do last year in Diwali? What worked well? How much did we spend? Should we really be investing in this or not? those kind of things. Another big thing that clients are really insisting on is consumer conversations. So if you can take the consumer conversations, transcribe it using a voice transcriber, and again put it in the second brain, which becomes the view of the consumer. So all of that put together brings a sense of nimbleness and agility to the way this whole architecture can be built. So one is the CSAT, which is run on a WhatsApp. Second is the agreed North Star metrics, which are measured against a singular dashboard, which the client has access to. The third is all of that coming to our people in a single brain. And the fourth is, with all of that coming to our people in a single brain, coming to our people in a single report card, and fourth is to create a second brain around it. So this is all the work that we're doing right now as we speak on making sure that we are nimble against the sharks. And I think that's more or less my time, because because the freedom to leap higher and scale wider and land sharper with these kind of systems is what really we are trying to focus on. So we are lucky that we get the opportunity with so many clients, and I see that a lot of clients are trusting independence also, and it's a great time to be an independent agency, but we have to work harder. So that's what we are trying to work on. I hope that was useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Harshal, for joining us on the same. And ladies and gentlemen, if I could have Ria Joseph, Head of Media of Britannia, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation to our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've learned something new, let's give Harshal a big, big round of applause. Such a pleasure and honor always having him at the platform, and so much to learn from his session. May we request the two of you to please join us on the center stage, and remember any of the hashtags which need to be put on social media is hashtag E4M iDac as one word. So why don't we put it out on Twitter, all the social media platforms, or if there are any Instagrammers in the room, feel free to do so. After all, let's be dependent on each other on this, and get the conversations out of the room about the third edition of iDac happening right here in Mumbai. Let's quickly set the stage up now for the panel, as I know all our panelists are here in the room, so I do not want to hold them further, but just allow the team a couple of minutes to set the stage for all of you. But for the time being, we've had two fantastic sessions so far, and it's been great hearing from both our leaders in the space of independent agencies, and how it started with Mr. Hegde saying that this is the decade for independent agencies, and thereby Harshal, of course, being a sort of an inspiration in the field, and of course thereby proving what Mr. Hegde has been rightfully saying on this topic. So ladies and gentlemen, now moving on to the first discussion of the day, which is probably on the most discussed topic, not just in media and advertising, but across all sectors. Any guesses what we're talking about? Did I just hear I, or did I hear AI? Absolutely. So we've always heard artificial intelligence, and we keep talking about it in various platforms, but thereby it becomes extremely important to further continue the conversation around it, how it is impacting work, and of course, thereby the topic of our panel discussion is 1 in a million or 1 to a million, wherein we're trying to crack the hyper-personalization with AI in India's digital jungle. And I'm confident that with the speakers we have on board, we are going to be cracking that for sure, learning from all of them. Our panel thereby explores how the Indian agencies are leveraging AI, from predictive analysis and conversational tools to real-time creative adaptation, be it to craft the messages that speak to the individual, not the demographic. So let's talk on hyper-personalization with AI, and ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, let's now call upon our panelists for today, starting with our moderator of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Mehul Gupta, co-founder and CEO of Socheers. Well, Mehul, somehow in the creative you're right there, but then I would leave it up to you to get your placements in play. And with that, let's welcome on our speakers on stage. Let's give it up to Surbhi Gupta, Head Digital, Birla Opus Paints. Let's give our lady a big, big round of applause as we welcome her. Thank you so much, Surbhi, for joining in. We'd also like to call upon Tejas Apte, General Manager, Media, DMC, Hindustan Unilever. Thank you, Mr. Apte, for joining us. We'd now like to call upon Ria Joseph, Head of Media, Britannia. Let's give it a warm round of applause as we welcome her. Amit Rathi, Managing Director, Channel Factory. Amit, thank you so much for joining in. And Anshul Arora, Founder and MD, 1702 Digital. Let's give her a big, big round of applause as we welcome her. And as we have all of them on stage, requesting all of you to kindly take your seats and of course thereby start the conversation. Over to you, Mehul.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for such good, quick introduction. We have very little time and the topic is very interesting. So we're gonna keep it sharp. Ideally is to try and understand the impact of hyper-personalization and AI, the two of the most spoken about buzzwords across LinkedIn and other conversations. We have the right people, we have the right panel. Let's ask questions which will help us understand the subject very, very well and the impact of it. From every brand right now on the internet, on digital, is trying to find either the right customer, one right customer, or the one right message, or the one right moment. Are we trying to personalize this communication, or I mean, what do we actually mean by hyper-personalization when it comes to the audience that you are trying to cater to? And this is a very short perspective-driven question to each one of you, if you all can have a quick take on it.
Hello everyone. So good morning. I think when we start talking about hyper-personalization, it has to, in my mind, do with a lot of data which we can have across the kind of people who are visiting us. So we are a paint brand, yeah? And if you look at a paint brand, somebody who's interested, who's in the, we call a term painting cycle, anybody who's in the painting cycle, first we'll need to identify those segments, cohorts, and once they get their painting done, they would maybe come back to us after 3 to 4 years. And we are a new kid on the block. We have only 1 year of operations which we have done so far. So for us, more than hyper-personalization, the first year has been about reach. Yeah. So, but slowly and gradually we are also seeing that a lot of people who come visit our websites, who try to get in touch with us, there are a lot of repeat customers, and the hyper-personalization journey for us begins with that repeat visit, yeah? So the first time they come, they see something, and this is where with the tools and technology, with the data, we are trying to see how I can find out who's coming to me, what was it that they exhibited the behavior before, and then on the one perspective of hyper-personalization is on the website, how we can then show them a different content or a different banner, be it, because the objective is to engage and increase the stickiness with that consumer once they have come again, yeah? So that is something which you know, in a nutshell is more about hyper-personalization for us. And during the course, while again with paint, the other business which we do is painting services, we apply. So during the course of painting service, till the time we actually win over the customer and we are able to get an order from him, till in that particular period, how we can communicate to that particular consumer with more personalized content, which will again take that journey, it will make it sharper and it will get us the win in the end. Yeah. So that is hyper-personalization for us. Yeah.
Super. Tejas?
Yeah. Good morning. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, E4M, for organizing this. Wonderful to see new faces because it's independent agencies. So good to see you all. I think when it comes to hyper-personalization, for me, it's a means to an end. And what I mean by that is we are actually trying to sell everyday, I'm from HUL, we sell everyday products like soaps, soups, shampoos. And it's about getting people to use more of the product. So it's about driving penetration or increasing frequency of purchase. It's fairly straightforward. Our products sell in, 9 out of 10 Indians use our products. So in terms of penetration, we are quite good. We've already had strategies like winning in many Indias. We have WIMI across geographies, we have WIMI across affluence. WIMI is winning in many Indias, sorry. So for me, as I said, personalization, hyper-personalization is just a means to an end. The end is actually to de-average. And de-average it for a business need or a consumer need. What I mean by that is if there's a consumer need for a slightly stronger toothpaste, which gives you more refreshing feel after you brush, it would be driven by what's the cuisine of that state and not necessarily what you consume as a person. Because in FMCG, you would also want a relatively large total addressable market. So you would then customize the product or you de-average that product out from your base freshness toothpaste that you sell. Same is the case for soaps, same is the case for our foods category. So really for me, hyper-personalization is great, but we have to be mindful of how much you want to personalize based on your business you are in, based on the category that you're playing in, and based on the return that the category is likely to give you by hyper-personalization. All of us are profitable companies. We don't want to go down the path of, making huge losses just because we want to segregate 1.4 billion people into 1.4 billion individuals.
Over to you, Ria.
Thank you, eForum team, for having me here. And it's great to see all of you. And as I think I will take from what Tejas said, I think hyper-personalization, if it goes beyond a particular, personalization to another consumer, it becomes quite creepy, right? Because as you move into a mall, you don't want them to know everything about you. And even if you know everything about the consumer, you don't want to tell them that you know everything. So anyway, I'll just come about it from a Britannia lens. For us, ground zero media for us is our packs. So we sell about 18 billion packs in a year. That might be very small for you, Tejas, but for the rest of us, it's big. So that's about 1.5 billion every month. So what we have got is obviously QR codes because that is what is available for us. But for each of our brands, whether it's Mari, whether it is Good Day, whether it is Milk Bikis or 50/50, we have found out which are the platforms that consumers are looking at. And we have something which leads to each of these platforms in each of our packs, right? So even when we don't have much media money to spend, there's the pack which is available for us in the market. So for example, if we are talking about 50/50, we've taken cricket as one of the platforms. And we keep changing maybe, what is it that the consumer gets over a period of time. So for Golmaal, we had associated with Ravi Shastri. So, you can put in whatever, you can ask some questions and Ravi Shastri can actually reply back to you in his own mannerism or, in some googly manner, right? So that's what we have done. We collect data and then we can actually go back to them with maybe some cricket trivia or cricket data or something like that. So that's what we have done, and we have identified platforms like that for all of our brands. So that's ground zero for us, and as we move along, maybe we can talk more about, I would like to know more about personalization from everybody else. Thanks.
Thanks, Urvi. Amit?
Hi, good morning everyone. Thanks for E4M and Vihul and my fellow panelists. It's a very touchy topic, to be honest, on the media lens point of view, because we manage the media a lot, and especially what Channel Factory do in terms of we are a YouTube measurement program partner. And second, we got a YouTube activation partner batch recently. We started our chapter in 2024 in India. And I will step back a little bit on that. Hyper-personalization is a very important aspect, as I see that two CPG brands are sitting next to me and Birla on the other side, and agency folks are sitting here. What is important in the lens of every bar marketer here is, are they using the right content? It is a very, very big piece with the scale. Because in a social platform, most of the people are spending close to 65 to 70% of the media spends are happening there. Hyper-personalization is very, very important. But its creative is amplified to them, but at the end of the day, are they using the right media metrics on this? Because it's a vast, and we have a nuances of close to 17 language which we play in India right now.
Yeah.
And English and Hindi is the predominant language point of view. I'll pass it to the next because I know there's a lot more to talk on this.
Hi, I'm Achal. I run the 1702 digital network. So we have this advertising arm of ours called Cord, and 1702 digital does your performance marketing and your tech and the media buying part of it. So interestingly, when you talk about hyper personalization and AI, both the entities have seen a very different approach and very different level of struggles or limitations with hyper personalization and AI. And I speak for more than like around 60-70 brands that we work with day in, day out. So there have been a lot of good case studies. Now, if you talk about content creation and advertising, of course, when you're creating content at scale, hyper personalization has always helped. But last time, which was your favorite AI ad that you all remember? It will not click when you're talking about a brand personality, because even if you're doing, let's say, e-commerce content, if you're doing, brand creatives, AI will give, you can give the same prompt, but it will give you a very generic image. And after a point of time, it will hit a ceiling, right? It will not give you the brand personality and the differentiation that you want. So of course, content generation agencies can create content in seconds, but when it really comes to differentiation, AI will hit a ceiling very quickly. On the other side, when you talk about the delivery part of it, when it comes to, media buying, performance marketing, what Amit also does. So there, of course, hyper-personalization, we've seen much more successful case studies where we've been really able to target not just a demographic, let's say of 35 to 40, but actually a 35-year-old who may be, a father who may be single, who may be from a tier 3. So it's not just a 35 to 40, it's also that 35 to 40 has so many variations in a culturally rich context like India. So of course there we've been able to see some inroads. Of course some limitations are of course there, but overall it's been interesting. Of course AI is also learning. It's a long way to go for India, because most of these tools, also the images that you see, they're not very India specific, they're not very India focused. So it's still like a work in progress, but I'd love to hear more on what the brands have also seen.
Thanks, Anchal. Great. Tejas, at scale, I mean, FMCG, HUL, you're working at scale, right? When you're taking decisions for buying media or creating comms for media, what are you leaning towards? Is it data precision or is it cultural intuition? Or is it a combination of both?
I think for most of your, let's say, which are business as usual ideas, it will be hardcore data-driven decision making. And thankfully with AI, it's far easier to turn around MMMs faster, get them to ingest a lot more data to give you more actionable output. So I think on a lot of the BAU, business as usual, it's actually there are specific categories that we want to activate in a geography. We would definitely look for opportunities in culture. So we possibly tie up with the most number of movies in India. We possibly create the most number of influencer content pieces in India. And so on and so forth. So, it's not an either or. It, again, always comes down to what's your job to be done. What's your objective for the campaign. And, whether it's AI, whether it's work done on pen and paper, it will always start with what's the marketing objective. And, as I said, it's just a means to an end. I know it's cool. I know that it can drive extreme productivity. But let's not forget that AI is not the end. It's just a means to an end.
Absolutely. Thanks, Tejas. I'm going to come back to you with a follow-up question on that. But Ria, again, AI helps you build great comms, great creatives, quick, targeting different cohorts that you want to target. I want to understand from you, have you tried doing that? If yes, has it worked for you when it comes to conversions? or in what part of the funnel it really helps you?
So I'm going to flip it a little bit because we don't do too many creatives which are very, very hyper personalized. And I'm going to just come back from, what we do with each of our consumers for each of our particular products, right? So to take an example, we have a product called Milk Case, culturally relevant in Tamil Nadu. We have more than 95% share and all of that in milk biscuits. But we just wanted it to be more relevant, more new, more for the here and now, right? So what we did was making the dad the hero, because we always have moms running after kids' nutrition and all of that. So what we said was, dads, when they can be part of the bedtime stories of their kids, right? So what we said is, scan the pack and then just scan any object in your room. It could be a table lamp, it could be a water bottle, any of those things, and you will get immediately a story which is revolving around that, right? And the possibilities are infinite. So we have trained the model to give out any kind of stories, and if there is something that the model doesn't know, it will take the closest connection to that and they will make out the story. We have more than 500,000 people who have actually made the stories, and we are talking about just one market, Tamil Nadu, right? Of course, Milk Biggies is huge there and all of that. So AI, along with personalization, has really helped us connect a lot in that market, right? So that is probably how we have used personalization in the market.
So you took cultural intuition,
That's right.
used AI to build relevance. So basically one message to 1 million relevant people, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm trying to conclude from your statement. Amit, over to you. Amit, you see a lot of brands are making AI videos, dumping across platforms, social platforms, like Anchal also spoke about it. From your lens, are those creatives, are those videos actually adding any value to the brand? Is it brand track mein badh raha hai? Is it increasing conversions? What is it? Is it even helping, or is it just a vanity metrics that everyone can show to their CMOs?
So it is a very interesting one. Let me tell you guys here. This is my Karn Bhumi. I would say that. And Mumbai is a Karn Bhumi, but I am not a Mumbaiker. I don't understand Marathi, nor my family. I've been encountered multiple times a Marathi creative on my TV screen. So that's how it is the industry is going on right now. And why it's happening? Because everybody see on the lens, we are targeting Mumbai and maximum Marathi people will be there. But unfortunately, it's a Cosmo and 30 to 40% of the people are coming from other states and cities. And that's where the media wastage comes in. So for my lens, hyper-personalization is important, but it is relevant when you are serving the ad through the content point of view. If the content is say Marathi and you are serving the ad of Marathi language, then it's more relevant. And we have seen these cases a lot because because it's YouTube itself, it's a big environment, and where audio transcript does in India, we manage 14 languages, and where the language targeting is the biggest barrier for every marketer, and then you end up doing a media wastage. So, yes, it is relevant, hyper-localization is relevant, but at what scale you are looking for, and are you using the right tool? I would always say, as we are evolving in the AI generations and doing a lot of tech-enabled environment, are we using the right tool and deploying on that? If the score goes 60-40, then it's, even if efficiency comes in CTR, VTR and all those things, end up something going on. But if the score goes relevancy of 90 or 100, then brand recall will increase. So creative will be the secondary for me. The content is the primary objective because you are serving the ad on the basis of content, not the blank page of the creative.
Thanks, Amit. Superb. Achal, you're running an agency. The new thing that we discussed also is how AI is AI and hyper-personalization is being demanded by clients, and what is it that you are tracking as success? Is it relative to your normal ads versus hyper-personalization ads generated with AI? Are you saving time on resources? Are you getting better conversion at a cheaper cost? What is it?
Yeah. So, on a creative perspective, what I'll do is I'll probably give 3-4 examples, live examples of what we've seen. I think that'll help. So there was a QSR brand that we were working with, and this was, there's this fasting period that was going on, both Navratri, Ramadan, So while we were serving ads, after a point of time, we saw a lot of, again, ad wastage that was happening. And of course, impressions were also going waste because they were not going to, consume the product at that point of time. So that is where we couldn't find a tool to really, clean up the database, and that is where human intervention had to come in, even when the kind of ads that we were serving were actually from a tool where we didn't have to manually put in cohorts. We use Celtra, I think Unilever uses that a lot, where, we just fed a video, and if there was a demographic, let's say of again 40 to 45, the video would cut in various relevant pieces and serve it to people based on their interest. So let's say if I'm a 45-year-old who loves to travel, it will show me the part of the video which will help me, gauge my interest as per that and show me the relevant part only. So we used a lot of AI to feed content, but when it came to ad delivery and, weaning off the wastage part, we had to kind of use a human intervention, right? Another example I'll give you is, there's again this mutual fund that we were working with, and again, various behavioral aspects, and earlier we had to put a manual set of creatives, let's say 10 creatives for a particular cohort. Right now we only put a base image, and then they change the background and they change everything around it according to the likes and behaviors of the person. So of course there have been means and ways where, AI and personalization has really helped. When it comes to how it's helping our clients, I think it's bringing our costs down a lot. So earlier, we just made a film for, let's say, ID Fresh Foods. So earlier, if you had to do a product shoot, it would have costed them, let's say, launching a product anywhere between 10 to 20 lakh, right? We used 50% AI, CGI images, which would otherwise cost a lot if you were to shoot, and 50% we use actual images. So most of the content that even brand, product videos that we are creating, we're able to bring those costs down for the client. So now they're able to, because you're launching products every month, otherwise, you can't compete with the DTCs out there, specifically I'm talking about CPG companies. So from that perspective, their product launch creative costs have come down, and media wastage also has come down, but it does require, equal set of human intervention as and when.
Just to add on Achal's point of view, we've been encountered multiple times on these issues. Because Hanuman Chalisa, I think everybody knows, and there's some article being shipped on LinkedIn, I was noticing. Licious is a very known brand when sentiment goes very high. So you mentioned about creative, and the content comes in the picture. Somebody is not watching, is listening the Hanuman Chalisa because nobody is watching that, and Licious ads comes in. McDonald's themselves in a YouTube environment is the music. And when the creator or when the set of the campaigns happen, you are not removing that and you are running the campaign on those.
Has anyone seen, have you compared the result of what an AI image can give you in terms of conversions or impressions versus creator made? I really want to ask that question because we do have a case study, but I want to understand, I think, from you all as well once.
So I think we experimented slightly, yeah. So we started with some kind of, we have not had a full creative done with AI, but certain components of that creative is something which we generated. So we have seen that there is a faster turnaround time in any creative. So that is something which we have already seen, and it's been proven that when we work with our agencies also, we tell them that, we also have a MarTech tool, which we have internally. We said, you use this tool and see that you get some more creative options, which bases the brief, which the tool is also given, it will generate something, and then the agencies also leverage that and generate that. So there is a faster turnaround definitely. And what we are also now looking at is some kind of building blocks which we can create again with the tool, which what it helps is, and it goes back to the point Amit was saying, that we are entering into an era of smarter segmentation. Yeah. So with the smarter segmentation, the same segment, if you had segment, you had 10 people in it. But now if I'm able to get a smart segment out of it, basis the data from the behavior, the everything which we are collecting on our customers, basis that smarter segmentation, then depending on if somebody is where I want to pitch a luxury product to them versus a economy product to them, because of those building blocks which we are creating, we are able to change the creative into a luxury. So that is something which we are developing right now. It's not ready yet, but that is something for us that will go into the scope of hyper-personalization.
Surabhi, one question. You said that you're using hyper-personalization with AI for existing customers to build relationships so that the brand recall is high, and when the time comes to repurchase, they kind of come back to you. I want to see, I mean, from traditional methods to the new hyper-personalization with AI methods, has it shown better conversions with returning customers, or?
So we are only 1 year into our business, yeah. So we don't have return as in somebody getting the repainting done with us, because I said the painting cycle is at least 3-4 years, yeah. So, but what we are looking at is, and it's more than the hyper-personalization, the AI, which we are looking at to track and ensure there is better conversion. So for us, conversion is more important, yeah, because of the, the kind of customers, the kind of visitors. I will even start with visitors who are seeing our creatives, digital campaigns, which they are seeing, they are coming in, they are, giving us some bit of information, but how we, ensure that we are with them entire way, yeah. So this is where a lot of many times that personal connect with the consumer also helps in a better conversion. Yes. So but operationally you cannot set up such a big team that with all the consumers who are coming in. So that is where the personalization at that level comes in with technology. Yeah. So again, I think there was a very good point. With the right set of technology, how we can engage with the same consumers and see if somebody is standing on the final leg of conversion and they are just not making the payment, yeah. So the order we are not able to convert, how I can instantly then give them some discount, some more value, which and actually ends them converting. Yeah. So these are the things which we are looking at first, because again, this is something which is there. The other channel, because we also sell via our channel partners. Yes. So the channel partners, that is what we are looking at. If we can now enable or give them some platform so they can do their own creatives. Correct. For their own, the dealers who are working with us, they also have a network, a larger network, and that is where we are creating again some tools right now, which will help them create something.
Not only creators, but also comms with their customers, which will be in a structured format. Great. Over to everyone, just laying out the foundation. I've heard, I think, so very good pointers. Is it finding that one customer, people that we have, or we find, like Ria mentioned, finding the right cultural context, that one cultural context, and scale it to millions? From all of y'all, I want to understand, are there patterns that you all have identified that 1 in a million is for this particular topic, but culturally relevant topic, that is the one topic to 1 million people, is what you should rely on better conversion or a better brand recall, could be brand lift, so on and so forth. So over to you all. Yeah, we can start from Aanchal.
Yeah, so I think it is very obvious to me that we are all fighting for brand space. Conversion, more or less, for me, from whatever I've seen, it's almost become a commodity right now, where the only differentiator would be that I'll really go and find the relevant context and scale it, rather than only focus on conversion. Although conversion, of course, it's a very different methodology. I wouldn't say that, which is why there is a brand team and there is a media team, right? So both of them, one will take care of your share of voice, the other will, of course, take care of your conversion. Of course, they fall in the same funnel, but then there are various different methodologies to do this. So I'll wrap up at that.
Okay.
Okay, so for my point, I will stand on the same thing, which is contextual and creative together. Hyper-personalization is possible if depend upon how you're reaching out to the end consumer and talking to the one-on-one. One use case, in the winter, everybody is looking out to have a Maggie or something, and they are looking for the recipe, just example, and you are serving the ad of any Maggie brand or noodle brand, it will be more relevant than the serving a car brand, which is irrelevant for that. So, yeah, the answer is yes, it's possible if you're using the right tool.
For me, I think it depends on the brand's requirement. So we have a protein bar which sells maybe to a very few number of people. At that time, personalization is very, very critical. Okay, you have to understand the consumer, whether it is a gym goer or a casual health eater and all of that. And hence, that is the kind of approach that I will take for certain set of brands. And in the Milk Wikis example, I've already got a market share. What I need to do is to make sure that I remain consistent in their consideration set so that they keep buying me more and more. So at that point in time, maybe scale along with being culturally relevant is something that I will look for. And we have a lot of brands in between. So different brands probably will need different approaches.
Yeah, so I think again it will come down to what you're selling. If you're selling private jets, then you find that one person in the building. If you're a CPG company, then try and address everybody. So I think that's where I am on that. I think a couple of quick points. Yeah. I know time's up, but I'm assuming I have the liberty. So as I said, AI is a means to an end. Yes. There was a question on whether you think AI creators work better than human-made creators, for lack of a better articulation. I think my take is that the consumer doesn't know if it's AI made or human made, right? So it doesn't matter. Whichever creative works for your brand, if it was made by a machine, it was possibly done at a lower cost, so great for you as a marketer. But if that creative doesn't deliver the uplift that you're looking for, then is it really useful? I would rather pay a human to make a far better creative if it's going to give me like 10x more sale. So there is no hard and fast rule, science, set of guidelines that we've arrived at saying, AI works better, AI made creators work better than human made creators. I think the second use case for AI, honestly, with all the data which is available in the digital world, is can you find the right insight for your brand? So you know your brand's positioning, you know the market that you're trying to address. Can you find, and then possibly even segment, draw 4 or 5 large segments. But the real joy for me is not in making, like hundreds of creatives. You can pay 100 more people and still get creative. Yes. But the real joy for me of AI is actually finding that right insight. And if you can make your brand relevant to 2 or 3 large segments, but through great insight, then that's a far better ROI case for AI than generative AI. I'm not trying to, de-sell Gen AI by any means. It is important. I fully appreciate and understand. We make thousands of works, but the real upside for me is in finding the right insight through AI.
Yeah. Thanks, Tejas.
So I think I'll just add, because most of the things are covered. So maybe we are debating this today, but we'll not debate it 3 years down the line, yeah? So this is not a debate of scale versus relevance, cultural insight, AI can do this or not. We have already started seeing AI can do. I'm sorry, I'm a technologist at heart, so I would always believe that technology will be able to do, be it at scale, be it bringing relevance, be it bringing conversion. So everything is possible, and overall, I am a firm believer that a lot of the content creatives, the personalization of 1:1 maybe 10 years down the line. Personalization or to, as I said, smarter segments, maybe it started already, it's something in the next 3-4 years which will really come up and do well. So that kind of personalization is going to happen, and it is going to happen with the right technology.
Thanks. Thanks everyone. I'll just quickly sum it up. Time is up. Give me 2 minutes, please. I think overall what we understood is very, very simple. There is no right answer to hyper-personalization and AI per se. It is very, very imperative for us to understand what your product demands, who is it catering to, understanding the context of the audience, finding insights which are relevant to the audience, and then building a comms promise or a communication channel, mediums and comms overall. Now, whether you use AI to do it or individuals to do it, that's a very individualistic thing. If you can use technology rightly and get the output, great for everyone. If not, if a humanly made creative is communicating the same message and getting us that conversion, that's great. So yeah, guys, that's our time for today, and I hope it was an insightful session for everyone out here. Thank you, everyone.
I think we can just constantly keep this on. Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give our panel a big, big round of applause. And of course, if I may take the humble opportunity of re-inviting on stage the founder of Shebang, Harshal Karya, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Starting with, of course, our moderator, Mr. Mehul Gupta. Let's recognize him with a big round of applause for all his contribution and curation. Of course, thereby heading towards Surbhi. Surbhi, thank you so much for joining in. We just request you to please join us in the center and give us that photograph moment. And thereby, let's recognize Tejas Apte. Thank you so much for joining in at the 3rd edition of iDac. Truly a pleasure having you on board and hearing from you. Of course, Ria, thank you so much for joining in and sharing your key inputs today. Truly an honor having you as well. And of course, we thereby invite Mr. Amit Rathi in the center, and we'd like to give him a token of appreciation for his contributions. And lastly but not the least, Anshul, thank you so much for joining in and giving us your key insights as well. And if I may now request the entire panel to please join us forward. Let's get you all in one group and create the hashtag E4M iDac moment. Harshal, please do join the group as well. It's always a pleasure having you. And ladies and gentlemen, if you've learned something new, let's give them a big, big round of applause in their contribution towards the space and joining us at the 3rd edition of the E4M iDac. Thank you so much to each and every one of them for joining in and being with us on this platform. Of course, now it is time for a much awaited session. We'll give the team just a minute to kind of clear it up, but allow me that moment to set the context for what's on the other side. Now, our keynote session is going to be now. Now, let me first put the context about the company. Of course, we all know about the company, but I always feel that as a communicator, it's wise to set the context and then thereby invite the speaker. This company was created in 1st September 1956 with a view to reach all insurable persons in the country, particularly those in the rural areas, providing them adequate financial cover at a reasonable cost. Well, of course, you know, it is the Life Corporation of India, better known as LIC. Well, LIC holds a dominant position in the insurance market and is one of the largest public sector companies in India that has immensely contributed to nation building. In fact, in 2023, SBI's Economic Research Department noted that LIC must be distinguished as the Amrit Ratna of the country. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at the helm of the behemoth of the Indian industry is our keynote speaker. Well, during his long stint in conventional marketing of over 2 decades, he served in the corporation in various leadership positions, such as the senior divisional manager in charge of Indore and Jamshedpur divisions, to being the regional manager, chief life insurance advisor of the Eastern Zone. He also thereby served as the Chief Investment Front Office Executive Director, Investment Front Office Central Office, and Chief Investment Officer, KMP. And ladies and gentlemen, today, he is the MD of the Life Insurance Corporation of India. Ladies and gentlemen, talking on the topic reimagining legacy brands for the digital age and creating a legacy himself, let's call upon none other than, with a big and a massive round of applause, Mr. Ratnakar Patnaik.
Good afternoon. I am really thankful to Exchange for Media for this kind invitation for this iDac Edition 3. And I was just going through their brochure, really happy to know they have been doing a great job as far as communication with the stakeholders, the customers is concerned. I will be just taking a pause here, and I was introduced by the anchor. I've been working for this organization for the last 35 years, maybe more than the age of many of the young India present here. I had the good fortune of working at least 10 states of the country and mostly in rural India. Today, I really quote always when I speak to my agents, I really feel good whenever I get a chance to travel in a taxi or a cab in Mumbai, and I ask the cab driver, just after a few minutes, once I ask him to switch off the FM radio, I love to interact. When I ask him, "Bhai, aapka LIC hai ki nahi?" And the answer I get, really it makes me good, feels good. "Sir, मेरा तो नहीं, लेकिन गाड़ी का LIC हम करा चुके हैं." I feel the brand recall value of LIC then. And I felt much better when long 25 years back when E4M was conceptualized, a public sector bank was launching their life insurance venture. The chairman of the company in the press conference, it came out, he could not control it. Tomorrow onwards, our bank is going to start LIC business, not life insurance business. So I feel good. This is the brand strength of LIC. And ask anyone, आपका पास बीमा है क्या? You may not get an answer. Life insurance है क्या? They may think twice. But LIC है क्या? Yeah, 4-5 LIC policy जरूर है. So I belong to that family, and few panelists were speaking so well, mostly young India. Someone was telling their company is just 1 year old, and I would like to inform we are 70 years old. But for a life insurance company in the globally, 70 years is not a very big age. And you will be surprised to know the number of policy holders we serve today. I am proud to inform we serve, it's in public domain, we serve around 27 crores of policy holders. And the object, she was very right, to spread life insurance to the nook and corner of the country. And we have been doing that, and very rightly, I'm happy she could mention that people's money for people's welfare. That is our main objective, and we have been doing that. Now coming to the today's topic, let me tell few facts. 35% of our customers whose policies are in force today were sold when mobiles were not there. Are you getting my point? Out of 100 policies, 35 policies belong to that time when there were no mobiles in the country. Forget about other social medias. That's a challenge. That was a challenge for us, but I'm happy to inform you today, we could seed the mobile numbers of all the customers, almost all the customers today. It was a challenge, but we could overcome it. We are changing fast, a balanced view, AI as well as human resources. You will be once again happy to know, today LIC's main brand ambassador, they have been our brand ambassadors, the agency force. The number of agents we have is 1.5 million. It is 15 lakh agents working throughout the country. And I would put it, no hesitation in that, the best brand ambassadors for LIC have been our own agent friends. But the challenge being, suppose an agent used to sell a policy for 20 years with a quarterly mode. The agent used to meet the customer almost 80 times during the life cycle of the policy. But after the digital initiatives, now when people have started paying online, our agent is not able to meet him 80 times. 80 interactions or 40 interactions for that matter was something to communicate to him in addition to the policy he is running with us. That opportunity we are losing, but at the same time, we have trained our agents. You have to meet the customers. Online is not everything. We have to adopt AI. We have to go online. Digital transformation is on the anvil. We are going to do it. But life insurance is such a kind of business where human interaction is very essential. I remember I worked in marketing for so many years, and that too with the agents, not very sophisticated, not very highly educated, but they have given their blood, sweat and tears for this corporation. And my experience is, unless you go to meet a customer 3 to 4 times, have half a dozen cups of tea, discuss anything other than life insurance, politics, cricket, academics, a policy doesn't get signed. And the persistency of the policies sold by our agents is much more than the persistency of the policies bought online. I'm just setting a background. Still, I strongly believe we have to adopt AI, we have to adopt digital initiatives. We have started adopting it. And friends, these 27 crore customers, they are in different age groups. Suppose a young Indian is taking an annuity policy today. Earlier it used to be 40 years the age at entry. Today anyone who is 25 years can go for an annuity policy, and keeping the longevity at 72 years, we have to serve him almost next 50 years. But we are conscious, so our connection, our communication emerges throughout the life cycle of the customer. Next 50 years, it's not some brand it was being discussed. Even the life of a car is 5 years, at best 10 years. But we are serving customers to whom I have to serve for next 50 years. So we have trained our agency force how to meet the demands of these kind of customers to whom we have to serve 50 long years. And they have been very successful, and training has been our focus for this communication to be uninterrupted, intact. Going for a new policy is not enough. Keeping the existing policy in force is a big challenge for us. Unless a policy is persistent, it doesn't help anyone, nor the customer, nor the company, nor the agent. So our thrust has been always to keep the policy in force and see to it that the policy runs for its desired tenure. Our communication with agents, they are going to communicate with customers. It has also taken a huge sea change in the way we were communicating with our agents. Today we conduct online classes for all our agents on regular intervals. unless they are trained, unless they're trained how to communicate, they will not be doing justice. And I am very conscious of the educational levels of my agent friends. There used to be times before the competition came, anyone who is just class 10th passed can take an agency. But today, we are getting a lot of millennials, they've chosen LIC agency as a career. There are a lot of millennials, the millennial agents to the millennial customers. But we have to provide the bridge. Life insurance is not a very simple, plain vanilla product. Its life cycle is different, its benefits are different, its in-between facilities or benefits are different, unlike a bank fixed deposit. So these are the few challenges, and we have been doing that, and we want to stay relevant, but without disturbing, without touching the very concept of our being there. If you kindly note, our motto of the corporation, Yoga Kshemang Vahamyaham. It is a quote from Bhagavad Gita. Simply it means, your welfare is our responsibility. And one more point, market share, yes, when the market is growing, when players are there, now 24 life insurance companies are working in this country. Market share is good to go down, but the size of the pie has increased. Our AUM has increased multifold. You can see it, the results of 30th June, it's in public domain. But one more thing, our leadership and the people in the top, we strongly believe market share is essential. At the same time, the mind share of the Indian citizens. Whenever an Indian citizen asked, suppose you are having a disposable income, some disposable money with you, where you are going to put this? And invariably, some surveys say, we come first or second in the responses. People, that is what I am happy, the mind share of the Indian citizens about LIC's acceptability. And there is, if anyone takes interest in the life insurance market, the protection gap in this country, unfortunately, even today, I am speaking in October 2025, the protection gap that is not having adequate insurance is as high as 83%. Only 17% of the Indians are having adequate insurance. The density levels are struggling to reach $100 even today. The penetration levels of life insurance are hovering around 3% only. Penetration is something, a function of our premium income to the GDP. So there is huge scope, huge untapped potential for this kind of life insurance, and we are working on that. And here I can see I was briefed by Ms. Das and Mr. Ahuja. There are many companies present here who are doing a good job in digital communication. On behalf of LIC, I will surely happy to, you please approach us, because we are embarking on a digital transformation in many ways. I will be too happy to meet any one of you with proper appointment. I take care of the corporate communication of this mighty organization. We are open to ideas. When I was entering here, I was feeling reimagining a legacy brand. And when I saw the audience, but for few exceptions, it is mostly young India present in this house. But I will be doing not anything. I will be doing everything. We are committed. We have proved it many times. Analysts sometimes tell this elephant cannot stand. But we have proved them wrong. This elephant can run as well as dance. That is the strength, the inherent strength of this organization, the critical mass we command today. Let it be the AUM of 57 lakh crores. Let it be the agency strength of 1.5 million. Let it be the number of customers we serve. Happily we serve. Happy customers, 27 crores of customers. These are our assets. And of course, today's topic, I could not touch much of it, but all I can say, we are all willing to embark on digital communication. Anything is there. But I personally strongly believe it has to be an ideal balance between human interactions and digital communication. Some word I was reading yesterday, digital fatigue. We are also conscious of that. How people don't open a WhatsApp message, how people ignore important mails. This is called digital fatigue. Being a very responsible corporate citizen of the country, we have been initiating a lot of activities for our improving the brand, like Golden Jubilee scholarships. They are our best brand ambassadors. 99% of our claims are settled on time, and the happy customers are our advocates. 15 lakh agents, all said and done, however they are, as is they are spreading the message of life insurance throughout the country. So with these few words, I'm thankful once again to E4M for inviting me here and sharing my views on a legacy brand called Life Insurance Corporation of India. I would appeal to the all present here or your immediate friends, relatives, please check your insurance you are having today. Is it adequate? Having adequate insurance, I know whenever there is some sad incident, all the 15 lakh agents when we start the day, all the 1 lakh employees of the corporation when we start the day with praying to our own gods. I pray to Lord Jagannath. I pray for my family first. Then my immediate next prayer is, let all the 27 crore customers be hale and hearty. If they are hale and hearty, they will pay the premium. If they pay the premium, my agents will get the commission. This is what we indirectly pray for the longevity of each customers. I belong to that organization. Nowhere else you may find this. So with these few words, once again, I'm really feeling good and I'm feeling younger being here among the participants from Young India. And I wish all of you best of luck and a very, very happy and prosperous Deepavali to all of you. Thank you.
Mr. Patnaik, if you may just request you to please stay with us in the center stage. Of course, a spotlight to a leader like him shouldn't stop with just an applause. We also would like to call upon Mr. Naval Ahuja, the co-founder of Exchange for Media, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation. And when you have two leaders of this caliber, I think, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with that applause. A legacy brand like LIC, truly spoken so passionately. Thank you so much, Mr. Patnaik, for joining us and sharing your key insights with us. Of course, like he rightly said, that LIC is really keenly looking at Digital India and is inviting thereby the independent agency owners to stay connected with his brand. And after all, of course, he handles the corporate communication, being the managing director himself. So thank you so much, carrying more than 35 years, truly an honor, ladies and gentlemen. Let that applause continue. What a fantastic session it's been. And ladies and gentlemen, on the other side, we have our spotlight session coming up. Well, let's talk a little bit about our next company, Cargo. A leader in attention-based innovative advertising solutions and services for advertisers, publishers, and commerce clients. And today we have with us the sales director of Cargo India, who's going to be talking about how Cargo puts your ad in the spotlight. Let's give it up for none other than Mr. Nabajit Nal.
Again on stage. Good, good. This one, right? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, Sir mentioned, and also she also introduced us as the attention based platform, right? So I have two lines to say about that, and it's a share that हम तो इंतजार करते रहे शाम का, हम तो इंतजार करते रहे शाम का कि उनका दीदार हो, हमें दीदार तो हुआ लेकिन उनकी नजरें कहीं और थी. So I think this sums up about attention in today's world, where everyone, every brand, every agency is looking for attention of the user, but eventually, is the user really attentive to your creatives? Are the creatives shouting out from the screens that the user is looking at? Or are the users just going through the ad and just consuming the content? So these are the big questions which Cargo answers globally for the last 22 years, and we are planning to do in India over the past 2 years and going forward as well. Now, before starting my presentation, let me give you a brief background. So around 2.5 months back, our APAC marketing team and I were deciding on launching 2 of the most popular cargo products from global in India. And we thought, what better timing than festive period? What better timing than October, because it's the starting of a fresh quarter? And what better partners than Exchange for Media to launch these 2 products in India? The 2 products that I'm mentioning are, one is our exclusive partnership with Amazon DSP globally, where now brands in India who are using Amazon DSP can use the enhanced creatives of Cargo to run very engaging and very attention-driving campaigns to these shopper audiences. I think that's a game changer, because if you're using Amazon DSP, then you might be running normal display campaigns and video banners, right? But if you use the Cargo enhanced formats, then the engagement really triples the amount, and clicks, I think, doubles or quadruples sometimes. So therefore, the performance of such campaigns will automatically improve with the partnership with Cargo. And the second product that I want to launch today is called Spotlight, and hence a bit of play with the titles, with the title. Spotlight is a product which we call as the world's first user behavior-led timed ads. Now, this is the statement which my marketing team wanted me to vomit out, so I'm just vomiting it out. It's a user behavior-led timed ads. The scenario is such that in India, the template for video and display ads is fixed. Like for video ads, it's always pre-roll, mid-roll, or end-roll. For display, it's interstitial, or maybe a bottom banner or a masthead, right? What about running a campaign only when the user is not is active or inactive, or is the optimal time to show an ad? Not following a template, but only when the user is prepared for an ad. I'll cover this in my next few slides, and I'll talk in details about Spotlight. But before that, I think some of you might not have worked with Cargo previously, or might not have heard about the platform also. Let me answer that for you. We are an attention-based optimization platform. What we do is we create enhanced formats. We run campaigns on our 100% MFA-free and 100% brand-safe SSP. Now, I brought 2 reports, 2 excerpts from reports which were recently published, one by Nielsen and one by Growth SRC, which again says the same thing which I have been saying for the last 2 minutes, is that 67% of users are reporting banner blindness. So therefore, they are seeing through the ads and they are not registering what's being said on the ads itself. And hence, I think Cargo formats are more and more important in this digital market of India, where the ad frequency or the ad clutter is much, much more than any other developed country. Let me talk about Cargo's journey first. We are a around 23-year-old organization. We started off as a ringtone and wallpaper company. We moved to the ads business in 2008. We became an SSP in 2016, and the feature of our SSP is that we are one of only 2 SSPs in the world which has been certified or verified by analytics as 100% brand safe, 100% MFA free. And this is very important, because in India, a lot of the campaigns or a lot of the discussion is always around data, which is required, of course. A lot of the discussion is around communication. A lot of the discussion is around celebrities and creatives. But then not much is discussed about where the campaign will eventually run. Is it running on MFA websites? Is it running on bot traffic? Is it running on brand safe environment? That is a kind of discussion that Cargo does globally, and we are bringing that to India as well. And in 2021, we became an omni-channel ad tech platform. So we can run your campaigns on CTV, mobile, and desktop, but enhanced and innovative formats only. We do not run simple banners or videos. Another slide which kind of reaffirms the narrative of cargo, that we are slightly premium in nature, is the viewability metrics or invalid traffic percentage or brand safety metrics, all verified by third-party IABs and the grape shots and the double verifies of the world, and we come at the top in terms of all these metrics. Even we are 100% MFA free as measured by Jounce Media as well. Attention scores for any campaign that you run with cargo is on the higher side, 50, 60 and above. Now coming to bold creative, this is the fun part of cargo. We believe that we run campaigns on brand safe environment, but these creatives kind of really stand out. Like for example, I brought a few examples on display first for you, where you can see that the user can mix and match on the creative itself. Second is this 360-degree experience. This is more for tourism or travel kind of a brand, where the entire city that you are promoting can be shown on the creative itself, where you can have a call to action within the creative, but then the user can also zoom in and check out the different places. Say for example, you are Goa tourism and you're promoting Goa, you can have the entire Goa beach line on the creative itself. And this really engages the user. Third is the store locator creative, which is a fantastic solution for anyone who's looking for footfall campaigns, anyone who's looking for driving users to their stores. Now the beauty of this creative is that half of the size of this creative is either a carousel or a normal display banner, and the other half is the map. So the user never has to go out of the creative and then go to Google Maps and find out the nearest store. And if you notice, the location of the user is pinpointed by the creative itself without him or her doing anything. So if I am today in Novotel, the creative will tell you that where am I currently and which is the brand's nearest store to my place currently. So this really helps you in understanding where the user's location is, where he or she can go to visit your store, and hence drive an incremental footfall for your campaigns. And finally, one of my favorites is the video plus carousel, where any video campaign that you're running, we can run on the top, and the display carousel will run on the bottom half of the creative. And finally, the runway wheel. This is a sticky banner that we have enhanced. Normally, the bottom banner is something which brands and agencies kind of avoid because it's very small. It does not give you the engagement that you seek, or sometimes it's an accidental click, right? But runway wheel is a product where multiple slides will just rotate. It will not obstruct the user. It will have multiple slides which can lead to a different landing page as well. And hence, it drives incremental engagement, CTRs, viewability, attention, all the metrics. Few video campaigns, video enhanced for campaigns as well. Like for example, we have got on desktop, on Outstream, on mobile, and even on CTV enhanced campaigns. Coming to smart targeting. In India, we need to target the relevant audiences only because the pool of audiences is so much. Hence, all the creatives that I mentioned will only run to contextually relevant users on contextually relevant placements. So we have a tie-up with IBM Watson. IBM Watson, as you know, is the strongest NLP model in the world. So we use IBM Watson to contextually target your ads only to relevant users in market audiences or demography targeting, etc. And if you notice, the contextual suite of cargo is much more developed compared to the usual contextual suits where you only target the headline and the keywords. We target the headline, the topic, the sentiment of the article, the readability of the article, and also the demography. So hence, we say that the contextual suite of cargo is very advanced, and therefore it's being used by brands across the world. Coming to the reporting. What cargo does is that we do not mark our own homework. We do not believe in marking our own homework. You get reports which are third-party verified for every campaign that you run. You get IS report for viewability, attention report from Adelaide or Lumen. You get brand lift studies from all these three brands, and then you get footfall traffic campaigns report from LifeSite or FSQ. Now coming to the highlight of my presentation today, launching Spotlight in India. Spotlight, as I said in my starting of my presentation, is a product which targets user at the most optimal or the most performant time. When I say performant time, there are 4 scenarios where Spotlight ads pop out. First scenario is content completion. When a user has just completed reading the article, he or she is towards the end of the article, only then the ad pops up. It does not wait for an interstitial, it does not wait for a sticky banner, etc. When the content consumption is finished, only then the ad will pop up in front of the user. Second is attention shift. When a user is reading a content or consuming some content, he or she gets a WhatsApp message. He or she moves to the WhatsApp message and then comes back to the content piece. Because he or she was distracted, only then an ad, a overlay or a masthead or an in-article ad will appear. Therefore, that ensures that the user is not bothered during the content consumption pattern, but he or she had gone out and then came back to read on BBC, Hindu or whatever content is being consumed, only then the spotlight ad will appear in front of him. Third is idle time. I think it's self-explanatory. Whenever the user is sitting idle, not consuming any content, the screen is just open, the ad will appear after 20 seconds. And lastly, scroll activity. When the user has completed scrolling or reading the article or the content piece, and he or she moves up to the top, only then there is a masthead which will appear on top. Again, non-intrusive. User has completed the article, he or she is going up, and then maybe searching for another tab or going to another article. Only then the spotlight ad will appear. This solves the problem which a lot of agencies and clients have these days, is that what is the optimal time? What is the most performant time to show an ad? I think this is one of the answers globally, and we are launching it in India today. And the results, the CTRs are 6x the normal CTR. So what is the average in India? I think 0.3, 0.2, 0.4% is the average. We are getting around 1% plus for any campaign that we run in India and also globally. So therefore, that's the performance of spotlight ads. Second is higher viewability, 2.1x higher viewability, 50% more attention. I think this is a metric which I consider much better than even the CTR. Sometimes the CTR might be accidental also, right? But attention, if it is growing by 50%, this is a kind of a vote of confidence from the user about the spotlight formats. Now, what are consumers saying? Are they happy with the ads? So we ran a CSAT report, CSAT survey across the world, and the report says that around 4% to 4.6 is the average satisfaction rate of users on these kind of creatives. So users are loving these creatives, these are not obstructing them, and hence they are engaging much more with these spotlight ads. Quickly moving to the second and the last product launch that I'm doing today. Firstly, thank you to the Exchange for Media team for allowing me this time to launch these two products today. Amazon DSP is something which a lot of brands use, right? Be it endemic, both non-endemic, both the kind of categories run Amazon DSP ads. Because why not? Shoppers are there, in-market audiences are there, people who have past purchased the same brand or maybe your competing brand are there on Amazon DSP. But now, going forward, you see these kind of attention-grabbing ads through cargo you can run on Amazon DSP. This really helps because this, as I said, gives you higher CTR, viewability, attention, all the metrics are taken care of. And hence, Amazon DSP's partnership is something which we definitely want to launch with a lot of you. Our agencies and brands are there today in the audience. Reach out to me, reach out to my team. We are here to kind of pilot this with you guys. And this does not have to be a separate line item. The activation of such ads is very easy. You are running campaigns, we need just the seat ID, we'll send out the deal ID and we can integrate the same campaigns that you're doing through enhanced formats. And I also do not need the creatives from you. I need the open files or the normal standard creatives, and our team will enhance it for you and run on Amazon DSP. That's all. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for, and also if there is any queries, I'm around, my team is around, so let me know. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Navajit. Firstly, mighty congratulations on the two launches today. Of course, I'm sure a lot of us are keenly looking forward to that. With that, if I could invite on stage Siddharth Dabare, who's the Chief Business Officer of Lema, to join us on stage and help us in giving a token of appreciation to Navajit. Let's continue with that applause, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, of course, congratulating the team of Cargo India on launching those two fabulous products, and of course towards the end his fantastic insights which he shared with us. A true hashtag Ephraim iDac moment right there. Remember to continue with that hashtag as we progress with the day. Thank you so much, Navajit, for joining in, and of course thank you, Siddharth, for doing us the honor of giving the token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for us to move ahead to the final keynote before we break in for a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, it's truly worth the wait, as our keynote speaker is an entrepreneur with an experience in the Indian and global digital marketing space. He's the co-founder of LS Digital, a 360-degree digital marketing agency that specializes in integrated digital media planning as well as buying. Ellis Digital has grown from a small team to a high-performing, result-focused group. And the person who is the founder and the CEO of this group is right here, who's going to be talking on the topic, the making of an independent network. Truly an honor, and ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for none other than Prasad Shijale.
Thank you very much. Mic check. Mic check. Okay. Righto. Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. A quick check. How many of you from agency background now? Agency folks? And how many from brands? Okay. Right. And how many of those who put their hands up from agency background started their career from an independent agency? Okay, almost 30-40%, right? Okay, first and foremost, thank you very much, Naval, for calling me and asking me to talk about it. So today it's my experiences, I'm going to narrate today. One disclaimer here, 2006 when I started, I didn't get up and say that I want to build the big independent network. No, entrepreneurs don't start that way. What I generally thought that there is a problem, okay, let's solve it. And I'll take you through my learnings over the years and learnings, I don't know how it works. Am I making mistake? No, it's not working. Okay, till as such time they solve the, You want me to do that? Take that? Yeah, sure. Okay, so today's topic is the making of an independent network. You know what? One thing we always, as an entrepreneur, one thing we always aspire to have that growth, that scale. And all of us also knows is that along with the scale comes lots of inability to be agile, right? And we probably over the years, we create that monster. Now, the whole learning today is that how to scale, keeping the magic without creating the monster. So, as I was talking about is that every day morning as an entrepreneur, I get up and I try to solve a problem. One of the most critical thing that I try to understand is how the world has changed, right? And I think it may sound very cliched, okay, but definitely the rules of marketing changing very rapidly. I'm quite sure all those people who raise their hands from the agency background as well as the brands one, they would realize the amount of changes which have happened in last probably, last few quarters, I would say. Of course, there is a change has been for a longer time, but it's been changing a lot. In my 29 years of career, I didn't start as a advertising or a marketing professional. Started as a technology guy, worked for almost 12 years with companies like Tata Consulting Services. A lot of background on that, but saw a lot of technological changes. But believe me, last few quarters, the amount of changes that I have been seeing, it's truly at different scale. Every day morning, probably when I get up and I'm sitting on my toilet seat and looking into what's changed, and my flipboard, I'm flipping it out, something or the other which is new, and it triggers my mind in terms of what probably has to be be done. Okay, so what are the three important changes which, as of today, in my space that I'm seeing? Okay, the humongous acceleration of tech. almost every, I mean, I've been listening to Dabjit, even I was listening to it, I was looking into how much of tech involved into making those things happen, right? Okay, so amount of changes in tech is such a humongously high. Probably this is the time wherein every day there's something or the other happening, right? Okay, from the LLMs to various, I mean, the way you have, you know, sort of launched Spotlight today, right? So tech acceleration is happening. Another one is, back. Another one is from the brand side, and those who are brand people here, we also see the brands are taking things in-house. Okay, that's a second change, okay, for multiple reasons. You know, it could be they want to have more control, they want it to be more nimble, they want to be more cost effective, but that's a trend that I definitely see, and that sort of threatens our existence as an agency there, right? And the third one is the whole construct on which money used to be made by the agency folks, those who are from the agency. When media was the largest size and largest money making engine, and everything else probably was thrown into as a free one when we interact with the brand. I'm talking about my side of the story. Probably there are new agencies who are trying to build stories much beyond that, but these are the three important aspects that I see, right? And who dominated over the times. Okay, when I was a small little, you know, 30, 50, 100, 200, 300 people team, I always in the awe of those big holdcos for their scale, right? And it's a scale, you know, the big is beautiful, right? With that scale, you know, we could aspire to get a mid-sized brand, but if I really have to go to a big brand like an LIC or a Unilever, Tejas was there, right? It was always they will choose for someone who is with a scale, right? But that seems to be now a bit of shaky, okay? Because along with the scale comes with a lot of inflexibility. Probably they are a bit too away from what's happening. I'm not demeaning the large holdcos here. I have humongous amount of respect for them, and probably every day I'll you know, look into what they are doing and trying to learn a lot about it. But scale not necessarily be the only factor for brands to decide, okay? That's what my feeling is. Second was the integration. The narrative which is getting talked about now is that the media, traditional plus digital, is what integration is, okay? But when I step back and see the problems with probably boards are trying to solve, wherein they are trying to say that how do I use digital as a catalyst for the growth? And if that gets talked about, then what about other aspects beyond you know, media? So that's something probably I see could be a problem, where there are multiple different units that they have acquired as a to enhance their EBIT or, you know, profitability or top line. It becomes a bit of difficult for them to integrate that, right? Now the third one, okay, all of us see is that the global footprints that they have. Okay, I have done something in North America, I can do something good in India. Okay, so those are the aspects which we always fought around a few years back. But now I see is that, you know, it also adds a lot of overheads for the holdcos, right? Acquisition strategy, amount of, you know, it started probably in 1985s and 86 onwards. A humongous amount of there are holdcos who would have acquired hundreds of small boutique companies there, and what we see is that the problem which has happened is that the very fact that those companies have grown with a specific skill set because of the culture that they have, probably it becomes very difficult for us to integrate that. Okay, so that's something that my learning is. And the data control. Okay, probably one can always say that since I understand humongous amount of third party earlier, I will be able to do a better media planning, media planning, buying and optimization. But probably that's something which has been sort of shadowed by the first party data which the client has. Okay, so these are the 4 or 5 things that I saw it happening, and when we try to build it, I looked into what are the, you know, as an independent network, what are the things that I get to the table, or what are the things which we have as a positive one there, right? So passion. Okay, every customers that I would have interacted with, okay, so the amount of passion that I have, when I say me and my team, okay, just to win the business, to retain the business, to do something good. There are certain brands that I have worked here very closely, okay, their business growth becomes my KPIs, and we work with it, okay? But along with that happens is that when you become a bit bigger one, okay, the moment you start crossing the limit of around 300 to 400 people, okay, how do I replicate that passion for every person that I have at the last, the new trainee would have joined into it, okay? So that's something, the very fact that I could sell it from the passion perspective probably becomes a problem later on when the client contact doesn't seem to see the same passion, right? Client centricity is something which independent agencies really value a lot, because they are in there, they are interacting with the client, understanding their problems and probably solving it. But what happens is that as we grow, then that can get a bit diluted. Possibly, right? Okay, so that's a problem probably we'll have to solve when we try to get a big independent network agency that way, right? Third one is the differentiation is very unique expertise, that we believe in. Okay, if you see even our portfolio, every company that we have, okay, in the group comes with a very specialized services. But what happens is there is the addressable market could be limited by that skill set that they have, right? Okay, so how do I make sure that that becomes something part of the bigger deals for my customers, right? And the last, and I have seen it happening, is that when client signs up with us, as Prasad, as any one of the independent here sitting here, is that they sign up because Prasad comes, or that X person comes for the pitch, and they have an access to the brain of the independent agency head, right? And that is get valued a lot. But when we start growing that way, how do I actually keep that? It is not possible, because we only have 365 days and 24 hours in a day, right? Okay, so these are the problems that I thought of, how to solve, right? Then the core question is that how do I, when I'm trying to sort of scale, now we are around 1,200 people, how do I retain that magic and still, not create that monster and scale with all the positives that we have, right? So these are some of my learnings here. Again, these learnings there is one pointer I added yesterday itself. So it is, evolving very fast. But one thing that I realize is that not copying the holdcos, and again, humongous respect for holdcos, but not copying their playbook. Okay, one of the playbook is that now with the size that we are, our ability to pick up private equity money, to go after and pick up for top line and EBIT is easier one. But something that probably I learned, shouldn't be done, because the moment I do it, the whole aspects of cultural, putting together different teams together as a culture one could be a problem one. Okay, so don't copy it. Okay, so build something new. So what is that playbook which we have then? Okay, there are three things that I realize. Okay, never acquire for EBIT, acquire for skills, and those are the complementary skills. If in your portfolio you have something which is unique, okay, don't unless it is unique, don't take it in. Okay, that's something which I'm very clear about, and I'm going to show how we have implemented in our network also, right? Second one is that hybrid structure. Okay, so it's a very interesting one, okay, because I always try to when I put myself into, if I were acquired by a network company, right, a big holdco company, right, what are the things probably I wouldn't like, okay? The very fact that I am passionate and I can make things do, I want my independence. But just imagine if we have all those 6, 7, 8 companies in the independent holdcos with a lot of independence, it wouldn't work, okay? Intuitively it wouldn't work, right, okay? But how do I do it with that hybrid model? Okay, and I'm going to sort of take you through how we have done it also to that. Okay, but how do I get that hybrid model wherein you have different P&Ls at the same time? There's a horizontal structure which sort of helping. Okay, so there are certain learnings which we have from the biggest systems integration companies in the world too. And the third one is the business that you pick up. Right, sometimes you have to say, it's very easy to say in a tough situations like this now when the economy is slow, but still that makes a lot of difference. One big mistake of choosing a customer can drain your energy, your team's energy, their morale, and probably it can affect your P&L also, right? Okay, so staying focused that way, these are the three things that sort of things that we worked on, right? Okay, so what we did is one thing is every group company which came in, the first thing that we looked for is ability of that founder to to understand the culture of the group, culture of everyone else, and make sure that where do we see the common ground, right? So if you see in our portfolio also, every company has their own culture, but all of us meet and say that this is the common culture of the group, right? So that everyone accepts. Again, very difficult one, okay, but typically it takes around 3 odd quarters, okay, to get the agency folk, the other group company to on board, right? But that seems to be working pretty well. So I never say that this is the culture of the group, this is the culture that you have to follow. But we have a creative team with a lot of different way of working in their offices. But when they come together as a group, I think they follow some of the four values and culture points that we have, right? And that has again debated and. Next month I'm going along with everyone and trying to say that has it changed, do we have to do something else for it, right? Another one is I think the 1,200 people that we have, it comes from again my background in Tatas, right? Okay, wherein generally a resource with the skill gets a limited amount of opportunities to grow into that particular vertical, and he may have some flair in terms of doing something else, in some other department too, right? So one thing that we always do is that centralize, building. We have every alternate Fridays, we have what's new, wherein all the PHs and RHs, account manager and senior mid-level people, they two amongst us present what's new, right? From multiple different services offering that, and that's been helping so much for us because the group understand what are the great stuff that people are doing that way, right? So that's a talent development part of it. Then, when Langur came our way, if you know the companies that we have as a part of the portfolio, they came with a lot of technology background, okay? Someone who has worked in technology for many years. How do I get him involved at the group level to use the technology, right? So everything, his job is to make sure that what's new and how a creative can be, changed with technology, or a media can be changed with technology, or UX can be changed with the technology, right? So get that horizontal across the group seems to be working pretty well. We seem to have launched some of the products because of this thought process, right? And then of course, anywhere in the resources deployment can be anywhere in the network, right? So that comes from the internal systems that we have. How do I actually make it to go in the market? So there are what my realization here, I mean, those who are trying to build the independent networks here, is that we are very good at selling vertical solutions, right? If someone goes and said that I want to have a creative social media agency, one can go and do it, okay? But what happens is that there are, as a group, selling the integrated solutions is a very different, my learning there has been very difficult that way, because the market doesn't take me as a competition to probably Accenture, now Accenture Song I was about to say, but Accenture, so how do I do it? Okay, so we have a combination of the people who said, sell point solution and vertical solutions, at the same time a small bit of people who sell, horizontal solutions, right? Okay, so I call it air cover, right? Okay, so I do it, and then probably, someone from the vertical has to come and sell it, okay? So it's a very, I learned that, by mistake. Almost I wasted almost 5 quarters around 3 years back just to put everyone, only one centralized sales team and work onto it, but it didn't work, right? So it's a combination of that. market the network brand. The very fact that probably, Naval, thank you very much, I'm standing here is that, how do I market the LS Digital, which is a more of a holding brand than, let's say, a Social Bang as a creative or a Langur as a CX or a LS Media as a media division of ours. Okay, so that seems to be working very well, at least with Indian market and Dubai and UK market that we are into now, right? And the third one is the proprietary products. Now, what I realized is that we are into services, right? We are not a product company. So how do I get I was talking to Shraddha some time back here also, is that, the DNA of ours is services, not the product, right? So how do I get the combination of putting services around the product is something that has to be solved. Every company will have their own way of working onto it, right? So what our journey, okay, just to say that, I mean, there are multiple points that I have talked about, but how did we implement it? Okay, so if you see here, this is where we sort of realize that we are. In the left side there are all technology guys. Acquisitions of creative agencies and so on and so forth. On the right side, you have all the creative and media, and they're trying to acquire tech companies and trying to integrate that, right? We stand right in middle there. Okay, so this is what my understanding is, and this is what we are trying to build. How did we build it? Okay, so there are 6 services that we have, from media to creative to data and insights to CX to UX and technology. If you see all the logos here, Social Banga is from creative, LS is from media, Langur is from tech and CX, and FN Studios is from UX, and some part of its tech is from Langur, and Data Quark is from the data division. Okay, so we seem to have put together a network of companies with specialized skills comes under one DBT, Digital Business Transformation as a Service. So this is the same one, across what we do, and this is what we have done. I talked about it. Now, so my learning here from my learning here as of now is the true integration will happen only if we have this sets of 4 to 5 companies coming together as a consulting one and provide solutions. At the same time, all the verticals have to have a P&L. These are all two conflicting statements a lot, because I face it every time, because every vertical has their own P&L. But at the same time, if we have I am still struggling on that, okay, but if you need to have the group level numbers for everyone, it still works, and there are certain benefits that everyone gets from that perspective, right? Okay, and of course, yeah, everyone has to have that culture of long-term vision. Okay, all of us are aligned to create the value and probably become the next big story, right? This is what it is. A final thought: a true future doesn't belong to the biggest player, but probably it's an agile and collaborative and client-centric one culture, and that is what we are doing. Okay, so this is what we are. Work in progress. Time's up also. Work in progress. Till now it's been a good journey. Let's see how it works. We'll be here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Prasad. And Prasad, if we could just request you to please join us in the center, and allow me an opportunity to invite Amit Rathi, the Managing Director of Channel Factory, to please join us and give a token of appreciation from the team side to Mr. Prasad Shajale. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big round of applause. An independent network like LS Digital right there, and of course we had the leader who spoke about his journey and of course what lies ahead for the firm and the industry. Thank you so much, Mr. Shajale, for joining in. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the first half of today. Of course, on the other side, at 2 o'clock is what awaits a spotlight session by Ms. Shraddha on the human-centric AI in creative campaigns. A not to be missed session. We'll sharp start at 2:05. Thank you so much for joining us. This time, please join us now for lunch and networking, and join us back sharp by 2. Thank you.
just what I do. My name is Bahar. You remember me.
Hi, I'm Kumud. Ready to
Rene, winning, it's just what I do. My name is
It's my birthday today.
My name is Katerina Swain and I'm the founder.
So we have this. Good health isn't only about the body. I'm Dr.
Residential. SW Residential. My name is Katerina Swain.
I like what I see, can't get enough of me. It's my fresh braid energy. I feel like a dog.
My name is Katerina.
So we have discussed good health isn't only
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We know a lot of you are already in the room, but just give us a minute plus, wherein we're just going to be restarting with the third edition of iDac for all the ones who are in the room. We know you went out for lunch and networking, so high chances you could have put your phone on the loud mode. Can we please request you to put it on the silent mode once we're inside the hall? So just a humble request, if all of you can just check your mobile phones and put it on the silent mode. Thank you.
नहीं ठीक है इट्स ओके हेलो हेलो या उसको बंद करना है ठीक है
Ladies and gentlemen, one final announcement. May we request everyone in the pre-function area to kindly join us back. It's time for us to restart with the third edition of E4M iDac. Just on the other side, we're going to be now restarting with the event, and we look forward to your participation. One humble reminder for all of you to place your phones on the silent mode. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, welcome back to the third edition of E4M iDac. Well, it's been a great first half of the day wherein we heard from visionaries and leaders and some great panelists on how this decade is the independent agency decade, and taking that cue ahead and of course seeing the involvement of AI in this space and how do we together grow, let's now get back to our conversations on the other side of the third edition. Also remember that in the evening we're going to be celebrating excellence, as Mr. Ahuja rightly said, that we're going to be having the E4M Mavericks, which is going to be a great celebration of exuberance and excellence in the space of independent ad agencies. So we look forward to recognizing the best in the room and of course the best in our country with that. So look forward to hosting the evening segment as well, but would you interest of everyone who is present here, let's get back to our conference and get back in the learning mode. Now, I know a lot of us have gone out, networked, eaten a bit, I hope. But one reminder is what I feel is food is going to give us energy, and that energy should be further replicated to some applause, right? So let's not be lazy and hold ourselves back. Let's keep the energy on. And with that being said, let's get a little bit of movement and give ourselves an applause for that. Come on, everyone. Let's continue with that energy. So we do not want any speaker to come here and some lazy heads in the audience, right? I'm sure and I'm confident that all of you will live up to that. So ladies and gentlemen, as before we begin, we would just like to put in a reminder of the hashtag E4M iDac as one word. So if you have taken any pictures since morning, we had some great spotlight moments for you, or you have a key insight, or you would just like a conversation starter, you can just continue with that hashtag and ensure that there is a thread where we can all reply to. So the hashtag is what is going to bind us all together on social media. So all the Instagrammers or the Twitter or any other social media relevant platforms like LinkedIn, Facebook, feel free to do so. On that note, it's also time for me to take a moment to acknowledge our partner, our co-presenting partner, Lemma, Omnichannel Platform for Emerging Media. I feel it's the right time for us to cue in for the partner presentation, just because there's going to be a fresh audience as well, sometimes coming in the lunch. So can we have the partner presentation?
Lemma, a new symbol for a new era of omnichannel excellence. Reach audiences seamlessly through multiple touchpoints. Provide a unified brand experience through consistent messaging with our omnichannel platform. Eliminate the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary. Let's create Lemagic together.
Well, some great IPs coming in, and as you know, E4M is celebrating more than 25 years this year, so it's going to be great to re-see some of the IPs grow into the level they have, and of course some fresh IPs which are targeting the pulse of the current audience and the industry. On that note, expressing my gratitude once again to our co-presenting partner, Lemma. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's put spotlight onto our next session. Well, she's the co-founder and global CEO of Grapes Worldwide. Somebody who believes in creating story-enabled growth by making full funnel strategies to drive brand as well as business KPIs. Well, this truly is done with a single DNA called ownership, an extension of the organization's belief in its capabilities and determination to deliver results. She's somebody whom I have keenly heard multiple times and truly an icon in this industry. And we look forward to her session as she talks about human-centric AI in creative campaigns striking that balance of trust, emotion, and efficiency. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Shraddha Agrawal. Thank you so much, Shraddha, for joining in.
Thank you. Yeah, it's working. Everybody can hear me, right? The back? Okay, perfect. Awesome. Can I have the... Yeah, okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, we've all been hearing AI, right? And everybody's comfortable with Hindi, English both, right? Yeah? Okay, awesome. So we've been hearing AI. So every time I go to a client meeting and I put up a cost for any creative or a project or a film, and they're like, Shraddha yaar, ye to AI se na do. क्या आप इसके 5 लाख रुपए मांग रहे हो? तो 50,000 रुपए में हो जाएगा. क्या कर रहे हो आप? आपकी टीम में तक AI नहीं सीखी क्या? किसी और को बुलाऊं क्या मैं मार्केट से? So this is typical conversation that you always hear, and then you are an Indian, a founder, entrepreneur, and you're like, नहीं sir, कैसी बात कर रहे हो आप? हम करके देंगे ना आपको. घंटा कुछ नहीं पता कैसे होगा उस वक्त, right? But you want to still do it. You need to figure out how to do it because everybody should do AI. And then you speak to some college kid. I also teach at Ashoka University, and I speak to some college kid, and then they're like, this is so easy. I can do it overnight. I was like, okay, fine, let's try this. And we struggled. I'll not deny the fact. Struggled, toppled, got up, did it again 100 times to just reach the stage now where we are at. And we've literally created now a AI tool which can help you in terms of creating any kind of image, video, content today for your digital and as well as offline needs. And I'll show you some work of what you should keep in mind. Because to be very honest, we are growing old, AI is also growing old. So product AI is a passe, we all can achieve it. We've seen that. Let's see what we can do with human. Because whether you talk about VO3, you talk about C-Dance 1.0 for video, or you talk about Nano Banana, Higgs Field, all these tools constantly when you open them you see, यार मेरी तो नाक टेढ़ी हो गई, मेरे नाखून लंबे हो गए, और ये 8 सेकंड से ऊपर तो वीडियो बना ही नहीं रहा, and मेरा प्रोडक्ट तो इसमें अच्छा दिख ही नहीं रहा, और चलते चलते इसकी तो आंखें खराब हो गई. So how do you manage all that, right? There's a lot of limitations that you need to learn, and what you learned last week has already changed this week. So you need to keep in mind a couple of rules while you're working with this, and I'll take you through some of them here. So today, if you look at, it's a right balance between emotion, trust, and efficiency. And between these three, you need to just figure out that if you put together this creative in front of any user, that person should not be able to tell this is AI or a real shoot. And your job is done, right? Because we constantly keep feeling that is AI replacing our jobs? How many of you feel that AI is replacing our jobs? You? तेरी job तो secure है, तो tension मत ले. But the point is, if you look at the fact, AI is not replacing our jobs, right? It is just like what computer was to my father-in-law, right? Or internet was to some of us when we were growing up. AI is just doing that to us. It's another tool that is helping us with respect to speed, cost, efficiency, and we are able to do our job faster. That means हम थोड़े lazy कम होंगे, हम ज़्यादा काम करेंगे 8 घंटे में, is how we are looking forward to do this. So, you need to, how you instruct what your computer needs to do or internet needs to do, you just need to instruct the right way what AI needs to do. If that instruction is great, you need to understand it's not about speed. So a lot of people think that, okay, if I'm using AI, I will be able to do it in 3 hours. You don't realize the fact that the first time you use AI, it might take you more than the manual number of hours. Right? So have that patience to live through that and then see how do you scale it. And the third piece is output matters. And why do you say this? Because if you look at it, we all say, oh, I will not appreciate this because this is coming from AI. You were appreciating creatives coming from 2D, 3D, VFX, all of those, right? What happened to you when it just comes from AI? So that whole report that came in, and I remember some of the journalists speaking to me talking about the fact we should demonetize creators if they're using AI on YouTube and Instagram. Why? You could not do it well. Why are you demonetizing them? They're using another tool just to create content faster and better. And that's it. Now let's look at this. One of them is a photo shoot, and one of them is done with AI. Which one you think is AI? So whoever thinks left is AI can raise their hands. Left is AI can raise their hand. So the others think right is AI? Yeah? Both are AI. Yeah? I might be lying also, both are photo shoot. My job is to confuse you. So let's live through that. Yeah? Okay. Now, what are we trying to do? See, photo shoots always had empathy, instinct, imagination, feelings in them. Why? Because there was a director shooting it, right? He was looking, nahi, mera set aisa dikhna chahiye, mera art aisa chahiye. Hey, art guy, kya kar raha hai tu? Yahan pe flower vase laga. Hey, stylist, yaar, iske baal theek kar. So there's a lot of emotion and passion that we were trying to do this, right? What if you actually put all that with AI, which can help you in terms of, imagine an AI art guy coming and as a director say, एक काम कर, यहाँ पे वास चेंज कर, वहाँ पे वो फुल दस्ता चेंज कर, पीछे का बैकड्रॉप चेंज कर दे, 3 लाइट लगा दे, एक क्रिसमस ट्री खड़ा कर दे. All of that done at a super speed because you're instructing him at that level. AI can do that. So you are able to do whatever you want to do as a human. You just need to put the same feeling that you were thinking when you're making the storyboard. Or, if you remember, sorry, if you remember, we all had, everybody is like a reader, novels, we've read books, right? How books do it? They basically explain everything on the scene. I remember reading Mills and Boons when I was a kid, right? And girls are laughing about it because I know a lot of girls used to read Mills and Boons, and somebody says that we've not read Mills and Boons, you missed a lot in your life, okay? So in Mills and Boons, how you used to live a scene? Imagine the guy, the girl, the background, the hawa, the peer ud rahe, the baal ud rahe, everything was explained. You just need to put that explanation into AI and you're home, right? That's what we are talking about here. So let's look at 9 rules to achieve a perfect creation of content with human AI. These are 9 rules. First, lead with human tension, not just a prompt. Second, it's human first, AI second. So just think if AI is literally like your camera and you need to tell your camera guy what to shoot, okay? Design with a lot of feeling and then scale it, because scale is where you'll make money. If you're thinking that you'll do the first AI video and you'll be able to save cost, forget it, right? Then use AI to edit craft. You can't keep changing the settings manually so easily, right? Fifth, exemplify with context, okay? You can localize the content with a lot of cultural editors. Keep a check with a human, understanding the changing AI environment, and finally let your P&L decide whether you want to go AI or physical shoot. Let me explain you each one of them. Okay. This is a client of mine called David Jones. Thoda to selling mujhe karni padegi, sorry. But it's literally like the Galeries Lafayette of France. So it's the biggest retail chain in Australia, right? And they came to us saying, we want to create a brand ambassador for ourselves, but it's a Dalmatian. And we need to shoot with him. And we need to have big hoardings in Australia talking about this and the reward structure program, etc. I said, Dalmatian to aa jayega. Uske saath shoot kaise karenge? Right? Because obviously you're literally, I remember one of my clients that we were working with, and there was a baby involved in it, and we wanted a crying scene, and he was not waking up. So the mother went and pinched him. I was like, dude, this is like insane. Just for a shot, and then soothe. After giving milk to pacify the kid, it's like, imagine what we are doing to the dogs, right? So we said, let's try AI with it. And now when you give a prompt, so what will happen with all of us, we'll start giving prompts, and we're like, I need a Dalmatian. We can imagine Dalmatian, but AI can't. So to explain AI, literally like you are writing a Mills and Boons, okay? So you have to give a proper template. What's the composition? What's the shot going to be like? What's the background and art going to be like? The lighting, the clothing, the expression, and not just on his face, what he's feeling inside also. If you can explain all of that into a prompt, this is the output you'll get. And this output went on a billboard in Australia. So that's what we are talking about. So if you're able to understand that you're not writing a prompt, and you think that if AI is very smart, he'll write the prompt himself, but give him some instructions, no? And you can write instructions. Anybody use Superhuman email app ever? Oh, that's another very sexy app. I tried it last Saturday, and I'm telling you, if you're spending 4 hours on email, that's reduced to 2 hours. Okay, and the feeling that you get, oh my God, I've got 100 emails, I isko kaun साफ रहेगा, सैटरडे को देखेंगे, कल रात को देख लेंगे यार, एयरपोर्ट पे देख लेंगे यार, ठीक है. You will clear your emails literally as fast as I did 5 minutes in the guest speaker room. So what they did is they have a command called as Command K, in which when I write a lot of emails, I say, sure, thank you, please do this, please. I don't put punctuation, my grammars are all over the place, and sometimes when it reaches the inbox of the client, so the client is like, Shraddha, matlab, I respect you, but thoda to tamiz se email likh de, right? And it does that job for me. I put all my feelings in the same non-punctuation way, grammar, spelling mistakes, because I don't have time, but it constructs a beautiful email for me. So you just need to write what you feel, non-punctuated, spelling errors, that's okay, grammar can be all over the place, but at least write the pointers. Put it into a tool which can give you a prompt, and then the prompt can do this job for you. Clear? Some more shots. And look at the simulation of the hair in this. All done with AI. The second rule, human first and AI just your camera. So, interesting story. Man First Condoms, highest market share. We were looking forward to see what can we do as the next shoot. We were shooting with Sunny Leone. Yeah, we all love her. We all want to get a picture with her. And the second shoot that we recently did with her, this thing should not go out of this. ये record तो नहीं हो रहा ना? अच्छा, फिर मैं बता नहीं पाऊँगी, sorry. She's very lovely, she's awesome. So we were shooting with her, and the shoot didn't come out well. We're all aging, like my pictures don't come out that well. I've crossed 40 now. So we were struggling, what do we do? So we went to Bollywood, knocked every door. आप condom brand का ad बनाएंगे please? मतलब bastards of Bollywood में तक man smooth दिखाया जा रहा है. So people are not comfortable talking about us, right? And then they are being joked about in a party of a Bollywood. Oh, तूने condom का ad किया? क्या बात कर रहा है? Right? So you're not getting stars. And it was become constantly difficult because the stars were like, I will not hold your back, I will not say this line, I will not do this scene. So we said, dude, yeah, this is too much. We created India's first AI brand ambassador called Myra Kapoor, okay? This is what we did as an introduction. Sorry, the voice is not coming. That's fine.
Myra Kapoor, more fun than your average girl next door.
So we created a contest which is called India's Most Desirable Women with Filter Copy. And can you guess how many women in this video were AI and how many of them are real? So let's say how many of them were AI. There are 5 women in this video. How many of them were AI? Obviously one was there, Myra was AI, but what about the other 4? All? All? All of them are real. And I'm not lying. So only Myra was not real. And she was fit right across 4 women who were real, and nobody could guess anything, right? We created a profile, all these videos. So basically wherever anybody in the office used to travel, कोई Coldplay जा रहा है, कोई दुबई जा रहा है, कोई लंदन जा रहा है, उसकी photos मंगवा लेते थे, उसमें Myra को set कर देते थे. And we used to roll it out on her profile, right? On top of it, she's gone on airports. You must see her in Mumbai airport. And we got a flag because she's revealing too much, so we had to give more clothes to her to go on the Mumbai airport billboard. But all of that was happening without another shoot being conducted, right? So that's the best part. And then the rocket, and here you should be able to find a couple of errors. We actually did a TVC, shot this TVC and deep faked her to launch a new variant.
Flavored condoms, flavors की बरसात.
Now if you look at this video, and when you repeat this video on a loop, you'll realize the gaps, okay? Now the challenges with AI which we need to learn. So if you're shooting with a girl who is supposed to be replaced in a video and it has to be AI, you need to realize you can't take a lot of side angles. It will not capture well. You cannot put a hand in front of her, then her eyes. It's like AR filter. Something will go for wrong, right? So while you want to do AI, but you need to also understand the limitations and then give a storyboard which can help you with that, right? That is something that you need to learn, but it's also changing every week. So it might be a problem this week, might not be a problem next week. Let's look at the third rule. Design for feeling and then scale. So what we did is, this is Poku-chan. Glad to share that this is Mami Pocopan's brand ambassador, which has 45% market share. There are only 2 players in the market, Pampers and Mami Pocopans. And the simulation of this character went so well that Japan adopted this character from India in terms of simulation, right? So it was his birthday. What do we do in a birthday? Travel, party, we want gifts, right? So we said, okay, let's take Poco-chan to a travel trip for his birthday. We made a couple of videos, trained the AI on it, and then to scale it, asked users to tell me what should he do next on his birthday. And literally uploaded videos every 20 minutes. And this is the kind of work that we did.
It's my birthday today, but not sure how to celebrate it here in India. Can you help me, my cuties?
Did you notice a problem with the second video? Okay, let me just play that again. Did you notice any problem? Yes. Yeah, in one of the characters, the friends of the brand, right? But I had to point it out. So another thing that I want to give you guys, we really aim a lot on a feedback. Nobody's noticing. So please don't go to the T to make that perfect. Consumers hardly have attention span and they're not going to notice small things, and it was not feasible to put the third straw in the mouth because AI was not letting it do, right? So just move on is another thing that you learn. Some more shots. Okay, last fourth rule is use AI to edit craft. I want to do a beach shoot. I want to have multiple characters. All of a sudden I don't like the waves. I don't like the color of the sand. I don't like the clothes. I don't like the setting. Can you change the set again and again in AI, in real shoot? Yeah, it's too much cost. We can shoot this entire thing and edit the craft with AI easily. This is all AI. Nothing short. No tantrums of the girls, no finding artist, talent, nothing. Okay, now exemplify with context. We all watch so much content on Instagram. My personal time on Instagram must be 2 hours a day almost, right? हमें तो सोना ही होता है, हम entrepreneurs हैं, तो हमें तो जगह रहना होता है. So रात को Instagram देख रहे हैं and consume कर रहे हैं vlogs. और vlogs में कोई भी कुछ भी बोल रहा है and then B-rolls डाल रहा है. बहुत सिंपल है, फिर तो कंटेंट बनाना. एंड हम सबको तो आजकल इन्फ्लुएंसर्स के साथ साथ फाउंडर्स को भी देखने में मजा आता है. वी वांट टू नो व्हाट गजल इज डूइंग, वी वांट टू नो व्हाट अमन इज डूइंग, राइट? वी वांट टू नो इवन होल ट्रुथ का फाउंडर क्या कर रहा है. सो इमेजिन इफ यू एज अ फाउंडर वांट टू बिकम अ पर्सनल ब्रांड बट यू डोंट हैव टाइम. सो एवरी टाइम आई गो टू फाउंडर से, सर क्लासिक आईपी प्रॉपर्टी आपके लिए, आपके साथ शूट करेंगे, महीने में 1 दिन 8 घंटे देने, 20 वीडियोस बना लेंगे, पूरे साल का कंटेंट सॉर्टेड. वो कहेगा हाँ श्रद्धा बहुत अच्छा आइडिया है, लेकिन आएगा नहीं कभी भी शूट. टाइम ही नहीं है उसके पास. सो हाउ डू वी शूट विद दिस गाय? This way.
My name is Katerina Swain and I'm the founder of SW Residential. SW Residential is an independent, founder-led property advisory based in Knightsbridge. We specialise in managing, selling and renting high-end properties in SW postcodes. It might not even be on the open market. It might be something that's never been rented out before, but we will understand what your needs are and find the right match.
We shot this with one picture of her taken from camera that she had in her phone already and made this video. Now the sixth rule, cultural edits, right? How do you ensure that you're taking care of what country, what kind of person that you're taking care of? So here again, the idea is define your characters. So if you are a multi-market brand, right, can you actually define different characters from different brands and then save them so that you don't have to change the prompt again and again, they're saved in your library. And this is what we did for a tourism brand.
Can't get enough of me. It's my fresh braid energy. I feel like a darling.
Now imagine if you had to shoot this in another country. The cost, permissions, the models there, अब वो INR में तो लेते नहीं है पैसे, right? Another problem in our life. और फिर हम conversion rate लगाते रह जाते हैं कि यार वहाँ का pounds का rate आज क्या चल रहा होगा? And by the way, pounds 118 रुपए पहुँच गए, which is very expensive now. But that's another problem. So let AI do the job. It's easier. The seventh rule, keep human in loop. Now the problem with us है ना, अगर हमें बता दिया गया है कि ये AI है, like how I told you this is an AI presentation, so now you guys think everything is AI in this presentation, right? This is the problem. What if you don't tell anyone? Don't tell them this is AI. So mix a couple of pictures of your original shoot and your AI content created and send it to random people and say, we did a shoot last week. And I just wanted to show you because you're a very close friend of mine. I mean, I respect the feelings that you have for him or her, but just if he can't tell you this is AI, the job is done, right? So all you need to do is, if you are not 100% sure that this works, check with another person, but lie to that person that this was a real shoot, and then take feedback. A lot of this work is all AI. Another thing that you guys can do is put a real picture or a video and an AI-based creative on internet. Do A/B testing. Check which one is getting better VTR and CTR. How does it matter if somebody's commented, oh, this looks like AI? You still watching now? What's your problem? Basic, simple maths. The next rule, understand the changing environment. So this video, we had a check. Human character, distance from camera, dialect and B-roll, everything was done. And the tool that we used was VO3
So we
and
have
11
this
labs.
customer running about 70 billion objects in a single S3 bucket. When they started looking for backup solutions, they were
like he's a
around
little AI,
30
right?
billion objects, and
Little bit.
cloud-native backup vendors at that
And
time
this was made
could not-
last month. The challenge is the technology. The technology changed, this is what
Good
we
health
created.
isn't only about the body, it's also about the mind and heart for it. And Ayurveda teaches us to care for all three.
So now if you look at the difference between these two videos.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sablok. Each episode, I'll show you how timeless Ayurveda helps you sleep better, eat smarter.
So this is another tool called 3Zinc, which has basically created this, but it's taken care of the fact that it's not blushing off the entire texture of the skin, so that it doesn't look AI. So you need to actually be aware about the new tools that come in the market to ensure that you're doing the right job. Okay, let's understand what do you think would be the cost of this film. I was shooting this film in UK with Catherine, and we had B-rolls to be shot from the pictures, etc. What could have been a cost of this film if I would have to shoot in UK with the founder and the shoot of the properties? Anyone? Wild guesses? Yes? 1.6 lakhs? 60, 70 lakhs? Okay. In UK, exactly. And we did this in AI for 20,000 rupees. Yeah, actually client ने इसके पैसे अभी तक नहीं दिए, but that's a separate case. So that's it, guys. That's from my side. 9 rules that can help you in terms of ensuring that you do a right content and not spend too much money. Don't wreck your head. Keep giving changes because we love giving feedback. Blue kar do, black kar do, green kar do. And still continue to deliver great pieces of work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shraddha. I'm sure those rules are going to help a lot of people out here in the room. If I may invite Ahmed Aftab Naqvi, the global CEO and co-founder of Gozoop Group, to please join us and help us in giving a felicitation to our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for none other than Shraddha Agarwal. And let that applause continue as we thank her for yet another great session, a spotlight session, where she did cover on the entire rule set for the independent ad agencies, where the spend should go and what lies ahead, how AI can further your business. On that note, let's get set for the second panel discussion of today. Well, truly in the first half, we learned a lot. We saw it from the PSU's angle. We did have a lot of independent ad agency owners and founders join us who spoke on their journey. And of course, we did learn from each other quite a lot. And now we're moving ahead to our next bit, wherein beyond translation, marketing to the heartlands. We did learn on hyper-personalization in the first go. And right now on our next topic, wherein as India's internet user base deepens into the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, the rule of digital engagement is truly shifting. And how and what the shift is looking like, I'm sure our always gives us an insight of how do we maneuver it forward. Also, we did hear from the MD of LIC, wherein he did say how they are also further focusing on Digital India and how they would want more and more independent agency owners to thereby join hands with them and create that revolution. Of course, they've been focusing on tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So it's interesting to see the brand mix. It's interesting to see what the independent agency owners can bring to the table. And of course, being the third edition, I'm sure it's only and only getting exciting. One humble reminder that we do have the Mavericks in the evening. So the excellence is going to be celebrated right here in this room in the evening. So get set for the third edition of the E4M Maverick Awards as well, which awaits your presence and a lot of applause from your side. On that note, allow me an opportunity to now call upon our speakers, but starting with our moderator, ladies and gentlemen, would just like to re-invite on stage Ahmed Aftab Naqvi, the global CEO and co-founder of Gozoop Group. Let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him back on the platform. And with that, if I may now invite, all right, so Ahmed, ideally, yes, you're seated, perfect. All right, I'll try and announce in that order. It'll make everyone's life easier. So let me try and start with Raj Gilre, VP Business Head, Co-Salt, Tata Consumer Products Limited. Let's give Raj a big round of applause. Raj, of course, starting with the extreme right. Thank you so much. We thereby move ahead to Shitanshu Dikshit, Lead Digital Communications, Pernod Ricard India. Let's give him a big round of applause as we welcome Shitanshu. Kaustubh couldn't join us, Mr. Jha, so we're not going to be having him on the platform, but we'll move ahead to Sujala Martis, Director Consumer Marketing, Platinum Guild International. Let's give her a big round of applause as we welcome her. We also would like to thereby call upon Harmeet Singh, Chief Brand Officer of The Body Shop Asia South. Let's give her a big round of applause as we welcome her. Neha Parekh, Brand Head, Samsonite. Thank you, Meha, for joining in. We'd also now like to call upon Suruchi Kore, the head of digital and social strategies, a group a communication of Bajaj Group. Let's give Suruchi a warm round of applause. And of course, completing the panel, let's call upon the CEO and co-founder Hooper, Gaurav Dagaonkar. Let's give Gaurav a warm round of applause as we welcome him on the platform. I think one thing is, it's going to be quite interesting, Ahmed, that we have so many of them in this panel. I'm sure there are going to be some great key takeaways from the brands as well as what you have curated for them. So over to you.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to everyone here, and welcome to our session, Beyond Translation, Marketing to the Heartlands. I am Mehmed Aftab Naqvi, and it's a pleasure to have all of you here. For a long time, many brands have almost worked on two spectrums, two briefs, two approaches, one for India and one for Bharat. But the story has changed. The lines have blurred. And today, Bharat isn't just catching up, but it is India. And so have the playbooks changed. From discovery, beginning in local languages, to trust being built at micro levels with micro influencers. And the growth also coming from smaller towns, cities, villages. To explore this, I have this wonderful panel, and hopefully over the next 30 minutes, I think yes, we have that, I can deep dive into your minds and extract some learning, some nuggets of wisdom, which can help marketers at large make lesser mistakes and maximize the chances of success when it comes to marketing to the heartlands. So with that, hopefully we're going to learn not just about reach and resonance, but real results. And all of you are at the forefront of this entire drive and change, and maybe we can learn a bit or two about it. Let me start with a brand that truly lives in everyday India, Desh Ka Namak, Tata Salt. Raj, you and your team, terminology for you, right? That's been happening over the years. And I do understand that voice has played a very important role in that. Whether at stations, whether at bus stops. Tell us a bit more about why voice has become such an important element of really marketing at scale to Bharat.
Thank you. Thank you for a great start and looking forward to the discussion. See, one Desh Ka Namak. So the growth for us obviously comes maximum from rural, and when I'm saying rural, it is urban. And you spoke on your last line, results, right? Obviously very passionate, obsessive about the results, the growth that we do. What we realized is that it's classic Byron Sharp, which is that you reach to maximum number of people, maximum number of times. And what we have seen in Tata Salt is that we needed to bring the cost per reach down. So a typical cost per reach on TV is what, 36 paisa, right? 30 to 40 paisa generally. We needed to get it in 5 paisa because I don't have a bank full of like crores, right? So the budgets are always limited. What voice has helped is basically go very mass and go it at a 6, 7, 8 paisa per user, right? What it does is that obviously you reach maximum number of people at one go. What we did is basically, I'm sure all of us have heard Namak Ho Tata Ka Tata Namak. So just creating music which is very explanatory, like you have all seen Hema Rekha Jaya or Shushma Sabki Pasand Nirma. So that's the content I would request us to look at the content, or you already come across with that, and take that at a mass audio points. And the mass audio points in the country are, one obviously railway stations, completely MySpace because no brand clutter there, bus stands. You take it even the hearts, mandis, etc., etc. Similarly, obviously YouTube Shorts, YouTube Rural, right? So what we have been able to consistently focusing is that what can I deliver at 6, 7, 8 paisa? How can I go maximum mass, do my spurts in like the purchase cycle, and it has given us results.
Great. I'm just going to dig deeper into this point of content that you mentioned, right? Is there any very relevant example, because sometimes content translation just doesn't kick it. Sometimes you have to really think in those cultural nuances. Has Tata Namak, Tata Salt done something on that nature where you can give a live example of?
See, we have very different films for very different states. So it's a 3,000 crore plus brand. Individual states are like 200, 300 crores. So for us, these like brands, right? So UP for me, UP into Tata Salt is a brand for me. The content for UP is different from Tamil Nadu completely. So maybe just one example I can tell you is that agar UP bolega nakli ko nakalchi, then my film will say nakalchi namak आपकी सेहत पे भारी पड़ सकता है, versus when it goes to Bengal, it said noon ratata ranun, and when it goes to Maharashtra, it will say asla tasla nai ho, mitha che tata che meat, right? So the nuance is not very, it's not a hard-working nuance. It's subtle. Its cues of the culture goes very deep. And as
But
a
also
Marathi
this
listener-
word of nakalchi namak, would you also make someone say it which resonates more with those audiences, influencers, micro-influencers or celebrities?
Yeah, so when we have money, we take once in a while, some celeb, and in this case, yes, we did. So it was Ravi Kishan in our case, right?
Ravi
And Ravi
Kishan,
Kishan is very famous in, say, UP and Bihar. And when he spoke, right, and he speaks in that accent. We had Manoj Vajpayee in one of the other ads, not this. But then you talk to that in that accent. Similarly, when we did South film, it was the South actor. So in this case, we have Priyamani. So Priyamani speaks to that. So certainly it's very resonating to the mass. And it seems like mine because it is Desh Ka Namak, it has to be yours. It has to be mine.
No, that's great and lovely learnings from that. But obviously, when it comes, Sudhanshu, to your brand, Pernod, I think there are a lot more, you have to be a lot more responsible in the way you localize your content as well, right? And different regions have different ways in which they celebrate. And translating that celebration to your product, to your brand, is something that has to be done very responsibly. How do you really approach it? And how is local marketing in the hinterlands really work for you?
No, so India for us is not just one market. India for us is divided into different markets because each market behaves differently, of course, for every marketer. But for us, every state has different ways of working. Every state has different LDAs, legal drinking age, right? And what you say and how you say is really important. For us, unlike objective is to talk relatively, right? Unlike Desh Ka Namak, we cannot go on quantum. We cannot go on mass reach. For us, it becomes really important that you own a particular culture. You hack the culture completely. Let me give you an example. One of our brands, Royal Stag, has been talking about live it large for the last 24, 25 years now. They've talked about democratizing success. They were the first brand in India to actually get sports stars as a forefront in advertising. You talk about any sports star, it was owned by Royal Stag. Right from a Mitchell Stark to a Curtly Ambrose to a Shane Warne, right? To your Rohit Sharmas or the Boomerahs of the world today. So we were very clear in our approach that you want to hack culture. And you don't want to localize it. You want to hack culture and you want to go the last mile. Be very clear, because the moment I hack the culture, you need to own it completely. Owning and hacking a culture is built on continuity and longevity. Desh Ka Namak has been for decades now. Live it large has been for decades now. As a marketer, we actually face guilt, and actually we are guilty that the marketing communication changes so rapidly in this dynamic world today. We are not being true to the communication. So it becomes really important that you stay true, you own one insight, and you own one communication for long. Of course, localization, of course, is the next step, but you need to own a communication completely. And brands like Royal Stag or brands like Blender's Pride, which has owned fashion completely. So I think you need to own one language, and you need to stay true to it. If you're not staying true to it, then you are being too dynamic in this ever-evolving world, which I think is as marketers, we are guilty for it. So we need to be true to what you say and how you say it.
No, that's a great insight. Obviously, brands are not built in a day, a month, a year, but decades. And staying true, not being in this dynamic world, ever changing, and sometimes staying true to what you really believe in the core inside, and really building that is a way forward. Let me get Sujala's perspective on this. Sujala, your category runs very deep on emotions and culture as well, right? While Platinum is aspirational, is very personal as well. When you're really communicating to Bharat at large, is there any change in your communication? Is there any localization that you're experimenting with and you've seen success in?
Yeah, so for us, like you rightly said, when it comes to jewelry, there are regional variances that play up all through. There are some centers that are precious stone forward, and then there are some cities and some geographies which are metal forward. And therefore for us, I think this regionalization or localization starts from product. I think that being the first point, because the category is so personal and it's so emotional, what we try and inculcate is actually, cultural integration. So we try and look at norms, we try and look at belief systems, we try and look at symbols. I think language is just a natural fallout. I think the rest of the ecosystem is far more vital. So we kind of look at that because we do realize that driving cultural relevance is a growth driver and also a big differentiator. So just to give you an example, one of our brands in the portfolio is Platinum Love Bands. And Platinum Love Bands sits on the premise of a love that's truly rare. Talking to women and the value system is what women look for, young women look for in a relationship. And that, for example, varies. In the metros, that view is very individualistic. So a young woman will say that for me, it's important to grow, flourish within a relationship. Whereas in South, it plays out very differently because what they look forward to is a very role-based partnership where they feel what we bring to the table is of equal importance as what he brings to the table. So it's such a big difference trade-off. Or even if you talk about the mini metros, where the view on love and relationships is far more romantic as it is in the larger centers where it's far more individualistic and far more partnership-based. So those kind of differences play out. We are lucky to have a set of brands that sort of sit on a universal truth, and that universal truth can then encompass many, many nuances and many, many variations. So another example is another of our brands, which is Men of Platinum, which sits on success that is built out of character and values. And when it comes to values, for instance, what is aspirational and inspirational in one part of the country may not be the same. So there is a part of the country that values courage, but there is another part of the country that values humility. So, these variances is what we see through, and the brand world ultimately is a sum of totals. So we try and inculcate it. There won't be one key asset that loads this all on, but there is a story and a narrative through various touch points, and we inculcate these pieces in. Great. And also things like meme marketing or things like community, they're all language first. So I think that's where we...
So on meme marketing, like for a premium aspirational brand, is that something one of your brands has experimented with and seen success?
Yeah, because like I said, one of our brands is Men of Platinum and rests on cricket as a growth lever actually. And within the space of cricket, our ambassador is MS Dhoni. And within the space of cricket, meme marketing is a natural extension. So there is a way that we do it. I don't think we'll go like bonkers, but there is a way that we do it. And given the turf of sport, it's fine.
I want to ask a follow-up question to that. I think a lot of people in audiences would be interested to know that for a premium category product and influencers at a local level, which are micro-influencers, is that something that could be leveraged? Is that something that you experimented with? Is that something works for you?
Yeah, so, I think the way we look at it is the fact that each of our brands is based on a certain universal truth, which is a bigger idea, and that bigger idea can have many local interpretations. But the point is to look at local influencers through the lens of authenticity. It's, it's not so much as a vanity metric of number of followers as much as it is about, depth of trust, emotional equity. If a brand stands for character, then essentially the the person needs to portray that in every way.
Sure.
Otherwise, the backlash is just not worth it, obviously.
Very well put, Sujala.
Just to add, imperfection is the new perfection. That's the trend.
Perfection is the new perfection.
You have to be imperfect to be perfect. Films are leveraging it in storytelling. Authenticity, of course, is an over cliched used word in the last 3 years, but it's staying true to content. You need to be authentic. You need to be who you are. As rightly pointed out, experiment and see how it works. Even we tried, it delivered results, but you cannot go bonkers because that's your brand world. You have certain brand world, right? You can't go beyond your brand world as well.
Correct. No, absolutely, absolutely. Harmeet, let me get you into the conversation. And for Body Shop, at a larger level, there is a storytelling, which are your core values, which people believe in. How do you really communicate that to Bharat at large? And is your brand storytelling also leveraging influencers for the same?
Thank you. Yeah, I hope you can hear me now. Yeah. So very interesting question. Thank you. So first to talk about Bharat at large and how we inculcate the culture, because of course the Body Shop is an international brand. I think nevertheless we all know that any brand internationally who comes to India have to adopt to the cultural nuances, have to connect with the consumers, rather than just staying out and saying that, we are the international brand and this is the way we do it. So I would just, I have many examples to give actually, many programs, many campaigns what the Body Shop has done, which would actually, the consumers would connect with. The latest one, the latest festive campaign which we just launched very recently, that's Mark a Change, wherein we have reflected on the intergenerational bond, of a grandmother with her granddaughters and family bonding. Also the setup, the Indian setup, as we have shown, and how it's not, the product is not the focus is actually the inclusivity in terms of how we want to highlight on these values of the Body Shop, that is inclusivity and family bonding, and also the love and the bond what in India you experience with your friends and family. So I would not only the latest, the current campaign which is running, but we have been doing that with many more programs in the past what we have undertaken. To give you a list, we did something last year also in December, a great campaign where it highlighted the LGBTQA community, where we wanted to give out the messaging. Not only, of course, Body Shop, is a brand which stays true to its sustainability and commitment, and of course the ethical beauty, the ethical beauty claim, but also the LGBTQA community where the inclusivity was very important. So we started highlighting this through our programs, and I think it was very well received in terms of how the consumers resonated with the campaign. That.
Do you see a difference between your consumer resonating with it in urban cities vis-a-vis in villages and towns? For example, when you did this campaign, is there a learning there? Is there an insight there in terms of the behavior to really resonate with ideas that you mentioned?
Sorry, I mean to say you're talking about the
campaign.
The campaign with tier 1 cities with the tier 2 and 3 cities.
Correct.
So just to give you the context, tier 2 and tier 3 have been our focus since many years. So any campaign or any program what we do, we always keep in mind that the consumers have to understand that campaign. They have to understand the essence of the messaging what we are trying to give out. So I would say recently we did a Raksha Bandhan campaign. It was a very small campaign, but a beautifully articulated, where we collaborated with Terraco. These are the artisans, and it is all about the female empowerment and supporting communities, where such a small community based out of Panchkula, we actually brought out that how beautifully they work, and we took actually Rakhis from them and we included that in our gift boxes. So, to bring out that nuance of the cultural nuance and the female empowerment and to showcase it in our programs, it actually would, I would say it would actually connect very, very closely with all the audience, not only the metro, but also the tier 2 and tier 3 cities.
Sure, that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Let me get Miha into the conversation. Miha, for Samsonite, when you're reaching out to Bharat, what is working for you and what is not working for you? Can you give us a peep into your playbook?
Yeah. So firstly, a context of the brand, pretty much like Body Shop, right? Samsonite as well is an international brand, and we're the global leaders in our category, and we're the most premium brand in the country in this category. So for a very long time, most of our revenues came in from metros, because that's where quintessentially the money resided in the marketing narrative of things. There are two macro trends because of which tier 2 is coming up as a big business sort of driver for us. One, of course, is the narrative of holidays has changed, right? So it's no more Nani Ka Ghar or a pilgrimage that is a holiday. It's even the tier 2 India is doing solo trips, they're doing trips with their partners, they're doing family trips, they're doing 3 holidays a year. So that's a big macro trend. The other macro trend is that because of social media, I think premium brands are democratized in some sense, even in these areas of the country. So second, third, fourth generation business families, entrepreneurs, etc. While they have to reside where they have to reside for work, they want to bridge that gap with metro and tier 2 by using certain brands that make them feel like they are closer to the globe. So these two macro trends are working for international brands, premium brands, and for our brand as well. For us, I think there's a certain brand voice we have. I mean, language is a part of it, but there's a certain tonality and a brand voice that we have that we don't want to move away from. Sure. What we although do is, localize in the sense that there are a lot of cultural nuances that we take into some pieces of communication. If I have to give you one example, and Diwali is coming up, so it's a perfect example. We've done a campaign called Diwali Ka Safar. Now, Samsonite is a thought leader brand, given it's the most premium in the category. We did a piece of content where we thanked people who sacrificed their Diwalis to make ours happy, right? So airline staff or cab drivers or bus drivers and everybody who's working on that day. And there was no forced fit brand integration. It was just a nice warm piece of content where we thanked, showed empathy, and then it ended with the brand coming in. So the idea, and of course, I mean the language, because it was so rooted in culture, we could do it in Hindi. So it wasn't really a translation of, okay, let's have an English piece of content and then let's dub it for this geography and then run that content in that area. That playbook, I think, is about 6-7 years old now in the FMCG scheme of things. So we did that, and that really resonated with consumers, right? So the idea was to sort of be an empathetic brand, and then the cultural nuance followed through. So it wasn't really a forced fit, so to say. So the localization that we do is not translation or performative. It's essentially localization of emotions and thoughts, and then whatever language it is, it follows through. A couple of other things that we do sometimes is, for example, through products, which is, I think, is the king across brands and categories, is that we understand some things work in certain areas, right? So, for example, let's say at the cost of stereotyping, let's say a lot of designer stuff would work really well in North. So we have sub-brands. We have a sub-brand called Samsonite Black Label, which is very premium. A lot of designer collaborations with Samsonite Black Label work very well in North. Versus Bombay, where there's a lot of working audience. So a lot of work-led kind of products work a lot better in Bombay. So we make sure even the product assortment has that level of or layer of localization, so to say. So there are many ways we localize. One more that comes to mind is the way we work with media platforms and marketplaces to how we are found. Right? So in our nomenclature, we would love for a consumer to write Samsonite cabin bag under 10,000, but that's not how consumers search. They would typically write trolley bag, strong trolley bag at 10,000. So it's essentially where we midway meet our consumers in the way we are found without losing our voice, but acknowledging the way consumers search us. So there are various pockets of how we localize. It goes beyond words and language. But essentially culturally more rooted.
That's very insightful. Mia, you also mentioned search and how consumers are searching for your brand. Are they now searching also on the GPTs of the world? And is that being factored, like for example, which is the best suitcase? And then trying to capture them there. Is that something a part of your playbook or you're thinking about?
We're thinking about it. It's not something that we've actively sort of started doing. Of course, there's a lot of chatter on consumers searching on AI now. But what inherently brands can do is make sure your content is up to mark, right? Let's say if you have a D2C, which we do, if your content is up to date on your D2C, if your FAQs are perfect, if the way you've explained each product is good enough, if you've used the right keywords to explain your products, then you will automatically appear in even on AI platforms when consumers are searching you. Instead of sort of, manufacturing that in some way, which is not very authentic in some sense. So we've not started doing something with these AI platforms, but we make sure our content is up to date so it naturally appears in. And having the tag of global leader helps us inherently.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you for that. Suruchi, would love your insights, some of your learnings, when you're marketing to Bharat at large, what you're doing and more importantly, what you're not doing.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon everyone. So, very interesting insights and takeaways here, how premium brands are catering to tier 2, tier 3 markets now. For Bajaj, we've always been an Indian brand, so it's the other way around, I can say, where we were earlier focused on our regional consumer marketing, be it Durga Puja marketing for Kolkata market or for in like Maharashtra. Now the Abhyang Snan campaign is on for Bajaj Consumer Care for Diwali. So every state and every like India, we were discussing, has a different cultural nuances, and we have been all focusing on how we can tap those. But now with the shift that's happening with digital platforms, channels, and the overall boom with internet coming in, I think the consumers are also looking for something which is not really so focused on something which has been happening for the years. So now we are also looking at how we can offer something, staying true to our brand language, how we can reach out to our consumers with something that they have in mind. What are they looking out for? Like I can talk about what are the demands. If it is natural products, then how we can incorporate natural ingredients to our products, and how we can really communicate it to them in the right way. So I think that is where one thing I would like to really highlight, that the shift that we are seeing is that consumer is again reaching out to the brands very actively, and that is where we are able to understand the requirements of our target audience. And it's a nice time where we are really able to communicate with them back, and they are able to communicate with us. So that's the very
good part of social media.
Part of social media and the digital boom. And in those terms, I think even we were having a session with AI. So how just before this, so how that's really helping us to make our content in a faster, fast-paced manner, and then all of us are also talking about the content that's going out. So it's so much of a, like I can say, a content factory that's going on with all the brands talking about festive campaigns, talking about reaching out to your audience in new trending viral reels or some new formats on Instagram and stuff. But within that, staying true to our brand language is something that we all have to continue doing. And I think the digital shift is all about how we are creating content in a dynamic manner now. And we were just discussing about the music library that Gaurav is going to talk about. And it's wonderful to see how we are able to create this wonderful content for our brands, reaching out to the right audience and taking their feedback again. I think that's the most interesting part for me, and that's where I see the shift.
Great. No, I think one thing that stands common is staying true to your brand voice. I think all of us are very resonating with that and staying up to date with what the platforms have to offer. Let me get Gaurav into the conversation. Music, such a universal language, transcends languages, transcends barriers, gets people together. How can music be this powerful tool to really, for brands to connect with Bharat at large?
Well, I don't think there's anybody here who doubts that music today is an integral part of storytelling. In fact, back in 2021 when we began Hooper, we had a client that wanted, the same client wanted a song in Marathi, the same feel in Telugu and Bengali. And Hooper did not exist at that point in time. I was a music director. So we went to platforms which are international platforms like your Envato, Shutterstock, and we couldn't find that kind of music. And we realized that this problem is going to become even bigger and bigger. And we built Hooper, which today caters to over 170 brands and close to 400,000 influencers who are making videos every day and using music as an integral part to tell their story. I could pretty much relate to every single panelist here because every brand's, what you all would have realized is every brand has its own identity, its own DNA. The storytelling is different and hence the music that you use, the artists you will work with is very different. So for us at Hooper, it's often a whirlwind trying to be the, let's say the bridge between what a brand will want and what we need to provide. So on a day where say a brand like a Myntra, Amazon Creator Central, or let's say a Plum or a Blue Tokai would want cool new age independent tracks. We also have traditional brands, pan-India brands. So we've got ITC, Himalaya that might want different tracks in regional languages. We also realize that within India itself, every state, listens to different music. And within every state, there is somebody doing indie work which cuts through to the Gen Z. There is somebody doing commercial work which, let's say, we have Bollywood at a pan-India level, but हर state का अपना एक commercial hit sound होता है. And then there is also a lot of folk and traditional music. So we look at ourselves as a partner who has to help the brand tell the right story with the music. Even influencers. There could be an Ashish Vidyarthi who uses music in a certain way on our platform, to a Sadhguru who wants, let's say, spiritual music, to Mr. Devendra Fadnavis's YouTube channel that might want very powerful music. We have to give everything on the platform. We have just launched Bollywood also, so you get copyright safe Bollywood music too. I saw the AI presentation, brilliant. We might have 5x more videos coming in, but not just because I'm the founder of Hooper, but genuine message to everybody, use music legally. It is very important to use trending songs and so on, but you don't want that lawsuit, you don't want that copyright strike. So we just got Yashraj Films, 21 other labels across songs like Badshah, Neha Kakkad and so on the platform, which are available in the thousands for you to license on a daily basis. So I think one level pay we see that we have to enable every single brand to get the kind of music they would need. What a body shop would need would be very different from a Platinum Guild to a Bajaj to Tata Salt, right? So that's one part of our business. The other part is also more bespoke and more custom, which is, I would say there we often play an advisor role too, in terms of what music should you use. Just because a song is trending does not mean your brand should use it. For all you know, it's a terrible choice and you might get a little bit of an uplift on social media, but your brand ideally should not have used that track. So there we get into a bespoke solution. I would share a couple of examples where, since our topic is about connecting with the heartlands, ITC has a very popular chips brand called Bingo Tede Mede, and they wanted to strengthen their presence in UP and Bihar. So we did a bit of a research. We have a framework called the AMP framework, the Artist, Music and the Promotions framework, and we realized that the right singer for this is a gentleman called Khesari Lal Yadav. And we created 4 different songs in Bhojpuri, put it up on Spotify to see which one actually resonates with that audience before even recording that song with a Khesari, and then we did that particular one. It did extremely well. Similarly, Ultratech Cement came to us with a very interesting requirement that they wanted to cater to the migrant worker who moves from a village to a city, and usko life में एक ambition है कि उसको घर बनाना है अपना, वो जो पक्के कच्चे घर में रहता है उसको घर बनाना है. So we sort of studied that brand inside out. We realized what they do. On one side, they would build the biggest bridges with a Shah Rukh Khan, but they also are catering to this person, right? And we realized that, again, in UP and Bihar, Chhat is a very important glue, right? So we got the right lyricists to write it, and we made it in Hindi and in Bhojpuri. And beautiful lines, right? पिछले छठ जो मांगी थी वो मन्नत पाली है, अपने हाथों अपने घर की नींव डाली है, लौट के मैं जहाँ जाऊँगा अपने इरादों सा मजबूत गांव में एक घर बनाऊंगा. That song did extremely well for them, and now they're expanding that into a huge campaign. Lastly, I would just like to say that, again, if I were to sit, let's say, with Harmeet versus Sujala, it would be a very different bit, right? And we are just creating 100 songs with universal music, which are only Gen Z, which are English, in the space of, say, a Hanuman kind, and so on. Every brand has its requirement. Even on the platform, what we've tried to do, if you go to Hooper today, let's say, Raj, you want to use a particular track, your social media team, but the track happens to be in a language they don't understand. Say it's a Telugu song. Do you know whether it's the right fit for your brand? So using AI, we've built a tool where just all you need to do is put your Instagram handle. It'll tell you exactly how well the song fits your brand voice, something Aftab you just spoke of. And it'll actually give you exactly the video you need to make in the context of your brand with that song to get more ROI or a better result, right? So the way I look at it is music is going to play a larger role. If a brand today is not using music as effectively as they should or as sustainably, well, we are here for the next half an hour, 45 minutes. But on a serious note, I think it is cutting through India and appealing to the heartlands.
I think Gaurav has given us a very actionable playbook as to what could define marketing for the heartlands for the next few years and possibly the decade. And on that same note, I think I have enough time to squeeze in the same question to our other panelists as well, as to what is that one actionable advice that you would always keep in your playbook, or you'd advise other marketers when they're reaching out to market to the heartlands? Maybe I can kickstart in no particular order. Sujala, with you, possibly? Yes.
I think it's the most obvious one, but I'll still go ahead and say it. I think, when you're creating, a lot of people mistake translation for creation, and that's not it. Which is why I think, you need to take a pause and see. Unfortunately, the world of translation has not evolved much, and a lot of what we get back is the same crib, is very, very literal. And hence, therefore, what one must look at is more of a cultural integration, because it may not be an equal to. There are different interpretations possible when you sit on brand terms like relationships, like character, things like that, or even individuality, which is what Platinum Ivara, our women-centric brand, stands for. Interpretations are many. We don't need to translate them. Finding what is relevant and creating a piece out of that makes far more sense than just translating.
Not just translation. Harmeet, what would yours be?
I'll be very short, and just the advice would be that's what, when the whole team is brainstorming about a particular campaign, like what to do and how to do it, we all say that, okay, we are an international brand, but we have to definitely connect and resonate with all the consumers. Keep it simple, keep it real, because that's what the Body Shop stands for, that we are very, very real, authentic brand, and very real values, I would say. So through all our programs, what we do and what we would like to do always is, we like to communicate the values, what we stand for, which are actually, I would say, this is not bookish, but it's a 50-year-old brand now. We'll be celebrating 50 years next year, but 50 years and sustainability, nobody had even heard of. What is sustainability? What is ethical? What is ethical, ethical ingredients, and how authentic you can be. But all this started 50 years back. So these values is what we actually incorporate in any plan or any campaign what we build, and we want to resonate with all the consumers. So we in India, we make sure that we are understood and well received in terms of what we want to convey, even to a tier 2, tier 3, and a tier 4 as well, to that matter.
Great. Staying true to values and ensuring they are easily understood by audiences at large.
Yeah.
Right. Meha, what would yours be?
I think the way that playbook for Heartland is going to evolve is that we'll all have to think beyond language. I think about 5-7 years ago, it was a classic playbook of language and make the language relevant and the brand will become relevant.
I think that audience has evolved, and now in fact they don't want a simplified ad campaign from a metro 30-second edit simplified to be relevant to, let's say, somebody sitting in a Kanpur. They want to be a part of the global narrative. So just make sure that you make your brand accessible, make it relevant. Of course, cliched, overused words, but I mean, they're true. But just make sure that it's still the global brand voice if you're a global brand. And make them feel a part of the global narrative and don't oversimplify it for them. That's not going to be the playbook anymore.
You know, that's a very useful insight. Make them feel a part of the global narrative as well. Perfect. Suruchi, what would yours be?
Exactly, and like I said, empowering your consumer, because they are now not just those regional consumers that we were happy with, whatever is coming their way, they are coming back with their feedback. So I think about them as your valued audience and how you can empower them in certain way with your communication. I think that's going to go a long way, is what I can say. Yeah.
Thank you. Gaurav, I know yours is power of music, but you want to add anything more to it?
Well, I'd just like to say, meet your consumer where they are. We are talking about the power of heartlands, and I think let's not underestimate our consumers there. Today they have as much money and as much paying propensity as sometimes folks from the urban places. I have a very short, very quick story to share over here. When we launched Hooper, for a long time we were catering a lot to urban content creators. We felt those are the ones who will actually, music licensing or kisko pata hoga kind of a mindset. Then I read an article put up by Mr. Anand Mahindra where he was celebrating a truck driver named Rajesh Ravani, and he was inspired by a story that he bought a house with 1 million subscribers on YouTube, and I was very impressed, so I reached out to my team saying we should give a free subscription to Rajesh ji. Turned out that Rajesh was using Hooper for the last 1 year, and not only him, there were another 40 truck drivers who were using the platform, which came as a shock to us that there are actually people who are in the remotest parts of India who are actually buying your products, who are very smart, who are using GPT, who know exactly everything that you sitting in a tier 1 city would know. So I think let's not underestimate our consumer, and we got to meet them where they are in the language that they speak.
Very well put, Gaurav. Let's not underestimate anyone. Sudhanshu, would you like to add to that?
Just to add, I think don't be transactional. This finger of ours actually travels almost 600 meters every day on the mobile, right? So 800 content pieces seen every day by this eyes, right? So stay true. जो दिखता है वो नहीं बिकता है, जो अटैच करता है नहीं जो दिखता है वो बिकता नहीं है. I would say जो अटैच करता है वो बिकता है in the long run. So transactional बिक जाएगा, but in the long run you need to attach the heart, right? And that's where storytelling, staying true becomes important. So experiment, see the value, but stay true to who you are. Don't change yourself because consumers are really smart. So yeah, that's
well put. Raj?
A lot has been spoken on content. I think one of the struggles we will see in next 2 years, even more so, is where do we catch the consumer, because the screens are just splitting. And understanding digital, it's still not understood as a space, and as much more I talk to people, I get that everybody is in a flux. I think we'll need to figure out how do I get that consumer to go for a 3+, 5+ reach, and I don't know where is it that the guy is. Right, so I think in a lot more experimenting, and what I experiment this year won't be true next year. Right, so I think at least another 5 years until digital becomes significantly more right, which we'll all see in front of us. We'll have to learn the language, or we'll have to learn the way we reach with all the content we make to the end consumer, so that she or he can really buy my brand.
Great insights, Raj, and to all our panelists, I think thank you very much for giving us such grounded insights, very candid, very honest with what you have to share with the audience. And I think one theme that really comes out across is staying true to the brand, not underestimating anyone, especially not a customer, and also thinking, acting, behaving like a lean startup when you're doing your marketing, experimenting a lot. And when you're getting the right fit, possibly scaling those experiments to large. So with that, come to the end of this panel. Thank you so much, everyone, for this insightful discussion. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Emma, for curating such a fantastic discussion. A big thank you to all our panelists for contributing with your key expertise. We'd just like to call upon one of our speakers out here to help us with the token of appreciation of all our panelists. May I now call upon Mr. Atul Hegde, founder of YAP, to please join us on stage and help us with the felicitation. May I please request our panel to now stand up and, of course, join us ahead. Starting with of course, as he gives his close, let's start with Raj. Raj, if you can just join in frame. And ladies and gentlemen, if you've enjoyed their conversation, let that applause continue. Mr. Raj Gilra, thank you so much for joining us at the 3rd edition. May I request Shitanshu now to step forward. Shitanshu, thank you so much. From Pernod Ricard, India. May I call in the Center State Sujala? Thank you so much for joining us. From Platinum Guild International, Ms. Harmeet Singh, thank you so much. From the Body Shop Asia South, Ms. Meha, thank you so much. And may I please request the panel not to step down. Ideally, we would have wanted all of you in a group photograph as well. So can I request the panel to please stay back? Suruchi, thank you so much. From Bajaj Group. And Gaurav, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let that applause continue. From Hooper. And of course, towards the end, Ahmed, thank you so much from the GoZoop group, curating such a fantastic discussion. May I now request the entire panel to step forward as a group, and may I request our presenter as well, Mr. Atul, to please stay back and be in the frame. So ladies and gentlemen, a hashtag E4M iDac moment for you right there. It's time for you to take out your mobile phones, take that and capture this moment. And of course, kudos to everyone for joining us on the 3rd edition of E4M iDac. Thank you so much, and thank you for joining in. Well, wow. The conversation's been really fantastic. We're learning so much from one another. Now we're going to be transitioning into our next panel, which delves into the topic community-led brand building. From followers to founders, building brands with communities, not just campaign. This panel explores how independent agencies are crafting the niche ecosystem where culture, content, and co-creation collide. Think of the WhatsApp micro-tribes or the creator collectives and the zero-spend virality driven by loyal audiences. To this and much more, it is now time for us to kickstart with our next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to call upon first the moderator of this discussion. Let's give it up for Manan Kapoor, founding member of YAP. Can we please put the creative up for our team? Thank you. While as they're just going to be doing that, I believe Manan, it's towards the extreme left, so we're going to be doing that seating. Do we have the creative? Thank you. All right. I'd also now like to call upon and rather re-invite on stage Harmeet Singh, Chief Brand Officer, The Body Shop Asia South. Let's give it a warm round of applause. May I now call upon Manas Gulati, co-founder and CEO of ARM Worldwide. Thank you, Manas, for joining in. We'd now like to call upon Tanmay Prusti, CMO of Crompton. Let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him. Mr. Pratik Gupta, co-founder, Foxy Moron Zoom Media. And completing this panel, if I would now like to call upon Siddharth Dabade, Chief Business Officer of Lemma. And as we have the entire panel with us on stage, we'd like to give it in the able hands of Manan to take it forward.
Thanks, thank you. Thanks, eForum, for putting this panel together. Thanks, everyone, for coming in this traffic. I heard everyone had a traffic story in Mumbai to tell. So this topic is very interesting and is something what I've been hearing across the day about community, about content. In today's noisy digital era where everyone is fighting for the mind space of a consumer's content and where we aren't swiping only to get the perfect match but also to get the perfect content match. In the space of virality, in the space of viral content trends, I feel, and a lot of people that I've talked to also believe that communities is the next form of content building. We have seen large communities being built. We've seen people struggling to build communities. And we always are in the battle of should it be a community or just be a campaign. Opening up to the panel, I start from extreme, right? Harmeet, we've seen the Body Shop doing some fabulous job in the community building. We've seen you partner with artists to build micro communities also. And we've also seen that you've gone ahead and built the community over years. Do you think, and you also mentioned something very, very particular about values in the last session, that you build content, but you do not forget about the values that you've been continuing. Is it difficult for you to marry all these things together when building a community? And has brand building for you changed over the last couple of years?
Okay, so hi. Great question. So first of all, yes, you're right. Body Shop has been a community building brand, I would say, since many, many years. And no, it has not been difficult at all. It is actually, it is in the DNA, I would say. Body Shop, I mean to say, since inception, has been talking about communities and how to support the communities in the best possible way worldwide. We brought that to India as well when we launched in India about 2 decades back. And to give you just a quick, understanding of the community building, what we have done in India, we have worked with various communities to highlight a few. Plastics for Change in Bangalore, community for the marginalized workers, the waste pickers. We have been working with them for almost 6 years now, supporting almost 2,000 plus families with their education, with their health, insurance, with their day-to-day living, and also donating e-tricycles to these waste pickers. They are based out of Bangalore, and a bit more areas in the south. But just to say that, Plastics for Change just resonate with the brand because we have the plastic recycling program with them. So what we do is that content, as to what we are actually advocating for sustainability, that we want our consumers to come to our store and give back the empty bottles and the jars so that we can recycle them. In return, what we are doing is we are giving livelihood to these communities, to the waste pickers, and helping them build their better life. So this is just one of the examples what I'm giving you, what we are doing. We are doing many more things in terms of doing some more campaigns, running some programs with marginalized communities like for female empowerment. I just said in the last session that we did something in Raksha Bandhan very recently in August. We worked with Terraco somewhere in Panchkula where we supported them and we bought Rakhis from them. So I think every year we have an aim. I think marketing, yes, is important. To make content is very important. To of course showcase that what the brand has in terms of products, but very important is the true messaging of the brand, what we give out in building these communities and helping them to grow bigger and better.
So thanks. I mean, also, has it changed over the last couple of years? Have communities been focused, driven by content creators, or is still driven by micro communities for you?
Well, I would say it has really changed for us because the content creators, in terms of that what we want to showcase, it's been there in the, as I said, it's been there in our DNA. So whether we launch a campaign where we highlight and involve a community, it's always community first brand, I would say. And then of course comes the product and the ingredients and many more things in the Body Shop.
Thanks. So I'll pick them up. I'll talk to Tanmay about it now. So Tanmay, in the space of products that you have you create large SKUs, you have different product lines. You also must be fighting a battle between, do I put a product first, or do I go after intent marketing? Do I showcase a journey of how to use a product, or do I show the features of a brand? While I skimmed through your social networks, I saw a lot of design-focused content. I saw a lot of micro communities being built for each small SKUs, where each small communities are being tapped into. How have you been able to tie them all together, or is it all a single community which is driving it all together?
No, actually, so Manan, actually good point. So we are one brand, but we are many products, and in fact we are many business lines. And each of them have a very, very different interplay with a very different sort of interest group. So if I were to tell you, we sell fans. Now you'll say, what does fans got to do with community, except for the fact that it shares its name with fans of a different kind. But fans are a product which are half technical, half do-it-yourself. So you need electricians almost always to install it. So we have a huge engagement program that intersects and talks to electricians at scale. To kind of make sure that we tap into their insights in upstream as well into product development. Now you travel a little further and you get down to water heaters. Very, very different product. Geysers, water heaters, etc. Right? They are electrical in nature, but somehow they are installed by plumbers. So we talk to a very, very different community there. They are very big, very strong opinion leaders as well. They have a huge role with our consumers. They have a huge role with our channel. So that's there. Then you get down to a product as commercial and complicated as industrial pumps. We're India's largest manufacturer of pumps. Yeah. But within that, there's a line of business for agriculture pumps. You will be surprised that people who are interacting and buying agriculture pumps actually interface significantly on the net. And they are speaking to a bunch of agri-influencers. So literally the olden times Krishi Darshan has now come on net. You've got a bunch of farmer advocates, you've got a bunch of gurus who tell about products and stuff around it. It's a complicated purchase, and these people are actually assisting in that product purchase journey. So, our journey at Crompton is actually to find out who are the key opinion leaders for each of our products, and then start actually having meaningful interactions with them. And with those meaningful interactions, you take it both ways. You take it to the consumer in terms of product development, inciting out, coming in from there, as well as the fact that you leverage these influencers to obviously sell more of your products as well. But you are really interacting with a bunch of different community groups for each of our product lines.
And have this community been built over years, and how difficult is it? For example, you talked about farmers. It's a very difficult community to hold for years. How have you been able to build it? And are you able to create content out of it, which you're using on digital space also, or is it a community which is only an offline community?
No, not really. So we've stayed invested in this journey of these communities for a long, long time. So this is work that has been carried out, previously as well, and for many years. So for instance, we run a large Sathi program, which is really about skilling these opinion leaders, skilling these small communities like electricians, plumbers, etc. Similarly, for agri, etc., the conversations have been going on for a very long time. It's just that the mode of conversation has moved from offline. Earlier we were having a lot of offline efforts. Now there's a lot of auto-organizing. They're all available online. They're available through various other mediums, etc. And now you're also harvesting them for creating unique content pieces. So in fact, with a lot of these people, really content creation is organic. It's really about how they experience their product in their life natural form. You really can't put a brief in and get content out. You just basically give your product, get it experienced, let your product speak for yourself in that interaction with the community. And then whatever is interesting pieces of content, you also start leveraging them.
Great, great. So, I'll talk to Siddharth. And Siddharth, when you look at the complete space of the digital ecosystem, and in terms of the offline space also, as a brand which is an offline first brand, and where communities and content are being tapped into on social first, how do you see your platform coming ahead and helping these brands build?
Yeah, so actually we work in the out-of-home media, but we digitize this media. So what we do is we have put our software or tracker in all these screens. So you aggregated, close to 1.5 lakh screens across India. And this is the big, community building for us as well, right? We have aggregated so many screen owners on one platform, and then we are connecting them into programmatic. So we are making it all digital. So, all these screens are now connected to a DV360 or a Trade Desk as a platform. And so we cater to two different communities. One is the entire out-of-home media community. Second is the programmatic enthusiasts all over the country, right? And they obviously want, this media to converge basically. Programmatic is something which is growing well, and now every media is coming under its ambit, and this media is also coming under the ambit. The other angle is that we also work with many advertisers, and whenever they are doing a community building effort, they are doing a social media campaign, we are also able to amplify their social media campaign and presence and engagements which they are getting from their consumers onto the digital out-of-home screens. For example, we did a very interesting campaign where Amazon launched a new series called Modern Love Story, and they invited all their fans and consumers to talk about what is their take on their modern love story. And a lot of interesting engagements and responses came on their social media, which they amplified all across the country on digital out-of-home screens. And that created a huge buzz for their launch of the show. And it just amplified it completely. So yeah, meaning community building is very important for us, and we are also able to help advertisers to amplify their community building efforts and figure out how do they amplify their message through that as well.
So what I hear is that there are communities which are built across the network, and offline is also helping them out to tap into those sectors, specific sectors across it. Prateek, as someone as a fellow agency, we always are fighting, or I'm not fighting, we are trying to convince brands to build communities and not run after virality. Or, there's always a battle that we want to convey is that a viral content is short-lived while a community is a long leg where, you will see the benefit after a couple of months or a year. How difficult is it for you to convince brands and, build it up for the brands today?
It's our job, firstly. I mean, I've been doing that job for the last 18 years, trying to convince them first onto digital, then onto social, then onto media, then onto integration, and now this is a part of the conversation. I think communities is an integral part of the way that the whole digital ecosystem has been built.
Yeah.
Right? Like the fact that when we started off with Facebook and Facebook had likes, you automatically went and started to find your people in a community sort of a format from the kind of content that you liked. Right? So that automatically started to happen. Today the fragmentation has become into micro communities that actually live in the real world, but they exist in the digital world. Right? And therefore for any brand who's still asking a virality question, there's a very different conversation that we need to have with them, which is a different education cycle. But more importantly, there are brands who are wanting to make a long-term bet on community, but are literally throwing short-term campaigns at being able to solve them, which is not the right way to be able to approach a long-term question that needs to be answered, right? Inherently, brands, sports leagues, sports teams, or anything that has a community attached to it has always been a long-term game, right? And for us to try and solve this with a campaign once every 2 months, every 3 months is not going to lead to anything. A community requires consistent focus of its cause of existence, and that consistent focus needs to come from a very genuine place of participation. The problem that most of the brands who are trying to do this are facing is that they are still used to, for the lack of a better word, chapoing their logo on top of anything that's happening, even from a community play point of view, right? But that's participation, that's not integration. And a community actually requires integration more than it requires participation, right? So I think the mindset shift needs to come from integrating themselves, integrating their brands, integrating the ethos into the passion points or the cause points of why the community needs to exist. And IPs or consistent content is a pledge towards moving in that consistent direction. And therefore, the why needs to be asked a lot more than the what. But unfortunately, in the marketing ecosystem, we are often just answering the what. कि क्या करना है और क्यों करना है, but that's where the problem is.
So thanks, Pratik. I think what I understood from the whole crux of it, that it's a long battle, that is a always on battle which we as marketeers and brand custodians are always fighting for. So Manas, I think the similar point, but I feel that as someone who's been doing this for more than 2 decades now, we are fighting the battle internally, when I say as a culture building agencies for building content as a long tail, and for brands. What do you think are some mistakes which brands are today doing while creating communities?
So, I just like to say that nobody likes a brand tom-tomming about itself, which is why the communities exist, largely. And, and also when we are talking about communities are two-pronged, one who are invested with you, like B2B, like he mentioned.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, we work with Pidilite and we activate the entire ecosystem of people, who are, say, plumbers, architects, electricians, all of those people. And empowering them also gives them a purpose. So they are wholeheartedly into it. And then you don't need to put a banner on Meta or, Google or anywhere and then promote it. These guys will do it themselves. Their stories are the ones which are selling. And as a brand, empowering these people, whom you have actually nurtured from ground up, they value you much more. So those are the guys, whom people would want to listen to, because they are the ones who are promoting you and they invested in you as your brand as well. So from a B2B standpoint, it is very necessary to have a community like that. And, and from a B2C standpoint also, there are many examples of it. You talk about niche hair, the hair company.
Yeah.
People associate with the founder. They are there to support her, and which is what is helping her also reach out to multiple, touch points, out there. And then the next one can be a cultural nuance, which you talk about, the Jagore campaign, or, something which you associate with. Ki daag achhe hain, they would associate with all mothers who probably would want people to go, like kids to go out there and play. So creating something which people associate with is, definitely required and should be done. Another example I'll give for a lot of B2B brands, we're talking a lot B2C. B2B brands have a lot of distributors. Finance companies have a lot of distributors who are there, who would be there in some shop in Lucknow somewhere or some shop in Pune somewhere, who are not acknowledged distributors. And if you empower them, you don't have to do anything else. You don't have to promote yourselves on Meta, which anyways has taken away the entire, organic reach which is out there. So to get the initial boost, you have these people who will promote you everywhere else because they're advocates for you, and you've helped them also raise a community of people who talk the language of the brand as well at the same time. So that's the space, I think, and not necessarily, I don't have to convince people to do it, because when you tell them that these are people who will talk about you, they will anyways be excited to activate themselves about it. So largely that.
Thanks, Manas. Thank you. Thanks. I think what came out of the conversation I had with you guys is that the micro community is building as a great point. Another topic, another discussion I was having with you guys offline, and we discussed something about passion communities. I'll give you an example. At YAP, we as the partners are us sneakerheads. we went ahead and made our own community and then made it into an IP called Indian Sneaker Convention, which has now seen three years into it. Do you think the future of communication, or when I say intent marketing, is more driven through passion communities, or is passion communities going to drive the focus towards building larger communities also? So Tanmay, I'll open up to you.
Yeah, so passion is a very, very strong rallying cry, right? It gives you unifying purpose. I mean, okay, let's say I've been following Arsenal for forever and we've been fourth and whatnot for forever. But that united grief unites us like how? Similarly, I'm a quizzer. That community is paid for itself in many ways. It's an auto-organizing community. You'll think, what is a nerd sport got to do with communities? There are factions running. There's Karnataka Quiz Association, there's Bombay Quiz Club, there's a Delhi Quiz Association, so on and so forth. This is an international association. This community actually kept life very, very entertaining during COVID. We would organize quizzing playoffs on the net. In fact, I met my wife while quizzing. So it's... I mean, what more can I say? I have a better life because of quizzing.
Did you win the...
Yeah, as I keep telling her, you're the best trophy I won. But nonetheless, I mean, these are great rallying points. And I think they will find their own ways of commercializing themselves. But, you know, what you get is great loyalty. And if you have a meaningful way to tap into it, I think a brand will have a great place to kind of speak. So like, if a sneaker brand actually is meaningfully interacting with your community, God knows, they can end up literally creating a new range for you, customizing, living off you vicariously, so on and so forth, I think.
A matter of fact, sneaker brands, more than sneaker brands, they are brands who want to feel like younger brands are associated with our community. So a lot of the brands are coming on board who want to connect with the 18 to a 16 to a 22 years old who's entering into and has the capacity to spend money. So that's where, Harmeet, you know, and Tanmay, while we both are building communities individually, and I see a diverse set of audience that you're catering to, and passion, as you mentioned, is going to be is driving force for an individual to connect to that community. Harmeet, have you tapped into that? Because I see all your social network is, you know, while beauty and cosmetics is an easy entry point to connect with the consumer, do you think making them into a long tail community, driving passion, is easy, or it becomes monotonous over time?
Well, I would say, you know, building communities through passion is easy in a way.
Okay.
It's not that difficult because people understand that, you know, that how we connect with them, what they're passionate about. Just to tell you that, yes, being in the beauty doesn't mean we just build communities around beauty. We also build communities around sports also, around marathons, for example. You know, the Delhi Marathon, it is very, very popular. We would like to participate and as in that community and giveaways, you know, like SPF, for example.
Yeah.
It's a part of it. So everybody needs it. Anybody who's running, a sports person needs an SPF. So we don't restrict ourselves to just a beauty-led community and what the beauty-led community can do. But just to say that this whole idea of connecting with consumers is going to the next level, I would say. You know, how the brands are doing it, they're not doing it in the cliche manner. Everybody understands that if you have to just do a where they appreciate that, they say, okay, this is the brand I want to connect with. And we don't have to tell the consumers, they actually will understand by our actions and by the way what we want to communicate. And again, I would say, I just said that in the last session as well, that, you know, these consumers are very, very smart. They understand the marketing, that how brands, what are they communicating and how they want to absorb them. But I think just to stay very real, to stay very simple in your communication, in your whether it is your content or community building, just the clarity of thought is very important, you know, to these people. Then I feel it's the passion or any other thing which would drive building that community will be much easier. And I think there's a long way to go. There are many more ways to do it. Yeah. And we will see a lot of brands doing and unraveling it in the times to come.
So Prateek, Manas, Siddharth, you have any points to add on the passion points of how it's been, driving force for the community to build on?
We have to go back to try and understand why communities were built in the first place. Today, we're able to identify them a lot more. Like back in the day, communities were built on common values, common existence, right? And these communities have always been built. The principle of that does not change. The problem that I see most of the times is that brands are trying to superimpose themselves on a community. To be a part of a community is to be in the community itself and behave like you belong to that community. The problem that everybody, like I keep saying this often, participating in a community or nurturing a community is not sponsoring a community. And there's a very big difference in that, right? Like your brand personality needs to speak, the tonality needs to be adhered to what you're basically trying to say. You need to be passionate about what you're trying to do. It cannot be the logo or just the participation or the sponsorship package or what the nice looking reel looks like, right? It has to go beyond that event. It has to go into the everyday, right? These passion groups are now more to the fore because you're able to find a lot more people, dispersed all over the world for all you care, and you still have access to them on an everyday basis. And the more the brands understand that one page of, the brand character that we would always write, right? Or that ideal brand personality that we would always like needs to be in play today. If it's not in play, you cannot be a part of this community. Then you will stand out as that sore thumb in that community because you're not being able to be authentic to what those people in that place of passion or in that common cause are actually asking. And that's the only step that I would like brands to, to take in that direction. Everybody doesn't need to build a community that is seen, right? Like how Tanmay was talking about building a community with, with electricians and everybody. Their community is very different. They're making it around causes. What Harmeet was talking about was pretty much built around outcomes or actions, whether it's marathons or common passion points. It needs to be deeper. It cannot come once a year or twice a year. It has to happen every day. It has to sometimes happen silently. And that's when you become a very integral part of the life of the customer, which is the hardest thing to get today because we are in the attention economy and the customer is not giving us any attention.
So I think Manas and Siddharth, if you want to add, I would love to hear from you about those points also. Unless they've covered it.
So Prateek has covered it actually, like most of it. So I just like to say, don't try to sell yourselves when you're a part of a community.
Yeah.
Be a part of a community and maybe, do things which you would do with your friends probably and, coin in things and activities which you would want to together do with the community. Largely that.
Siddharth?
Yeah, very quickly, I think, communities will be led by consumers and, people who have passion about that particular topic. And in many ways, I think it will be, and social media also really recognizes the power of your passion and the content you're putting out and really putting a premium to it rather than brand content. So I think we are going into a different era where communities and brand builders will be the consumers who will build, for the brand, and probably brand has to align to it and play a secondary role to that extent because consumers and social media now hold a lot of power.
So thanks. It actually outlasts one-off campaigns, and it has to outlast the era of a marketeer to pass it on to a second marketeer. And that's where communities are actually built. What legacy you leave behind is not a campaign, it's a community. And that's what would stand out for brands in decades and for years to come. So thanks a lot, guys. Thank you. Thanks a lot for chipping in your precious time and context to the whole topic. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thanks, Manan. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our entire panel. We just request you to step forward. Allow me an opportunity to also call upon stage Gaurav Dagaukar, the CEO and co-founder of Hooper, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue as we encourage all our panelists for joining us on the third edition of E4M iDac. And of course, right now in frame, we have Manas Gulati as well. Can we start with Manas? And of course, Harmeet, because we've already done the felicitation in the previous one. Thank you so much, Manas, for joining in. Tanmay, thank you so much for giving us your valuable time. Mr. Prateek Gupta. Prateek, thank you. Thank you for joining in. Come on, Mumbai, we can be much more gracious with our applause. Siddharth. Thank you so much, Manan, for joining in and for curating this entire conversation. And with that, we just request all of you to come forward and join us in the center, please, all of you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's truly a hashtag E4M iDac moment right here, where we are welcoming and thanking all our eminent panelists for joining us on this topic. Thank you so much for joining in. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving ahead to our next session. So after all the panel discussions, it's now time for the finale, wherein we have certain individual sessions. Now, what I always love about individual sessions is you get to hear their story, what they'd like to contribute to that topic, and of course, there's so many key takeaways from that session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, how to future-proof your agency. Now, our next speaker is the co-founder of SocialBeat, Influence.in, and D2Scale. 3 startups in India's dynamic digital marketing landscape. His driving force has truly been helping large consumer brands drive business outcomes via digital and AI. In fact, his focus is not just about sustaining the company's growth, but also innovating and developing new products to keep pace with a rapidly evolving industry, especially with the advent of AI. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming, for our spotlight session, the co-founder of SocialBeat. Let's give it up for none other than Mr. Vikas Chawla. Thank you so much, Vikas. Would you be comfortable with it? Yeah? No, in case you want it, I'll get the team to mic you up. Would that be fine?
That's okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Come on, guys. Good afternoon. Fantastic. I'm going to maybe, with a show of hands, if some of you can tell me how many of you are from the agency ecosystem, just to get a sense. Okay, looks like half the room. All right, perfect. I only have 15 minutes, so I'm going to keep it super fast, super quick. For those who don't know what we do, we run an agency called SocialBeat, and we started this in 2012. And today we kind of look at the intersection of media, creative, and technology, and how do you really use that to drive business outcomes for brands. And yeah, let's get started. You know, I think when I was looking at that are there in the agency ecosystem, and then how do you as an agency owner actually sort of future-proof that, right? And I think the ecosystem is changing so fast because platforms are evolving really, really fast. Consumers are starting to get access to more things, more tools, more things to do. And that's one of the reasons why the ecosystem is also changing. And if you look at why that's happening, is there's a big shift to digital, and that's obvious. It's going to get much bigger globally. In fact, digital is at 72% of advertising across, right? And India is only at 44 right now. 44. Different reports may call it at 50%, but it's still far away from where the global average is. And we're also seeing that AI is obviously here. I'm not going to go talk about that. I think everybody knows. But the platforms are also growing stronger, right? It's getting more concentrated towards the top 3-4 platforms that exist globally, and that's going to continue as well. Now, brands have always loved control, and I think some of the panelists that spoke before as well, they did talk about how they would want certain things, but Raj nicely mentioned as well that imperfection is the new perfection. But that's something that not all brands might actually know and accept, but that is happening. And with AI, what happens is they can do so many things on their own, and we are seeing so many brands actually starting to in-house. So the value proposition that we need to have an agency actually starts changing, and we'll talk a bit about that as we go along. Now, brands have always loved control when it comes to creative, to media, who are you going after, what audience, but that control is going away. Even as of today, almost 50% of content that users see is not basis what brands decide, it's actually what AI determines basis the interest, determines basis what content they're consuming, and that means that number is going to continue increasing where brands will not have that control at all when it comes to a lot of things. If you look at even where we are today, you're going to start seeing a massive shift from really being able to segment that audience to being able to drive outcomes, right? There is going to be a huge shift, and we're already seeing this with the automated campaigns that we see on Google or Meta and other platforms, and they want to make it easy enough for anybody to do this rather than for you as a brand to control the algorithm. Now, if you look at the consumer side, they are loving what's happening on quick commerce. They're loving the access they're getting with the LLMs. They are getting everything at their fingertips, and that instant knowledge, instant commerce is great, but it also makes those journeys a lot more complex than they already were. Earlier, we would assume there's a funnel, you would build awareness, and you go down the funnel eventually, and they transact with you. But today, they can actually buy that product on one of the quick commerce apps, and that's where the discovery happens, that's where the commerce happens, and it all happens within a span of a few minutes, right? So that entire funnel is no longer a funnel. The way we look at it is it's actually non-linear, where the discovery and the commerce and them coming back to you, it may not happen in the order that we always thought it does, right? You can actually have commerce happen first because they found you on that app and then kind of discover you later on and engage with you, connect with you as a brand later on as well. Now, attention spans are dwindling. I think many of the folks before me spoke about it. But one of the research that Kantar did last year was that what they realized is that aggregate attention is actually good and it's working, which basically means that instead of assuming a frequency and a reach where I was talking to somebody else earlier today as well, where they said we're doing a reach of about 30% of the audience and getting a frequency only of 4 or 5. But that may not really cut it today because you may want to touch them more often with a higher frequency, but make sure that creative is aggregatively being able to create that impact for the brand. And this is research that actually shows that you need to be there, be real on those platforms, and over a period of time, that aggregate attention is actually going to create more impact for the brands. Now, and brands know this, right? They understand that building a brand gives outcomes, and again, research has shown that. This is, again, research from, global firms that have looked at different kinds of enterprises, and the brands that have really built powerful brands are the ones that outperform when it comes to revenue, outperform when it comes to market cap. So there is a merit in building that brand, but brands have to start doing that, and that's the biggest problem we today see is they said money is not there, so hence let's do a lower frequency, and that doesn't really work. We look at it, it has to be a combination of reach, relevance, and sort of results. And we're increasingly seeing brands say, okay, especially smaller brands, mid-sized brands, hey, can we in-house it? Can we just do it ourselves using AI? Can we bring in 1 or 2 folks and make this happen? And that's also the other piece to that is agility and being able to own the outcomes end to end. And often, we have to look at how you can make that happen as well. So how do we as agencies move away from just being platform experts or brand experts to say, can I own the outcome? Because if you're not going to own the outcome, we will be irrelevant, right? And we started this journey, we are at, I would say about 45% of our clients today, we have a variable fee which is tied to an outcome that we mutually decide. And we want to try and take that percentage up as we scale this up. And often the first step to this is redefining the value, because if Meta and Google and Amazon are going to take away most of the automation that we do, if AI is going to be able to create my business as usual creatives instantly, then you're left with lesser pieces today than you did 1 year ago or 2 years ago, right? So you have to redefine the value that you are able to drive as an agency. And often that means you may need to change the DNA of what you are as an agency. And we are facing that as we speak, is that how do you change, become more product first, more AI first, and it's not always easy to do. And how do you make this future-proof happen? I've put down 4 quick points with the iDac framework itself so that you can remember it. AI has to be at the core of it, right? And last month, in fact, I went through 2 programs on AI. I spent about 60 hours after work over weekends to actually spend time and figure out what can these tools really do. And this is the one thing you don't want to delegate to anybody. This is something that we as founders, as a leadership team in those agencies, you have to own that and integrate it. Second is around how do you do powerful creatives, but with that data engine and the analytical engine to tell you what's working and what's not working, right? And today that's possible. You can do this at scale across languages, across platforms, across RTBs and USPs of a brand. All of that is possible today. Finally, measurement and being able to use your first-party data, right? And this could also be data on outcomes, on revenue, on sales, the P&L of each city, P&L of each retail outlet. How do you go deeper to what the brands really want? And eventually connect that media with the creative and some sort of tech and AI that can really bridge that gap together. And that's really the beauty of what at least I feel, is going to be an important part of future-proofing it. I think AI this is sort of a maturity framework, so to say, where you can start off with the basic things where you can use the LLMs for basic things. But as you move forward, you need to actually have AI transformation that happens in the entire organization. The second is, how do you do creatives at scale? So one of the BFSI brands we are working with, for example, we're trying to do about 500 different video creatives with a combination of production and AI to do things at scale, which is going to allow the algorithm to find different users with different USPs, right? And that's actually what's going to really make that engine powerful. Finally, measurement is one piece. So if you look at platforms, automating at one end and creatives becoming super easy to make, what's really left is strategy and measurement, right? Those are the 2 big pieces that will continue to be really, really important. So how do you create clean rooms? How do you make that data powerful enough to actually be able to track those outcomes as well? And we're also working with both Google and Meta to figure out how do you build MMMs which can actually make that happen. And then you finally bring all of that together with a combination of technology and AI. In fact, our influencer product, for example, now you can prompt it and say, hey, I'm brand X, this is my consumer, I want to find creators with this reach, with this engagement rate, who haven't worked with these 3 competitors of mine, and it will start showing you audience profiles, influencer profiles instantly, right? So that's the combination of being able to connect those 3 dots and drive those outcomes forward. So the choice is yours, right? So if you want to really future-proof, you have to be the architect. You have to be the ones owning the outcomes for the brand that you work with, because being AI first and being business outcome first is what's going to be the future. Thank you, everyone. While she comes, if you want to take a quick question, I can take one, or we can take it offline. Yes? You want to shout it out? Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
This is Ashish here. I am a founder of an agency, Demaco. So my question is that in this age, a suitcase agency, that's basically a very lean agency powered by AI. So how do you see that coming up, or that kind of concept working?
Sorry, what? I didn't catch the part you said.
Suitcase agency.
What is that? Sorry.
So basically, it's a suite of products that you have. So largely, you become like a sales agency. You fund it and you pitch for clients, but you have a lot of services that you provide are automated and not labor intensive.
Yeah, I think, the world is moving to a point where, so stories are still going to be told, right? You still need to have powerful stories being told, and agencies that can combine the right technology and automation that you're saying with that storytelling and measurement, that's really what matters, right? So happy to chat offline, because you seem to have a specific question around that, so happy to chat offline as well. But I think we're out of time. I'm around if you want to chat, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Firstly, such an honor, Vikas, having you on the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, if I may invite on stage Soumya Iyer, founder and CEO of DVO Digital, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation to our speaker. Let that applause continue as we have both our speakers with us on stage. And may we request the both of you right in the center, if you can be with us, of course, right under the iDac moment. And thank you for that. And so with that, truly, can we work on the echo? All right. Okay. You might have to bear with me on that. Apologies in advance. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead to our next session. Well, we have another founder in the house, and don't we all love when we hear directly from what the leader would like to say? She's the founder and CEO of DVO, a group of companies at the forefront at the be it creative marketing, technology, and AI transformation. Under her leadership, DVO has made significant strides in AI-powered data unification, predictive intelligence, and enterprise solutions. Also, she has launched 3 dynamic ventures under DVO, be it DVO Digital, Leap by DVO, and DVO One. So in her current talk, we're looking forward to her analyzing and talking about rewiring the agency DNA of how DVO turned agility and AI into competitive advantage. So we really keenly look forward to her session. So let's give it up to none other than, ladies and gentlemen, join me in applauding Soumya Iyer.
The clicker. And all right. So the thing that I've learned is the biggest illusion in business is the word safe. Okay, so I think I've been guilty, and I saw some show of hands in the previous session where Vikas founders or agency founders are here. And I think I'm as guilty of having hidden behind the comfort of retainers, long-term loyal clients, and long-term employees, perhaps, right? And never before have we been in an age and time where all these 3 are becoming more and more irrelevant. So the way I look at it is that the agencies that will win in the future are the agencies that are questioning the status quo, are questioning the status quo by design and are building for a very agile and dynamic business ecosystem. I mean, if you go to think about it, for most part of the agency timeline of the world, you had creative, you had media, and then throw in some production, and that meant growth. Until it wasn't anymore like that, right? Until businesses and brands demanded that we close the loop with what you call as outcome commerce. I think I've been fortunate to, inadvertently so, I would say, to be independent as an agency and also be able to sort of build around the changing ecosystem, the client and the value that we could add to clients and not play safe. What I'm going to share with you today is the mantra or some sort of a framework, if I may. And I can tell you I'm still learning as I'm growing the business, but a framework which has helped us win globally. Okay, so today as I speak, we are operating in 6 countries. We are over 350 people. And when we actually went outside of India, you largely only had IT companies that ventured into foreign markets and established themselves. And I said, why can't an India-born digital marketing or marketing and technology agency do that? And with that question and that challenge that I gave myself, where I challenged the status quo, we were able to expand globally. And then not just that, as I was sort of working through so many markets, different clients, one of the frameworks that I saw, but a significant one at that, which I saw was very relevant to today's time and age, is the following. So what you see on the slide right now. As agencies, I think we've all largely been very people-driven, right? It's been services and people. The shift to what I would call as platform, product, and solution is what is helping businesses scale. Okay, so it's people-powered, but scaled with products, platforms, and solutions. And when I speak about platform, bear with me when I say that as agencies, and as many of you sort of are in the agency ecosystem, we are best placed to figure out what is the ecosystem needing? What are the businesses needing? We have the insights of different businesses. We have enough data and marketing insights of different businesses. So the power of the insights that we have from multiple businesses, if we actually platformize those insights, you grow with what's called the network effect, okay? Because multiple businesses are coming to one single platform where intelligence is shared and everybody is benefiting from it, right? So that's the beauty of platform. That's the beauty of network effect. It grows on its own. As difficult as it might be for us to not bill by the hours and really bill by outcome, right? It's the only way to go. Outcome commerce, as I call it, is the way to go. And I think all of us need to be able to create some sort of frameworks for being able to model our cost structures and our revenue structures in a way that this ecosystem can grow exponentially. And last but not the least is a very significant shift, which is that talent today is more important than titles. I think AI has been the greatest equalizer. I mean, traditionally we've all worked with CDs and national creative directors and AVPs and presidents within organizations. I mean, of what relevance are those titles when seniority and the information that seniority held is now available at a click of a fingertip, right? with AI. So the way I look at it is that AI has become the greatest equalizer, and therefore its talent and ability to use platforms, or what I call as the ability to really learn prompt engineering and working on AI platforms, that is superseding what seniority brought onto the table, right? So talent over titles. So these are the three main shifts that I'm seeing in the agency ecosystem today. And I will share with you my personal journey on what helped us prepare for these shifts well in advance. Because we were obsessed with adding, with client value or adding value to brands and businesses, over the last, I think, 10 odd years, we saw that there were so many ad tech and marketing tech platforms that were coming up. Digital per se was growing at a really fast pace, and we wanted to catch up, and we wanted to catch up real quick. And we saw that we couldn't be at one place, we couldn't be at multiple places at the same time, which actually helped us build a beautiful ecosystem of startups. So we invested and incubated over 18 startups over the last 10 years, which were primarily invested in areas like ad tech, marketing tech, data analytics, spatial technology, so on and so forth, right? But what was the idea of us doing that? The idea was we wanted to connect the startup ecosystem with the 6 markets and with the 200 odd brands and businesses that we were working with. We wanted to add value to the brands, and we wanted to add value to the startup ecosystem, right? And it's a little bit more complex than how I'm making it sound, because even though we sometimes held just single-digit equity in some of these startups, we were very, very invested in these startups. We were very invested in startups, in helping them build their platform, helping them build their products, seeing really what is value add that they can bring into our client and client network. Some startups really worked well, some failed, like I said, like in any other incubator or startup ecosystem. But what that really helped us do is to actually, in spite of the fact that we were growing really, really fast, it helped us maintain our agile startup mindset. Yeah, and because we were able to do that, and we continue to do that, it then helped us create a foundation of not just a services-led, digital-led marketing and technology company, but a platform, a product, and a solution-based company, which laid the foundation for us to scale globally. So today we are an ecosystem of a AI-powered marketing intelligence platform called DVO1. We have a solution that helps brands be discovered on LLMs like ChatGPT and Perplexity. And we were able to also push the boundary a little bit more. And we said, if we really mean growth for our clients, why should we restrict ourselves only to growth through marketing? Okay, why can't we actually engage with them and say, how do they employ data, automation, AI to be able to build efficiencies within their business? Which then helped us actually start a strategy and implementation practice around AI transformation, which is what you call as Mesh AI. So if you see what we have built from actually starting off as an agency, we've built an enterprise that works with data, enterprise that works with training LLMs for brand discovery, and also a business that's actually invested in digital transformation. And I'm just going to spend maybe a couple of minutes with you to show you the magic of building a platform. Because we actually wanted to solve a real problem, and we were at the center of the problem, we built what's called DVO1. Now, what does DVO1 do? It brings together all these platforms in one place. This is a connector. See, one of the biggest challenges as marketers, you'll realize that you're actually spending in a very fragmented ecosystem, right? So you're spending on Google, spending on Meta, you're spending on affiliates, you're spending on marketplaces, you're spending on quick commerce. But how does all of that, and clients spend a lot of time building BI tools to build some sort of intelligence that they can get access to. So we said this is the problem that we want to solve in the age of AI, and we brought all of these connectors together, and we actually add 10 connectors every single month, which has CRM, which has media platforms, so on and so forth, and unify all of this data through a simple co-auth and bring all of the data in one place. Okay, and not just do we bring it in one place and that helps us visualize this data, but we also have AI insights coming from that data contextually to help you understand
what you need to do actionably with respect to all of these spends that you're having, right? So what kind of creative is working? You started your Google spends. What is the impact on your Meta spends? How is your CAC going up or down because of some of these changes that you have made? All of that's coming through AI. Typically, you would need multiple data analysts to be able to see that kind of data, right? And not just that, if you are able to identify your competitors, you're able to actively see the performance of your competitors, and you're able to chat with your own data. You can ask your data, tell me which campaigns performed the best for me and which products performed the best for me last September, right? Or last October, right? So that's the kind of intelligence that you have at the click of a button. So that's the magic of what we brought together with Devio One as a platform, and which is what I was sort of speaking to you about on being able to build platforms to be able to scale through network effect. And then we built a solution to be able to help brands move from what you call as SEO to AEO, which is answers engine optimization. So today, as on today, we have trained over 100 brands to be able to, we have trained LLMs to discover over 100 brands in the last 18 months. And then going back to what I mentioned to you about Mesh AI, which is your AI transformation solution that we're building for businesses. And therefore, the lens that we've looked at always is the growth of our clients. So it's from a service vendor to a growth partner, every platform, product, and solution built to drive measurable outcomes, and AI helping quantify creative, media, and business impact, right? And like I said on the piece when I spoke about talent, AI is the greatest equalizer, talent over titles as on today. And some of the sort of rituals and practices that we follow within an organization to really power the organization with AI, and not just really keep it as a buzzword, is we build a ritual called as Tomorrowthon, where the entire organization of 300 people actually comes together every day for 1 hour in the morning to discuss AI tools across multiple functions and what is the one that they're adopting for our clients, right? So we've pretty much powered the entire journey of the organization on AI platforms. We're working with almost 60 platforms in multiple markets, which are powered by AI. So today, what we have today is we've, like I said, moved from an agency ecosystem, from an agency to an ecosystem operating in over 6 countries with over 350 people. And I would sort of summarize to say, we build for tomorrow's relevance and not for yesterday's safety. At Devio, when we talk about independent, it's not how we are structured, but it's really how we think. And being independent isn't about being small, but it's about being sovereign in thought, fast in action, and limitless in imagination. Thank you very much. It's bang on time.
Thank you so much, Soumya, for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. May I also, as she's here with us on stage, allow me an opportunity to invite Suruchi Kore, Head of Digital and Social Strategies, Group Communication of Bajaj Group, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation. So few applause from the front rows. What about the back and the middle one? Come on, everyone. Thank you so much. And may we request the ladies to please be in the center stage. Let iDac be right on the top, and let's have this moment of celebration wherein we've just heard from Soumya. You're a fantastic founder right there with her key insights. Thank you so much, Soumya, for joining us on the scene. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead to our next session. Well, let's now invite our next speaker, who's a partner at EY, focusing on technology, AI, and data risk. Well, being a technology and a risk professional with extensive consulting, strategy, client management, and sales experience, be it across UK, EU, India, Southeast Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, allow me an opportunity to now call upon for our next standalone session on staying real in a in a digital world wherein the influencer's edge in the age of AI. Let's call upon partner ENY, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Abhishek Das.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and thanks for sticking around. I hope I make good use of your time and make it worthwhile. Can we get the slides, please? All right, thank you. And so I think we've been obviously hearing about AI probably in every session that you've been part of, not only today, but over the last couple of months. In fact, I was doing a session somewhere else in the morning today, and the only conversation we had across 8 different speak sessions and speak tracks was just about AI. And I think it gets monotonous after a certain extent of time. So what I've done is I've tried to keep my 20 minutes essentially speaking about a balance between both sides of the world. Clearly, I'm not part of the marketing or the digital content creation part of it, and neither am I part of the platform or solutions like Soumya mentioned. She's got a wonderful tool, etc. We don't have any of that, but what I can clearly do is probably showcase what is happening in this space globally. And these are interesting times because essentially if you look at how content is being generated, and I wanted to put this disclaimer right up front that we haven't really been using AI or AI bots to make this presentation, and I'll tell you why this is important probably towards the end of my session. But what is important are these numbers that you see on screen, right? And as marketers, as brand owners, and people who actually make brands, it's important that you see that almost 73% of leading market tools, etc., are being, leaders today. And when I speak of leaders, I'm talking about CMOs, I'm talking about business owners, I'm talking of companies who own IPs out there are looking at having AI as part of the narrative. But at the same time, there are consumers who are probably very and obviously concerned about the consumption of the content that they're getting, right? And that's exactly the fine line that we need to balance. And that's what my talk track is going to be on. But these are numbers that we got to be very, very mindful and careful of, because if you look at it, 68% of brands are actually exploring digital or AI as their core way of reaching out to customers. And almost 215 million pounds, and these are, in British pounds, is when you have, in terms of the revenue, we're talking about upwards of 48 billion pounds that have been actually spent on creating narratives around AI just last year. And we're talking about 215 million people who are actually following this content. So that's a big, big number that you're actually speaking of. And as per one of the research that EY did, we've actually seen almost 70% of brand budgets being spent on AI-driven influencing over the next couple of years, right? Now, obviously, we've been consuming, we've been seeing, and we've been using AI on our daily lives, but then what really is important is to also understand what is the dark side of it. And I'm not going to be reading these slides, but these are things that have actually made an impression and an impact in each one of our lives, be it in terms of you looking at a bias of algorithms, really, I can go on with that. So the algorithms in terms of really manipulating what you see and what you sort of absorb, to the false narrative that AI has actually created. And probably the audience here is very, very, I would say is very, very native to what it is. But then there are a few people, probably the slightly more senior section of our community, or people who are not as social media friendly, if I may, or who are being actually targeted on areas like these. We are also speaking of deepfake impersonation, and that's changed. I mean, gone are the days when you would have a really poor face implanted on somebody else's body. Now if you just go up your phone, and you just put in a video request on Grok, within 30 seconds, you have such incredible videos. My dad was absolutely amazed to see me scale up Mount Everest, where I was probably sitting out of a restaurant in Bombay. So I think it's extremely important to understand how the use and misuse of this is happening. And that's where we as marketers and we as people who actually run brands and businesses got to be careful about. Because if you look at how deepfake deception is working, how fabricated engagement is, and how we're looking at false narratives, this is exactly the trust deficit that consumers are looking at when it comes to brands like you. And when I speak of trust deficit, I'm actually speaking of customers actually being wary about the fact that they're buying stuff from consumption of data that has been manipulated by an AI bot or from an AI engine. And that is, probably it was a long sentence, but then I'm sure you get what I'm trying to convey here is that you got to be mindful as brand owners and brand marketers about the content that you put up there and how authentic it is, because at the end of the day, it's a human on the other side. It's very clear when they understand the language, the nuances, the lingo, the cultural nuances, all of it, right? And this is what's happened. If you see, these are examples pretty much very close to home. So the Fashion Week one was obviously global, but if you see what happened with the beauty brand and the restaurant, these are stuff that has happened in India. And I can't obviously put out names, but these were massive breaches that happened just earlier this year. And these were only because of content that was put out there without a human element or a human intervention of actually going and checking the data that was put out there. And as consumers, you eventually start believing what the algorithm puts out. And that's also part of how AI hallucinates, but at the same time, the brain fade that it creates on the human mind. Because the more you keep hearing something, the more you start reading about something, your phones are intelligent enough to give you that content repeatedly. And not only you, it also has a digital footprint to understand who your friends are, who your family members are, with whom you've shared that data. And essentially, they fall victim to the same data garbage that you've been consuming, right? Now, this is a slide which I believe for a lot of you might make a lot of sense, because as brands, you got to also understand what are those key levers of distrust. And I'll probably give you about 10 seconds to consume this. And if you look at it, right, these are not rocket science concepts or topics, to be honest. These are things which actually matter. Let's talk about just consumer trust. I mean, this has been there ever since, we've started buying stuff at stores. I mean, you walk into a restaurant, you ask whether the sandwich there is freshly made. That's a trust issue, of course, right? When you go to a car showroom and you say, is this the best discount I get during Diwali? That's a trust issue. So stuff like this is exactly what it is. Consumers haven't changed. Brands haven't changed either. The only thing that has actually changed is the way you consume data, the way you go and sell, and the way you actually are looking at buying from brands, right? So if you look at the second last one, and that's a favorite one of mine, is the limited emotional connect. Because as an AI bot, all you're doing is amplifying, sharing, giving out the content that's been machine-led. But at the end of it, where is that human touch point or that emotional angle that you're actually putting? The EQ is almost zero there, right? All hope is not really lost when it comes to AI, because essentially, and everyone really knows that AI is here to stay. It's about how we really adapt as humans to get AI as part of our DNA. And that's where the path forward is, because if you look at it as brand marketeers again, and people who are actually going to be creating those content out there, you got to prioritize authenticity over anything. And when I speak of authenticity, I'm actually speaking of having that human connect, of having the human intervention. You might, I mean, there's no harm in using a lot of chat GPTs and the Groks and the Geminis of the world. That's fantastic. I use it myself. But what's really important is to actually do that 10-minute of proofread, to actually put in your mind into what the platform has thrown up, to put in those bits and elements about practicality and stuff that you've been seeing in your experience of working in organizations and dealing with people, and not just something that has come up. Because if you go and look at it, right, now you saw a number out there which said 74% and 58% and 250 million, etc. What's the source? Just because I'm saying it, is that proof enough? I'm sure it is not. Likewise, do we really question AI and go and check what is the source of the data that Gemini has just thrown up to you? If you go to Gemini today and ask them, what is the revenue forecasted for my brand over the next 3 years, I'm sure it's going to throw up something. I'm sure that's a number your CFO probably doesn't know either, right? So the point is, how do you really quantify, qualify, and actually authenticate the data that AI throws up? Have we really gone and questioned the prompt? Have you gone and said, in fact, I do that a lot, and I hate myself for it sometimes. If the output of the AI platform is not great, I go and say this is not great. It could actually be much better. And I speak to it almost with a please and thank you, which probably is not really required because you've got to be really concise in terms of your prompts. But what I'm trying to get here is you've got to question, you've got to have the right sort of questioning, the right sort of prompting abilities. And that really comes from our experience and our human minds, right? As brands, there is no real framework today. As a country, India is still, we don't really have an AI framework per se. While Europe has come up with certain regulations, we've got a NIST framework, which has got an AI element to it. But there's not really a standard framework or a check rail or a guardrail when it comes to AI usage as brands. But what we've safely concluded is the starting blocks could be these 4 areas, essentially having very transparent disclosures. And that was my disclosure right up front when I said I haven't really used AI as part of my presentation here. So that was a disclosure. Or for that matter, when you are creating brand content on Instagram, you can actually say this is created by AI, or you can have a YouTube video which has actually got a disclosure which says this has been created by AI agents and the data is not authenticated or verified by a human being on the other side. You can also see how this really has cultural nuances to that, because we live in a country which is absolutely very, very cultural sensitive. You saw what happened with was it the Prada or the Gucci, the slippers from Kolhapur, or if you go and see about colors that were used with the iPhone and people associating that with the India Rising promise, etc., etc. So those kind of things are cultural sensitivities that we as brand owners and marketers need to be extremely mindful of. I was talking to somebody who owns a restaurant chain in the UK, and they were speaking about how we've got different segment of burgers here in India, where even the ones who actually formulated the menu there probably have never been aware of such sort of a diversion from the actual menu when it comes to Indian burgers out there. And that's only because of the cultural nuance, and which is a great thing, to be honest. But at the same time, it can actually spiral out of control and be very, very harmful to your brand if not maintained properly. Now, this is a nice one, and maybe worth taking a picture if someone wants to, is actually about how do we really have the trust framework, right? Because if you have these 5 core pillars, essentially talking about your disclosures, the right ethics, having the right sort of verification, being accountable, and at the end of it, having a human touch to whatever you do, I think you're in the right direction when it comes to having the right sort of AI principles, having the right sort of social media content, and stuff like that. Now, given we've just got about 3 minutes, I'm going to rush past a couple of things. So if you look at different use cases, right? Localization, authentication, optimization, and obviously audience intelligence is key. But at the same time, you got to be very, very mindful about the misuses of where it can go, right? And that's what I was actually coming to. Because if you see what's going to go ahead of time and what's ahead of us at this point in time, brands are going to be only creating stuff with AI. That's a given. Consumers are going to be using AI at their end, but at the same time, as marketers, as social media experts, you've got to be careful about hyper-personalization, having a combination of AR, AI fusion, having the right sort of predictive analytics, and obviously having those combinations of voice, video, and audio plugged in together. And the reason I say voice, video, and audio, because there are 3 different things when it comes to creation. You can actually have someone. You would have seen, I'm not naming politicians here, but if you go to YouTube and you put in your favorite ministers' names, you can actually see him being a really good singer on YouTube, whereas he's probably never even sung a song of the same nature, right? So those kind of things are very, very important. At the end of it, given where we are in terms of the roadmap, and I was speaking about a few global trends, we've got a regulatory framework which has emerged. We are looking at hybrid influence, the models that are coming up. We're looking at trust verification systems, and hopefully by the end of next year, and while this speaks of 2026 as an outlook, we are very confident that by the end of next year, there would be a slightly more tighter embedded global AI policy which is in place in a lot of countries. At the end, I think the key takeaways for me and for you would probably be AI is here to stay, and it'll always remain as your co-creator and no longer as the independent one. So you've got to be clear in terms of what's your role and where you hand over, but at the same time, the past still remains with you, right? The second one is obviously having a balance between global and local. Just because a platform works really well in the US, really works in Europe, doesn't mean it'll work in India. So you've got to be very careful about adopting stuff that you've been hearing about and others have been using, but being mindful about what really works for you. And the third one is obviously trust is your largest currency when it is, because if brands lose trust, there goes your equity in a minute, and all the brand that you've actually built on will actually be wiped out in minutes, right? And the last line that you see in the red, the future belongs to influencers who use AI to amplify their humanity and not to replace it, because authenticity at scale is the new competitive advantage, right? So I think that's where it was for me as a presentation. We're probably just on time. The only bit that I will actually speak about is going back to the slide, right? And I leave it for you to conclude whether it was used or not. Right? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us. And may I request Anup Kumar, Senior Partner at YAP, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation to our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again give a big, big round of applause to Mr. Abhishek Das, and may I request both our dignitaries to join us in the center. And can we get the token of appreciation to be presented on stage? And of course, both our leaders right under the backdrop, if we can have you. A hashtag E4M iDac moment, ladies and gentlemen, this being the 3rd edition. It's extremely exciting to see all the speakers and dignitaries join us on that. And thank you once again. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we move towards the end of our conversation, and we have the final spotlight session. Our next speaker describes himself as a student of entertainment, a practitioner of marketing communication, and with his childlike enthusiasm for being engaged in creating successful business projects. Well, truly he's somebody who would like to be remembered as a person who made his mark while creating organization and businesses of happy people, where he himself could be easily replaced. So he's trying to create more leaders under him, and I think one of the top qualities of a leader is when he has capable leaders as his team. So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, allow me to welcome on stage somebody who's going to be talking on the world of MNCs, how to make a successful independent agency, a great finale topic. Let's call upon the Managing Director of Alchemist Group, Mr. Manish Porwal. Well, let that applause continue, ladies and gentlemen. A fantastic opportunity of hearing from Manish. Over to you.
Is this on? You can hear me? Everybody? Okay, great. Fag end of the day, I'm sure all of you are tired, so I'll try and not keep too much time between you and freedom. I think interesting topic, as you may think. We are all here to celebrate and commemorate the entire working and success of independent agencies. And I believe I own and run one. And I say I own, as in I co-own and run one. And just a few, if I may call it, source credibility slides to begin. If you can take that. Where is the, yeah. Okay. So quick source credibility slide so that you listen to me a little more carefully than you would otherwise. Hi. We at Alchemist, we believe that we are one of the India's largest integrated marketing solutions company. When I say integrated, I don't mean multimedia, I mean integrated. And that's what we do. We do a lot of things that the clients need from top to bottom as they may require. This is the spread of the company, about 207 people as we speak across 4 cities. Normally it's the network agencies which talk about this kind of expanse. We are glad to be able to talk this language, and touch wood, and thank God for that one. What is probably important when I speak on this topic is that we are not just here as passionate people who are trying to do some, fun and games out here. We have built some very successful business model out here, and most people will not talk about it. I will. We've been month on month profitable since the time of inception, and it's been 15 years to that. So 15 years, 12 months each year, month-on-month profitable, including the COVID years. And that's something that probably separates us from a lot of other people. And while we say we're not just an ad agency, we are a little more than that. We're a marketing services and solutions company. Just to tell you a little background, just last 1 year, we would have probably helped sell in real estate, just example of an industry we work very, very closely with. We've helped sell about 11,000 crores plus of inventory. If that makes any sense to you, it's probably the marketing, the entire revenue of very large FMCG companies as such, and we would have done about 450 front pages. Now, just to compare this, there have been 6 times in the last year when our ads have been on the front page of Times of India, Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, and Pune together on the same day. So just to kind of give you the expanse. We are a zero debt agency, and this is something I'm extremely proud of. My second name is Porwal, which spells Marwari. So it just helps, being there, that we are a zero debt. They call it bootstrapped, I believe, in these days, in today's language. In those days, it was called wise. We have never borrowed anything, including from ourselves. The only money that we put in to start this agency was 6,000 rupees for a printer and all of intellectual capital with partners and I. We have the lowest attrition rate in the country of any agency, and I bet on that. Typical ad agency turnover of people is, I believe, 17 months. According to a research we did about 1.5 years ago. Maybe true, may not be true, maybe lower now. Ours is about 4 years, 2 months. This is what we do. So when I say truly integrated, this is what I wanted to say. At the center of our product is communication strategy, and everything else that we do is centered around various brands and sub-brands that we work under. So a huge, deeper engagement with client. And yes, this very group has been very, very nice to us. We have been 8 times Agency of the Year, in Reality Plus awards, and therefore in that. Now coming to, therefore, how was this agency built? Was there just about its default, or is it design? Frankly, I don't know. We started, we believed that we'll do it, and we just did. Now I can put together and say all wise words and say, okay, this is how we did it. But let me try and share some bit of what could make sense to some of you if you are already entrepreneurs or want to be some. Okay, so quick, the 4 P's that made us what we are today, and they are not the 4 P's that you're used to in marketing. The first one is Paisa. Very, very, very important if you want to run a successful business. Remember, an agency is a business as well, and that, therefore, you need to take care of this part. Quickly to tell you, our belief is very, very simple. We can't make money tomorrow. You have to make money today. So if you're not making money today, you'll never make it tomorrow. Or chances are you'll never make it tomorrow. At least I don't know how to do that. In an agency business, if you have a product, I understand that there could be a burn. But if you're an agency, you can't have a burn. Very simple. The client pays you, you give him back service. If your service is costing more than that pay, there's something wrong either in your pricing or in your total cost. Simple, right? Okay, first. Second one, therefore, owning may burn money. As I said, if you own assets, it may burn money. Understandable, acceptable probably. Even that we didn't do. By the way, till date, the agency owns only 1/10 of the computers it has. Rest all are rented from our staff. I'll explain to you. The staff actually gets the computer of their own. We set them up with our kind of softwares, and we pay them a money for per month use. They use what they want to. They like the computers that they do, and they use that, right? So that's another thing. We were very, very tempted initially to just buy clients, right? Let me have the client, let me start work. We didn't do it. We always bought clients at our own cost, because cheap clients, cheap fee, cheap clients, and therefore they won't even give you more. They'll negotiate on everything. They'll probably not give you extra services to do. They'll always find vendors from the streets, which you're not. You'll never be able to match those costs, and you will never be able to show the product that you want to show if your vendors are not good enough when it comes to execution. All of us know execution is the king, right? Not the strategy. Sorry, did I skip something? No, I didn't. In this entire thing, one of the biggest things, if you see my bio on my LinkedIn, you will see that what I'm looking for is respect from clients, that's all. Money will follow. So if a client doesn't actually stand up and greet you when you go inside the room and is able to value what you bring, including your time, then there's a problem out there in you, not in him. And therefore, very simple, keep some self-respect, and for the self-respect, provide yourself, get yourself with knowledge, and things will happen to you. If they stop paying, you stop working. You don't burn more money. You don't burn good money for bad money, right? And that's something that you need to understand. Never, ever, ever confuse activity and income. A lot of companies do that, you know. They'll confuse awards for their success. No, that's not the point. Awards is just saying, yeah, you're doing well, but go on, keep doing well. Let me give you an example. I'm not going to name the company. It's no more anyway. There was a company which was named by this group and many others as the company of the year, as an agency of the year, right? Independent agency of the year, much before COVID. And we all used to really like that agency. The founder is no more, so I should not talk much about it. But they did pretty well, and they were very, very flamboyant, extremely flamboyant. And in COVID time, I received a distress call. And we were very small then. 5 years ago, we were not half what we are today. And that call was, will you buy over, please? And I said, what? I mean, you know, it's like Madison getting a call from WPP. No offense meant to any of the companies, but that's kind of thing. And yes, of course, we didn't buy the company, but we couldn't save it either. The company is no longer. And they had the fanciest office. They're the fanciest people. They're the fanciest salaries, which they just couldn't sustain. I'm sure some of you guessed who it was, but that agency is no more. Okay, so busy agencies show activity, show awards, and then they die. Awards can be good for the ego of your people and their self-respect, and they find it good, but for you as a businessman or for an agency owner, should not matter. What may work is something exactly entire of what you've been told while you were working on a regular agency. Agencies say, I will handle one client at a time in an industry. Don't do it. Handle many more clients in the same industry. You get the know-how, you get the understanding, and you get the respect. We handle 52 real estate clients. We handle 7 hospital clients, and so on and so forth. They all ask us, so what about confidentiality? We say 100% confidentiality, 0% exclusivity. You're on bias. Some of them don't, most of them do. Specialization creates pricing power in both things. One, the domain that you work in. The second thing that will really help is if you create specializations of verticals. So you're selling them advertising thought process, but why not sell them completion, which basically means they need a celebrity. Why don't you have a celebrity wing within? They need activation to activate that idea that you only give. Give them activation. They need loyalty programs to keep their customers, which you only told them is required. Give them that. So go deeper with the client. I'm going to touch upon this even later. Debt doesn't fund growth. It just delays failure. We are a zero debt company, as you will see, and I keep saying this, never ever take anything from anybody. If your company is not running today, it will not run tomorrow by magic. More clients, more services, which is what I briefly covered. Give them more. It's easier, it's cheaper to retain and have more from the same client than to acquire clients. Acquisition costs money. Is that good about paisa? Too much, right? Coming from Marwani mouth, you'll excuse it, please. The people part, which to me is the most important one, as the kind lady just described. To me, the people part is extremely important. That's what makes the strength. That's the strength of Alchemist. That's why we have probably the lowest attrition rate. And by the way, it is when we are not the highest pay masters. We don't claim to be. In fact, we claim just the opposite. And still people stay with us. And that is because there are certain things about us which are probably worth replicating. First, and I say this unabashedly and unashamed, HR is too important to be done by HR people alone. The alone part I added only out of respect. HR is too important. You need to do it if you are the agency owners, or the mindset is ownership. Because your people are typically initially working for you, especially in the beginning days. They're not working for this odd entity which they don't know anything about, right? So you need to set the culture. You need to make sure that the culture continues and continues and continues, and then it goes down as folklore. It goes down as DNA, like an injection, and then you can retire. No problem with that. Today, if I was to go off, if I was to come under the bus, God forbid I don't. I mean, I have children to take care of. But if I do, I am pretty sure for the next 2 years, my company is not going to change on its culture. Because my next and their next are all aligned. Start with people whom you want to grow old with. A lot of times, agencies come together or people come together to form agencies. You know why? Because there's a copywriter and there's an art guy. Let's make a team. Or a servicing guy and a great creative folk, coming together. That's great. That's fantastic. That's of course makes sense. But what makes sense is a little more than that. When I came together with these two people, one of them now happens to be my wife. We just wanted to keep more money inside the house, So, but the other one is a friend of 25 years. He used to report to me once upon a time. Now he's my mentor. And that relationship changed, I don't know when. So put together, three of us want to grow old together. We enjoy life together. Technically, the shares may be very, very differently distributed than what they were initially thought of, and we don't care. Because we have made more money than what we ever thought we would individually. And each one of us contributed to the other one. So this is what we have done on the right side, sure, but on the left side is what kind of makes us who we are. Raj, are you here? No, not yet. Otherwise, Raj was supposed to be joining in. So I'm very, very proud of the fact that the three people who started making Alchemist are still there 15 years hence. I'm hoping they'll be there till the time death does us apart. Loyalty ain't owned, it's earned every day. People talk about loyalty and how kids of today, Gen Z, are not loyal. Well, for us they are. They are, strangely. Let me just give you an example. First of all, you need a mix. You need a critic and a yes man together in your team. Those who say, I don't need yes men, they're wrong. They'll be unnecessarily pulled down every day. You do need yes men. You may need people who will say, hey, you know what you're doing may not be right, but now that you're doing it, I'm with you. You need those people because they are your biggest boost of confidence. And then you need critics, but those critics then need to be very, very good at their functions. And then you take the critique. I was talking about people and how we've developed the next rung and the next rung. These are people who stood by us. Prabhu Tony, who's now the CEO, he's my so-called, my ticket to freedom, right? He has worked 14 years with us. First as an account executive, and then as a leader of a team, and then a leader of a large division, and then the leader of an office, and now the leader of the mainline business overall. 14 years with us. Farhan, who heads our real estate practice, 70% of the business is there, works under Prabhu, is about 10 years. Kurt, 7 years. Payal, 6 years, all of 6 that we've had, in the city that she is. Ananta, 6 years. Malaika, 14 years. Do you get it? The success is that your next lot is all ingrown. They hurt when the company hurts. Okay? So when COVID happened, they were all hurting. And when they hurt, they said, we make money or no, the company will. Yeah? They were the ones who went out with the mask and still went out to the clients and did not say, oh, you know what, COVID, I cannot go out, please, sorry. That didn't happen. The best talent doesn't want job security, they want purpose security. You tell them that you will work with them on their agenda as well, just like they need to work on your agenda. Let me give you an example. Prabhu, I was talking about, who's my CEO today. Prabhu is also a partner in one of the companies in the group because he thought of an idea which was very different from a typical traditional agency model. And I said, makes sense, but we don't know how to do it. You want to do it? You want to try your luck at it? He said, if you allow me to, chalo, karte. And we started with Alchemist Live. Alchemist Live today sports India's biggest theatre festival in Delhi, which is sponsored by American Express for 5 years, now co-owned almost by them. That's the IP he has created, and that funds about 8% of our profits now. Prabhu is a senior partner in that. We report into him. There's a very interesting thing my ex-boss wrote in his book, Arvind Wable. I don't know if you've read the book on advertising. And he talks about there's no overnight star and there's no overnight dog in your company. The same, by the way, a lot of things I today take is from my alma mater, Ulka. That's where I started, which is now FCB. They continue to think in that zone, I believe. But initially when I was there, they all thought like that. It's always the team, never a single person. And if at all it has to be a single person, you know what? I'd much rather trade for an average bloke, not great on talent, but great on intent, than a toxic star. A leader's burnout is contagious. I'm 53, standing in front of you, working 30 years, 15 years is with somebody, getting a paycheck, and 15 years sending out the paychecks. You would not for a minute see me tired most times, Pranay, am I right? Pranay is my EA and head of our corporate strategy. He tries and matches up with the energy and has almost made it there. Okay, so the burnout is contagious. You cannot be burned out and expect your people to do work for you. You will always stand working the most in your company till the time it reaches a scale where you are just a minority shareholder, which is a great idea because the company has grown so large. That's fine. So is your belief. If your belief is that the client needs to respect you and you need to earn it, then your company should have that belief. They walk into the client's room with that confidence, with that knowledge and wisdom to acquire that out of the client. Yeah? Guys, a lot of people talk and probably pay too much attention to what is called relationship in agencies. Let me tell you, the new word is not relationship. Respect is the new relationship. Relationship can get you an entry, can get you the door open, right? But the respect will keep the door always on, or you inside the door. If you don't have respect, great knowing you, we'll have tea together, but you know what, business kisi aur ke saath karunga. That's what your client is going to tell to you. So keep gaining respect, and for that you need to keep reinventing. Keep thinking of his business or her business. Sorry, am I going very slow? Is okay? Time's up. Okay. I'll just take another 5, 7. Is that okay? Great. Fantastic. Processes. Something that independent agencies forget, that's the reason why clients don't want them versus the MNCs. In the world dominated by MNCs, it is, right? You look at the top agencies, they're all MNCs so-called. One of the reasons why independent agencies lose out is because they don't believe in processes. They believe in individuals. Doesn't work, however much it may seem so far from my presentation. It is all about processes. Now is the best time. When you start, we had a handbook ready on day -3 of starting a company, all of 4 people. We started with 4 people, but we had handbook ready, 66 pages handbook. Part of it is I had a lot of time on my hand that time just imagining, but it also clears your mind, and it clears the mind of the people who are joining in for you. So the handbook needs to be ready. Your processes and your tools, those that typical independent agencies will miss in the hustle, you need to create them. Process doesn't kill creativity. In fact, it protects it. I don't need to kind of define this. You need to understand half the reason why clients don't buy you and they buy an MNC at 3 times the cost is simply because of that reason. If only one person knows how the client runs, it's a host-state situation. There has to be some democratization of client knowledge. So there are always teams. There are no heroes out there. There may be team leaders, but there are no heroes. Okay? An idea without execution rhythm is theater. It's not advertising. So a client likes any strategy which is finally executed. So if you can execute for the client, please do it. Otherwise, it's not going to make sense. And that requires process. Speed for independent agencies. Guys, if at all you want to remember one thing out of this presentation, the one thing that will differentiate for in particular clients who like independent agencies is speed. They hate the cobwebs of a typical large setup network. Some Gora coming in and saying, "मैं बताता हूँ आपको 2 महीने बाद." I will take 3 months to make your film. By the way, average time we take to make a film from conceptualization to execution to actually putting it on media is about 18 days odd. And these are large films, the Amitabh Bachchans and Karan Johars and so on and so forth, by the way. presentation. A lot of times agencies love the way they enter the client's home, so-called, or room, with tattered jeans out there saying, we are agency, we're cool. You know, we can have long hair, unkempt. No. You get paid as you look. If you're wearing a suit, they know how to pay it. If you're not, you don't. Sorry, but just kind of usurping that. Your creative people can be what they are, but if they better be dressed like a client. Quick last one, passion. I think this one everybody knows. Everything that needs Excel will get commodity pricing. So don't sell anything which sells on Excel. PowerPoint is slightly better. Word is even better. Nothing is better, bestest. People buy people, people don't buy services. I have now heard clients saying, can you please do sales for us? And while it's all nice, but we also stick to what we want to do. So we don't, but it's great because people buy people, not services. Principles are best tested in times of trouble. If you didn't follow something during COVID, that means it was only meant to be your vision statement, nothing else. Your name on the door is your responsibility, it's not your entitlement. You have to earn your so-called independent agency status every day. I'm not going to spend too much time. Be curious, always wanting to learn, especially from the youngsters. The 21-year-olds can tell you a lot of things today, which the 50-year-olds just can't. Because we are too taken in by the education. Education comes in the way of our learning, you know. Never outsource hunger. Hustle, hunger. The want to get in first to the client's office by taking those 17 flights up is something that an entrepreneur needs to have. And therefore, while I say all this, build slow, build long, and die a legend. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for the time taken.
Pleasure, Manish.
Any questions? Anything? No? Good.
All right, Manish, we just request you to please stay with us on stage. Allow us an opportunity to now invite Nabajit Nath to please join us on stage and be a part of giving the token of appreciation to our leader. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sales Director of Cargo India, Mr. Nabajit Nath. Of course, in frame with our keynote speaker, Manish Porwal, Managing Director of Alchemist Group. We just request both our leaders to please join us in the center. Let's put a spotlight on them. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we're going to be concluding with the third edition of E4M iDac. Thank you so much once again to our leaders. And meanwhile, I would like to pay my homage to all our lovely audience members. Whilst as we're going to be inviting you all now for E4M Mavericks, which is of course the awards celebrating excellence in the independent agency domain. We'd also like to once again encourage you to continue with the hashtag E4M iDac in your networking zone. For the time being, we'd like to request all of you to now proceed towards the pre-function area, since our team would need some time to revamp this place and make it a little more award invite friendly. So we'd urge all of you to now proceed towards the pre-function area. But meanwhile, this is me, Bhavna Bhatia, signing off for today, and we'll see you at the awards in just about the next few minutes. But give yourselves a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as you exit this hall. And congratulations to the team of E4M so far. Let's see you back in the awards. Once again, a humble reminder for all of you to please take in your belongings with you in the pre-function area, re-register, and join us back. Thank you so much.